The World Surf League travels west to Margaret River for the 5th stop on the 2024 Championship Tour, the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. At stop number 4, it was an American double as rookie Cole Hauschman and second-year superstar Caitlin Simmers rang the bell. Now in Margaret River, world-class waves intertwined with wineries and wondrous landscapes. But even in paradise, the pressure of the mid-season cut looms over those trying to keep their dream alive. Who will rise? The stage is set for elation and relegation at the 2024 Western Australia Margaret River Pro.
Hello friends, once again, welcome back to Western Australia for the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, the morning update. The world's best are on hand with some waves filling in. There's your reigning world champ, Caroline Marks. The world number 1 at the moment, Griffin Colapinto, stacking his boards in his locker. The warm-up has begun. Another former world champion, Italo Ferreira, on site. And two-time world champ, Tyler Wright, on the scene. Baron Mamiya got the jersey on already. He is in that first heat of the opening round, along with fellow Hawaiian Eli Hanneman. And another Hawaiian in the mix, Imai Kalani Deval. So we are going to get competition underway here at Surfers Point on what is just a crisp, clean, beautiful morning once again here in the West. Ronnie Blakey joined by my good mate Rich. Have you recovered from the tsunami just yet?
I did, mate. Yeah, yesterday was a great day. We had a swim just down here. The weather has just been perfect over here in the west. The water temp about 19 degrees, so just enough to refresh the body. But yeah, no, it's been great. We've been looked after incredibly well, as always here. Yeah,
unbelievable. Stace, our trip up to Busselton Jetty the other day, one for the memory books, mate.
Ron Dog, it was great to share a couple of tsunamis with you. Jess, how was your weekend?
It was great, thanks.
What'd you get up to?
We've been pretty quiet. We've been doing a bit of Pilates, went to Mend, did a bit of surfing. It's always nice to be here, and it's been beautiful weather, so it's been awesome to be outside.
Talking about surfing, what are we getting up to today?
So we've got a pretty big day today, actually. We're going to be in the water. We've just started with this men's opening round. We're going to go into women's elimination round and the men's elimination round. It's pretty small conditions out there today, but it's really clean. And we know that, with what we're looking at right now in the forecast, this is going to be one of our kind of bigger days that we're looking at. So we need to take advantage of it. And, we do really need to get the men's underway.
Absolutely. Big day of surfing. Back to you, Ron.
Thank you, Stace. Yeah, looking forward to it. Obviously, that forecast we've been working with, it's a little tricky. Been looking at the conditions closely each day, but today, we've got a nice, clean canvas to work with for our competitors. This opening round is so crucial for so many surfers, Rich. The cut line's looming. The race for the final 5 continues here at stop number 5. But what are the big narratives in this one?
Well, this is an incredible heat. Baron Mamiya. So obviously Baron started the year off with an absolute bang, getting a win at the Pipe Masters. But then he sort of went a little sleepy the last couple of results. Maybe just a bit of a come down from the win. Struggled to find some form through Sunset and Portugal. Didn't have a good run. Started to bounce back at Bells. So love to see him dig right in here. But Eli Hanneman, he needs a huge result in this heat.
He does. He's got to, really go a long way through the draw. In fact, to guarantee a place on the CT on the other side of this event, he's got to win this contest. So, massive task for Eli Hanneman. Plenty of surfers in that same position when you have a look at the rankings. And we'll keep you up to date on that. And also, you'll be able to just track what's unfolding as surfers move through heats by looking at the live rankings. Go to worldsurfleague.com/live rankings to stay across that. But Imai Kalani Deval also, he'll want to shore up his position with a strong finish. He can do that by making the quarters, and he got the opening ride here today.
Yeah, just a quick one to start things off. Just got a little stuck on the second turn. As you can see, conditions are picture perfect. And this swell, well, we were greeted with these little swell lines as we came around the point this morning, and it's supposed to build throughout the day. Next 2 days are looking pretty good on the charts. And, well, for Eli Hanneman, I feel like these sort of conditions really fall into his wheelhouse. The way the wind is at the moment, I don't think it's going to upset his air game, and I feel like in this heat in particular, perhaps taking to the air will be the point of difference for him.
Isn't fate cruel, though? I mean, you've got 3 surfers here in the opening round. They all want to be on tour together. These are solid friends, and unfortunately they find themselves up against one another in this opening round. I guess the good thing for them is nobody falls out of the draw in this opening round. It's about establishing seeds for later in the contest, but also, you know, a massive pressure reliever if you can get in the number 1 or number 2 spot at the completion of these opening heats.
Absolutely. First place is fantastic. Second place is great. Third place is horrible. You find yourself in the elimination round and potentially looking at a ticket back home. And well, it's all or nothing for Eli Hanneman. It actually makes his, you know, his sort of forecast or his dreams really, really clear. He's got to win this thing.
Well, here goes Emai. So without priority, moving to the inside, trying to get a couple of scores on the board. Nothing out of that one. On the outside, Baron Mamiya lining one up. Has to bounce to get into it. That wind, strong offshore this morning. As he looks to get some work done on the inside, swings the tail around, ends up getting out of this one. The other thing that I guess you've got to touch on, Rich, is the fact that in these slower conditions, if you're feeling the nerves, if you're feeling the pressure, you're not going to get many opportunities to surf yourself into a confident mindset. You really have to capitalise on your opportunities, and mistakes, they'll hurt you big time.
It's been the story of this event, and probably will be for the entirety of the event, because the swell is not looking like we're going to get big waves. But in these smaller, tricky conditions, as you said, you do have to make, well, just Emai pushing a little bit too hard there. You have to make it rain, you know, when these waves come. This is Baron Mamiya just coming around this first section, just drags that initial carve, gets a little snap on that little ledgy section through the inside. Real front dominant style of his on show.
So waiting on the numbers to come through for Baron on that one. Just a couple of throwaways for Emai Kalani de Volt, and that's going to give Eli Hanneman a good opportunity here with priority. Love the vision from the drone here in the west. You know, it really shows just the clarity of the ocean water down here. I just bumped into Doug Silver, who would no doubt be working alongside or handing off some tips to some of these competitors in this lineup, but he was just saying he's blown away by, you know, just how pristine it is down here and how well it's looked after by the locals.
Oh yeah, it's a special stretch of coastline down here for sure, and it's a big coastline as well, obviously way up into the desert north of Western Australia there, but this is beautiful. We're down in the south. And it is really special, really rocky actually. You know, you've got to be careful even just walking along the sand beaches here, because there's these sort of rocks that hide themselves within the sand. We've got Split Peak.
Yeah, Baron with his eyes on the left here. Good start on this one. Drives up into the pocket once again. Swings that tail around. Has to go to the hop to find the open face once again, and just finishes that one off nicely. Nothing super explosive, but in the context of this heat, that'll probably be the best number, but we'll have to see what happened on the right in just a moment. Baron Mamiya, you know, he knows all too well that it can be treacherous surfing here. Let's dive into a Bond University athlete health check for the current world number 6, Baron Mamiya, prior to the event kicking off. He went for it on the end section at main break here on the right, and actually came into contact with his equipment.
Yeah, he got right to that end section, ended up on that rock shelf. The board flipped over. He hit his hand on the fin, and it opened him up a little bit, so 6 stitches in his hand. So he's recovering well. Seems to be healing up well, and definitely not on the foot, different story, but on the hand, okay.
Let's see what Eli was able to do with this right. Use priority on this one. whips that tail. Such an exciting surfer. Really solid. But he is competing with a whole lot of pressure here. Who wins the exchange for you, Rich?
Oh, I'm going to say Barron gets the exchange here, just powering off that second turn. Gets a little bonus section all the way through into what is called the surgeon's table. There's one on the left, and I think we've got to call it one on the right as well, because so many surfers do come a cropper there. This is live action.
Eli Hanneman just whipping through a couple of top turns here as this wave starts to bottom out. Opts to save the equipment rather than commit to the end section where there was no water. Someone had pulled the plug out.
We'll see this all day. We'll see these surfers put their board, body on the line, trying to get that last turn in. Another good set approaching.
So a flurry of waves in the last 5 minutes, still waiting on numbers to drop as we see Imai there. Very unique release of the tail. Just lost it riding out of the move, unfortunately for him. It's a good sized section and really threw some risk at it.
That was something a bit different that we haven't seen, almost like a two-stage carving hack. Just lost it on that final moment there. Finn's just kicking free. Looks like Baron Mamiya might get a shot at something out the back. Let's have a look what happened. So Imai takes off, eyes this first section off. Gets quite vertical at the top of this carve, nice and high on the wave, and you can see here sort of that two-stage had a different pathway to it, really disengages the fins. Right here you think he's got it, but just that little cuppy section at the bottom of the wave. Just hit that little rock shelf, got a bit steep and nosedived.
Talk to us in a second, Rich. I'm going to get you to talk a little bit about the ocean floor out there and how it affects the different sections out here as we see the replay of Eli's ride. You know, timed it well out of the top to release some water. You know, from that distant perspective that the judging panel has, you know, throwing that border up high in the face, releasing some spray, it can really help add to your numbers. 21 minutes remaining here, but yeah, just, you know, uncharacteristically falling there, Imai Kalani-Deval. What's the reason for that?
As you can see on this drone angle here, there's all these big rock shelves underneath the takeoff zone here and all through the pathway of the wave. And when the swell hits those shallow rock shelves, it cups it out. The wave breaks and spills over. So when it's small like this, these tricky little sections pop up really quickly, unexpectedly when you're riding the wave. So today's going to be all about these sort of quick maneuvers, finding these pockets, smashing them when you can, and then making sure you've got speed and still coming down the line.
That white water there kind of gives you an idea of where the shallowest parts of the reef are, but here at main break there is some deep holes in that reef, so the wave will back off at times, and you see the competitors just having to adjust to that as they make their way down the line there. And Imai, I think, just wasn't really paying attention to what he was riding through coming out of that turn, but it's a real shame because it was looking like being the best turn of the heat so far. But numbers coming through for Baron Mamiya. He has a 6-point ride, also a 1.77, currently sitting at second spot. Eli Hanneman waited a long time for his first ride and at the moment has the lead, 4.5 and a 3.83 for him. Imai Kalani-Deval, he's been the busiest surfer in the lineup, but doesn't really have a decent number to speak of just yet.
In the warm-up session this morning, Ron, there was a lot of surfers focusing their energy on the left. We traditionally don't see it when it gets a bit bigger. That left tends to get a bit fatter, it lays down on the face, harder to perform vertical turns on it, but the right hand, it sort of comes at you, squares up a little bit, it's got more power, you can get that connection between the turns going. So good to see Baron actually converting on one of these lefts and dropping the highest number of the heat so far. Just another point on the size of the swell at the moment. It really comes in close on the reef. As the swell gets bigger, the takeoff zone moves out onto these different ledges. There's sort of 4 or 5 different ledges that tend to appear, and there's these boils right around where these guys are sitting, and those boils are big holes in the reef, and they actually cause this the water to sort of upwell, but it's an indicator of where they need to sit.
Big run on the Challenger Series for Eli Hanneman last year, breaking through for a victory at the US Open. He also semi-final down in Brazil. That's where he shored up his position, and it was an emotional result for him because with 2 Maui boys out in the lineup, it's a good time to touch on it. The fires that tore through Lahaina. You know, obviously these guys were chasing their dreams, but I think driven and inspired to do well for their island home. They surfed their way to the championship tour. It was awesome.
Yeah, it's really cool actually to see this, a couple of Hawaiians on the tour now. They've seen what the mainland Americans are doing, what the Aussies have been doing, the Brazilians. There seems to be, a real energy around all the different countries that are really backing themselves and supporting each other. I feel like it went a bit individual for a while there. It feels like it's coming back to more of a group mentality, lifting each other up, spurring each other on, feeling each other's energy and getting the results.
17.5 minutes to go here. We've got some clean conditions out there at the moment, but let's have a look, Rich, at the Surfline forecast, see exactly what they were predicting for today and looking forward.
Yeah, so this is the clean southwest swell, bit of a mixture of southwest and south-southwest swell. It was always going to come up overnight. Last night, coming into today, it's going to keep building. It'll probably peak overnight and then start to drift off a little bit tomorrow. And so we're going to have these tricky conditions again, a little bit inconsistent, but highly contestable, no doubt about that. And then we've got another swell coming towards the weekend, which is looking quite promising indeed. So surf today, 4 to 6 foot faces in the afternoon. It's going to stay around that mark for most of the day. Offshore, really clean conditions this morning. It'll go a little side shore and choppy, which has been happening every single day. We're in this sort of weather pattern where it's hot and sunny and the weather's really warm. Just looking ahead there, Tuesday all the way through to Friday, things start to get a little bit interesting after Friday when this next swell kicks in.
Yeah, good bronzing weather.
Yeah.
It's just been beautiful over here at the moment, but really hoping that we see that chill factor come into effect, which often brings the swell just roaring into main break. 16 minutes remaining here. Eli Hanneman with the lead at the moment. Barron Mamiya in second. Imai Kalani DeVault with some work to do as Jack Robertson gets ready to hit the lineup. The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Tourism Western Australia, official tourism partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. By Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By Rusty, official apparel of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. And by Shiseido, official sunscreen partner of the World Surf League.
Welcome back. We're at the Western Australian Margaret River Pro, and I'm going to take you through the Red Bull Athlete Zone. We've got the Gap helmets here, optional. Obviously, we have the shallow reef out there. The surfers can wear that helmet as an option. This is where they check in. So we've got Medina and Silver's rash vest there, ready to go. And over here, the Apple Watches. These are on charge, ready to go to update that information for these surfers when they're in the water. Right behind us is where they're all getting ready, and you'll see some wetsuit warmers, which is really interesting. You'll only ever see that in the colder destinations. Although today, a little bit of brisk wind, not too bad. We have the warm-up area. We see Jack prepping for his heat over here. physio rooms, stretching bands, and there's even a sauna next door. We're gonna have a quick little look. We're gonna walk out here. This is the VIP area above us right now. And how cool is this? You come in from a surf. If it's really warm, you might want to do an ice bath. But hey, the sauna, Soul Sauna right there. You can go in there for up to half an hour. These surfers have a fantastic Red Bull Athlete Zone. Let's go back to see what's happening, live action.
Thank you, Matty. Yeah, the athletes making good use of the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Rich, you've been down there just sweating your guts out with some of the world's best. Some of your old tour buddies.
Yeah, had
a reunion, a sweaty reunion.
We did. Did a little session down there with Shane Doran and Kelly Slater the other day, and it's been fantastic actually on these lay days. Been coming down and sort of sweating out all the wine from the night before, trying to cleanse the body a little bit, but great to have those facilities on hand. Ice bathing, very popular with a lot of the tour surfers, and obviously sauna, healthy for you.
Good to catch up with your old sparring partners.
Yeah, it is actually. You know, you don't get to hang out with those guys too often, but you know, geez, we did the tour together for a lot of years, a long time ago, and yeah, so just good to catch up on life and hear some stories. Cool.
Yeah, a lot of heat surfed, a lot of follicles lost, and yeah, mate, it's really nice to see you just rubbing shoulders with your old mates.
Not too many hairs left between us all, so. Still here though, Ron.
Yeah.
Still here, mate.
Living the dream.
Living the dream.
Just over 11.5 minutes remaining in this opening heat. Eli Hanneman right where he needs to be at the moment, but it's not a strong lead that he's holding at the moment, no. Rich. Imai Kalani DeVault, you know, we spoke about it. You're going to get limited opportunities. If you make mistakes, you'll be punished for it. And he fell on a good-sized set wave, and it's kind of costing him at the moment. Needs a 5-6-1 to get himself back in this one. And this is a day, you know, often at certain venues we talk about coming down to the last 10 minutes, and you, just based on the location and what kind of conditions you're being dished up on the day, you can say that there's lots of time left. But in slow conditions here at Main Break today and not a whole lot of swell, you know, those 11 minutes could tick by pretty quickly without you getting too many opportunities.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a rhythm thing as well. You know, we saw at the start of this heat, there was a flurry of waves that came through. Everyone was trying to take advantage of those little sets that were coming through. Now it's gone sleepy for the last 10 minutes.
He might just paddle for a wave too and didn't get it. So, you know, sacrificed his position in that priority order there and has fallen to 3. And when you're chasing a score, that's a nightmare. Yeah,
you can see a little bit of disappointment on his face there. You just can't make those mistakes at this level. Looks like he's going to try and tidy things up, maybe find a little inside runner now, try and build some points. He is too. He's going to get a start here.
Imai's up, racing. He's found some room to move here on the inside, but that section lays down. No ramp for one of the most stylish surfers on the tour. Our boy Kaipo's down there. He's gearing up to hit the lineup once again, but Kaipo's a big part of the tradition here. Surf and Surfers Point is the entry into the beautiful keyhole.
Ron, you just threw to me. I can't hear you, but I'm going to tell you, we're getting prepared, right? Prepared for the day. And the way we get prepared for the day is some meditation, some morning calisthenics, but also Shiseido Ultimate Sun Protection, 50+ SPF sun protection. And you can feel good about this, the packaging, 90% plaque-based plastic in the packaging. We got it all protected up. We're gonna head out on the water. We'll see you out there.
Thank you, brother. Well, Kaipo's morning routine's a little different to ours. Just roll out of bed, just sleepy eyes. Wipe the good times out of your frickin' face from the night before. Get into a coffee and get down there and see what the waves are doing. But yeah, I have to try the meditation thing.
Yeah, well, I don't even know where to go with that except to agree with you. It's been a fun couple of days, but why wouldn't we have fun over here in the West? There's just so much on offer. But yeah, you saw there the little keyhole. That was where you were alluding to. That is the little takeoff zone where sort of surfers enter the water, start their journey. And really, that's where you kind of, as a competitor, you click into gear.
Yeah.
You touch the water, you go, okay, I'm prepped, I've done all the work. It's now go time.
That's the easiest part about surfing Main Break Margaret River is just getting into the water. You know, it's a beautiful crystal clear keyhole, kind of draws you out off the beach and into the channel. It's a scary thing because, you know, it's not a hard lineup to get into. So when it's huge, just about anyone can find their way out. So you don't really have that excuse.
There we go.
There you have it. 8 minutes to go here. And Imai, he's still just looking for a decent score. 4 waves, the best of it, a 2.17. But really interesting this heat, Rich, when you look at the 3 surfers, obviously all from Hawaii, but all very different, unique approaches.
Yeah, in terms of style, I really like what Imai brings to the table. Super silky and smooth, a lot of flow between his turns. Eli Hanneman is a bit more stop-start in his approach, very kind of unpredictable at times, really front-footed, very front-foot dominant, and he sort of back-foot guides him around when he does his turns. And then Eli Hanneman, sort of smaller, fast twitch, really electrifying in the way he surfs. Doesn't tend to sort of carve out of the lip as much as Imai and Barron does. So really good contrast of styles. But Eli, I mean, this guy has been touted as one of the best aerialists in the game over the last few years. We've seen him drop some of the most crazy edits with some huge airs. So, you know, very difficult in these offshore conditions to get that air. And especially when it's this small, just trying to find that little fluffy section to take off on as well.
Yeah, it's hard, isn't it? Because the waves coming down in size gives Eli a bit of an advantage. He is very well rounded, charges in big surf as well, but yeah, he would have been just rubbing his hands together with some kind of onshore wind flow this morning. So it'd give him a real edge in waves this size over his rivals. Barron Mamiya, though, what an amazing career he's had already. A couple of big CT victories. And no surprise that both of them are from a stone's throw from his front door. Just amazing events to tick off at such a young age.
Yeah, getting a win. Hang on, live action. We'll get back to it.
Here we go. Eli with a good-looking wall here. Nice deep bottom turn so he can attack this pocket as he rolls through to the inside. He's looking to get rid of a 3.83, making the most of his opportunities out here at the moment. Here's the young Hawaiian looking for a win to stay on the CT. Barron Mamiya on the left-hander. He was only dropping a 1.77, so really good chance for him to build on his scoreline at the moment.
Yeah, this is a pretty pivotal moment in this heat for Eli Hanneman here. We'll watch, let's go with the replay on the left-hander. Barron Mamiya just sort of drags that first snap. You can see waiting for the wave to build up again. Comes onto this inside ledge. Nice vertical attack on these on that second turn. Really nice. Gets a 4th little cut back. But I feel like Eli Hanneman's sort of found something here. Slams it off the lip. Second turn, a little bit late, but manages to get around it. 3rd click off the top and then gets a 4th as well. So you can see that the turns were cut short a little bit. Here we go. Here's Imai.
Yeah, live action here with just under 5 minutes to go. Imai swings that tail around.
Oh!
Whoa! Wow, he's bottoming out there for sure. But I love that about Imai, that smooth style, and then a real element of unpredictability in his surfing as well.
Yeah, Imai is one of those surfers that does make the turns look easy. You know, what he's doing is really radical, but he's got this technique where he's just flowing through those radical turns. So we watch the replay here. Good looking wave from the takeoff. It's a nice snap, little tail release, comes around. See how that little pockety section just bottoms out? Gets through it really well, gets a little blow tail on the inside, and then just putting his body on the line, just completely running out of water. Great slow-mo action here. You can see pressing on that back foot. Now he tucks that knee in. The wave bottoms out here, gets really steep. He manages to get a nice slice off the top. Watch the tail release, kicks it out, completely blows the fins out. Now he'll put the pressure back on the back foot, re-engages, brings the surfboard around. Nice and radical.
That was awesome. Waiting on that number to drop. Barron Mamiya, meanwhile, has a 5.33 for his last wave. And Eli Hanneman's up at the moment, digging in. He's starting to build on his numbers too. Couple of good hits on this one. And you can tell that he's well and truly engaged in the fight for the victory here at main break to keep his spot on tour. Barron up again, trying to improve on a 5.33, but I feel like each of the surfers is going to have a good score to count on coming into the last 3 minutes here.
Well, this is pretty interesting. Barron's got his 2 best scores on the lefts, which is something we haven't seen for years, really. No one's been banking big scores on the left consistently, so interesting.
I will say too, as we go to the replay here of Eli.
Oh, deep bottom turn to start things off. I like that he showed a bit of a ride here, something different. Straight back onto that bottom turn, up and into the lip again. Just rapid fire snaps, little fist pump, he felt good.
Oh, back to live action here, and Emi's starting to build. Had a slow start to this heat. But his busy approach is giving him some extra opportunities here as he swings that tail around it again. He's had a couple of awkward finishes to his rides, but he won't mind because the numbers are solid. 7.17 on his previous wave. By far the cleanest right that we've seen come in, and he just composed himself beautifully. Didn't rush it. Read a tricky middle section of the wave beautifully to turn in the best number so far. But here's a replay of the last one.
Jeez, he's coming good at the final moments of this heat. Beautiful carve down. And the second turn clicks again. Just perfect timing. Little untidy through here, but then gets the blow tail again. So he keeps going to that radical finish. So both his waves starting with a strong turn. Watch this carve down. Keeps that rail engaged all the way through. Love the style and technique. Look how low he gets. Compresses again. Drives off the surfboard. Gets more speed off the bottom.
Oh, yeah.
Just perfect timing. That re-entry into the lip here. Even that little mistake, he kind of disguised it with that sort of smooth style of his. Blows the fins out. Almost had a bit of fear on his on his eyes there, just looking at that final ledge. The rocks popping up. This is a replay of Barron's. 2 good hits on that wave, but I just don't think it'll be as strong as Emi's wave. Ooh. So he's going to jump here. Emi Kalani's going to just leapfrog the field with this final number that's going to drop soon.
Yeah, 50 seconds on the clock here. As our surfers scramble into position, Emi has another solid score on the way. A 7.33, the best wave of the heat now. And he is up into the lead. Eli Hanneman holding on to second. Barron Mamiya needs a 6.04 as Emi gets going again, swings the tail around and can't complete the rotation. And on the outside, Barron Mamiya is going to get his opportunity to save himself a spot in the elimination round. Or from a spot in the elimination round, I should say. Working this one over. I did want to make the point before, when you look at the left from this angle, it doesn't show you how tight and critical the backhand hits are in the pocket of the wave. And that's why I think Barron had good numbers early on.
Well, he was looking for a 6.04 to go through in the advancing position, and I kind of think that last left-hander was not as good as his first one, so I doubt the score's going to come in.
Waiting on the numbers to come through. So an exciting heat there in the end, and Emi Kalani DeVault, you know, he doubled the wave count of his rivals in that heat.
He looked gone with 11 minutes to go. He had nothing on the board.
Massive turnaround, and you know, we said earlier on he did make a mistake with a fall. Here's the replay here of Barron's wave.
It was a good
from
hit.
that judge's perspective. Clean sequence of turns there on the backhand. But it is not going to be enough for Barron Mamiya. Emi Kalani DeVault with the victory. Eli Hanneman hangs on for an important progression into the third round. And the opening round, opening heat is a wrap here. We've got one of the most exciting heats of the round coming up in just a moment, with a former winner Jack Robinson taking on Gabriel Medina and David Silva. Back in just a moment.
Why I love Quabba Station and Nalu, this region, to me, it's just so special. I had such good memories here as a kid growing up, and yeah, I just feel like there's always an adventure awaiting around the corner. As soon as you jump in your car and you go on that dirt road, you never know what you're going to see. It's just an amazing getaway for me. I feel like every time I get here, I just forget about everything else, really just focus on what's around me. What makes Western Australia so special is it's just such a unique place. There's always something to do. You're either surfing, you're diving, you're fishing. Everything that's here kind of captures your attention. Just the environments are completely different, all on one coast. Been a lot of places, but I haven't seen a place like this where it just has so much energy and so much raw beauty, you know, all in one. That's why we appreciate Western Australia.
Jack Robinson loving being back here where he grew up in Margaret River for the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, and he is out there in the lineup now and has a lot of speed, and he's going to try and go to the air, and that's so difficult to do in this wind. Loses contact with his equipment. Has had that approach before here to get himself a victory, but really difficult to execute at the moment, Rich.
Yeah, let's have a look and see what happens. So Jack streaking down the line, builds up a ton of speed, takes to the air, and that offshore wind just blowing the board straight off his feet. Incredibly hard to do. To make an air today, you really need to project out into the wind.
Oh.
Live action, David Silva.
David Silva, Gabriel Medina also in the lineup here. And the Brazilian taking this one right through to the inside. Gabriel Medina looking forward to seeing the kind of form he's carried through this season on these right-handers. Already a couple of big hits on the outside. Looking very strong here on this opening ride. And that will be the best of it for the opening exchange, as he just motors back to the takeoff zone here.
What a heat.
Jack Robinson out there in the red. Gabriel Medina sitting in 20th position at the moment. A lot of people, or everyone should be surprised to see that based on the quality of surfing that he's brought to the 2024 season. David Silva, he's in 32nd position, has a whole lot of work to do. As we check in with Kaipo, who's out there in the lineup on paper kipes, this is an exceptional battle.
What a battle, right? We got two defending champs from the West out here with Gabe Medina and Jack Robinson. But speaking of champs, speaking of West, I want to say congratulations to an avid surfer, Westside native, and the new UFC BMF champ, Max Blessed Holloway. From West to West, it's still the best, Ronnie.
Love that. That was a brutal victory too, Kipe. So what do you think is going to play out in this heat, mate? Jack with the hometown advantage, but Medina on form, it's undeniable.
I mean, this is the way to start off the morning, right? You want to have something to have a great breakfast with. You want to get yourself amped up for the day. When you got two test champs out here, they're going to be duking it out, as well as David Silva, and I'm so happy to have this seat right here to watch this match.
Oh, with this kind of weather, you would be. You've done some hard yards to earn a good day like this, Kipes.
Here we go. Jack's up.
Let's see what he can do. First wave was a throwaway. Jack Robinson ripping into a carve to set up, and then, of course, the Shaman finds the tube and the exit, and now just looking to add some extras on the end section. If anyone's going to find a barrel, it's going to be Jack Robinson. He just lives for the tube. You know, obviously the favourites in this heat, just based on form, based on their track record at this venue, Jack and Gabriel, but David Silva's got a mean backhand hook in the pocket too, so we'll certainly, we won't be surprised if he breaks through for a couple of big scores in this one too. He started nicely, 5.33, but Medina, excellence.
Look at this.
On his opening ride of the event here at stop number 5.
Oh, he has just opened up with a bang. Let's check out David Silva's first ride. Just slams the first turn, sends a ton of spray skyward, gets a little caught up on the second, gets some work done. But attention out the back. Medina, first turn, super critical, really vertical. The second one, even bigger. And the third, great combination. Kept the flow going all the way through. Does a little bit more work on the inside. Just the strength of these turns, undeniable. Excellent number dropping. Medina back up again.
Wow, super powerful hit there. Nice little float. Medina moves through the inside, just flares that tail out. Really getting through his moves and just
Dancing
hopping over that final section. Little salsa on the end section. As we see David Silver up once again too. Got a mean backhand when it gets going. But he's trying to tap into some confidence that's been lacking this season. He's got a mountain to climb to keep his place on the CT.
Oh, and what a daunting task for your first heat of the event, coming up against Gabriel Medina and Jack Robinson, as Kipe said, former champions. And you can see Medina just keeping him honest here. Paddle battle, trying to establish priority. Medina has been putting so much work in. Let's check out Jack Robbo. So gets a nice slice off the top. Really, this wave didn't give him any other option but to find the orb all the way through the inside. Just a nice tucked in little barrel. Would have got some great vision through there. Let's slow it right down now. You can see Jack pumps off the bottom here. Gets a nice slice off the top. Just great extension.
His spatial awareness in a tube, no matter how big it is incredible. He'll fill a barrel if it's a gaping hole, but he can compress and look untouched as he just rolls through this little pit.
Yeah, you
That's
can see
mad.
super compressed there. Look how tucked in that back leg is. Finds the opening, comes out. Yeah, there was real. I mean, he could have floated that section, but why wouldn't you just tuck in? Gets a nice snap to finish things off.
Love it. Love it. No better feeling as a surfer than just slotting in for a bit of vision on a Monday morning.
And then Medina just jamming off the bottom. Just have a look at the spray that he's sending off the back of the lip here. Just adapts through that funky little section through the inside. Just extends, but you can see he's just flowing so perfectly with these waves. Love the bottom turn here. For David Silver, you can see just leans on that hillside rail and gets a beautiful snap, but then just opts to get out of there. These backhand surfers, the backside surfers on the right, the goofy footers, they do have the ability to really square up. David Silver, he's got a beautiful backhand bottom turn. Drives, gets so much speed and acceleration. Speed is the key.
Yeah. Just you can see though when you look at what Medina's doing at the moment compared to David Silver, you know, there's a flow element lacking in David surfing at the moment. Might be because of the waves that he's tapped into, but Medina's just dropped a 6.5 on that last ride. Just surfing with on those replays, you know, a lot of speed. Getting through his turns. 6.5. Jack Robinson just a 4.83 for the tube.
Yeah, look, it's when you see that score, you go, come on, he got a barrel. It should have been higher, but degree of difficulty really wasn't exceptionally high. You know, the wave really just said, pull into this little barrel. He tucked in. Wasn't like it was a really high-risk manoeuvre, you know, but anyway, it's a good way to start. He would have got some nice vision.
Medina, the reigning Margaret River Pro champ. And you can tell, though, before that, Margaret's was an absolute shocker for him.
Yep.
He's come to love the West, though. Had a victory up at Rottnest, too, back in 2021.
Yeah, he's been putting in a lot of work out here. He came over early. The conditions very similar to this. He's been out here every single day, doing a lot of work at the local gym up in town as well. Arguably one of the fittest, if not the fittest on tour at the moment.
Yeah, quick start here, Kaipo. Excellence on his first wave of the event, Gabriel Medina.
Gabriel Medina right now, Ron, ferocious. Ferocious approach in the water, in his surfing. Even in the paddle back out, he's 100% trying to get back out to the back. Already has a 15-point heat total. Early in the heat, look out. Medina's got the fangs out right now in this opening round.
Oh, he sure does.
Well, he needs this.
Yeah.
He actually needs this result.
Yeah, it's, you know, you can see the intent, though, Kipes is picking up on it. There's a real intensity to him at the moment. Fangs are out. Very white fangs.
Yeah, absolutely. It's he's definitely an intimidating character when you see him suited up and ready to go. He's steely, isn't he?
Well, let's have a look at the epic rankings and have a look where Medina is sitting, down in 20th position at the moment. And now eyeing off the left, trying to improve on a 6.5 here. Nope. This wave not steep enough for Medina. He's over it. He'll head back out there now, just hunting without priority, you'd think. But he's, you know, with those big numbers, he can kind of just wait in line too.
Yeah, he can afford to just wait for the priority to turn over, and he'll get his moment, try and improve on that 6.5. But a healthy looking scoreline right now. He's in good form. He's been surfing well. Just the results haven't been dropping, unfortunately, this year.
Yeah, he's had a few shockers. 3/17ths, a semi-final finish in Portugal. That was sort of where he really clicked. It kind of felt like, watching his run through that contest, that it was sort of the Medina that we've kind of become used to and accustomed to seeing just dominate events once he gathers that momentum. But he got bundled out in the semis, and then Bell's obviously much talked about, but 3/17ths.
Yeah, it's
you
bizarre.
know, but for anyone else, you'd be like, oh man, that's, you know, I guess his year's kind of over. But Medina's gnarly. He's had that before, that situation where he's had a shocking start, and at the end of the year he's in title contention. So we'll keep an eye on him.
He'll, with performances like this, if he continues with this style of surfing, we'll see him going leapfrogging up those rankings, man.
16 career victories for Gabriel Medina, the third most on tour, and he is looking to really get his campaign for 2024 back on track. Set waves approaching here at the moment. 16 minutes on the clock, and it is Jack Robinson with priority, playing catch up out here at the moment. He's going to know exactly where he wants to take off on this wave and which set is going to be best. And here he goes, driving into this first section. Great swoop, really unloading and accelerating through the opening carve as he drives up into the pocket now for a clean finish. Less moves, but high quality move, that first one. And Silva now, he'll get into the mix, throws the board vertically, but a big nosedive coming out of the move. That's going to shift the priority to Medina on the outside, but Jack Robinson's going to get himself right back in this heat.
Yeah, that was a great wave from Jack. Probably the biggest set we've seen all day. Jack took the first wave. He could see that that was going to be the best one. Let's break it down. Jack takes off, has that little moment, pumps hard off the bottom, jams that first turn, really accelerates through it. Nice re-entry into the lip, and then another one to finish off. So 3-turn combination here. This first turn run, I loved it. He just kind of hit the turbo acceleration button halfway through it. And really, it's the pictures don't do it justice, just how strong this wind is and how difficult it is to do these carves. The wind trying to hold you back up there, and well, Jack just powering through the turn. Really vertical on the second one, gets a little bit of tail release there. So these tiny little intricate moments through these maneuvers that he's showing the judges, really pumping off the bottom again, gets up into the lip for a third hit. And just tidy surfing, really well composed on
strong.
every one of those maneuvers.
He looks strong, and we're waiting on that number to drop as Silva up again, might be chasing a score here to get himself back up into a qualifying position.
Oh.
There's a huge
No.
backhand hit, but the wind gets the better of him. And David Silva goes down here, and that was a lost opportunity, a great looking section. And he was 3/4 of the way through the turn. He had it.
So obviously he's feeling pressure here that he needs to surf to his absolute best if he's going to make it through this heat. I love the approach and the hit on this. So vertical, and he just overcooks it, just extends a little bit too far. But there's that beautiful bottom turn that we mentioned earlier. The board almost vertical at about 11:30. Really kicks the tail free, and right here just overextends. So if you just pulled that back another 10%, perhaps could have ridden out of that. He was looking at a great score.
He'll have the Margaret River saline flush after going over the falls there. Let's see if he can recover on this one. Nice bit of spark out of the lip. Clean lip line float, but this wave lays down, doesn't offer up a third section. Numbers in for Jack Robinson for his last ride, 7.83. David Silva trying to play catch up now. He's back in third position. Let's check in with the winner of the last heat, turning things around beautifully, was Imai Kalani DeVault. He's with Stace.
Imai, a 5-minute heat.
5-minute heat, that was pretty crazy. Got pretty lucky that waves, kind of that flurry came at the end because that whole middle half of the heat was so slow. Kind of started getting a little worried, but yeah, first round, so not too much at risk, but at the same time, like even those heat wins matter at the end of the day. So yeah, stoked.
Yeah, that kind of looked like your heat. You looked like you didn't really want to be there the first 30 minutes, and then you realise like you still got to pull the socks up and get to work.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just first morning serve, kind of still waking up, I think, in the beginning, and then, yeah, came alive at the end, so stuck.
And all Hawaiian heat out there, a bit of Hawaiian energy with the sun kind of coming up and the waves kind of filling in.
Yeah, all good friends heat. Like me and Barron were just at the wineries together on Saturday, so we were talking about that heat a few days ago, and then, yeah, Eli, fellow Maui surfer, so good heat. I knew it was gonna be a fun one. I'm glad we got some waves. So. And
yeah, did you want to sing out back home to Maui?
Yeah, my dad, my mom, all my family watching. Thank you guys, and yeah, hopefully keep this going. I'm excited for this event.
Thanks, Imai. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stace. Imai, just typical with that clean style, dropping good numbers to get himself a spot in that third round. 11.5 minutes remaining here, waiting on scores to come through. What a beautiful morning it is. We're going to take a Bonsai brew break. Kelly Slater gearing up to hit the lineup next. Taking a trip on the Western Australia flight cam here at the Margaret River Pro this morning as the crowd has filled in on this crisp Monday morning. Offshore winds blowing, and we have a big heat unfolding here at the moment. Gabriel Medina on fire, Rich. 8.5, just really ticking the boxes.
Yeah, absolutely. He's more than ticking the box. He's got a 6 as a throwaway, but the healthiest score we've seen in the opening round. And just wanted to touch on the judges' notes for this morning, Ron. The opening line is that they are going to be focusing on a combination of high-speed, powerful and progressive manoeuvres on the most critical sections of the wave. So immediately I just think of Medina doing that. There's obviously all these notes that kind of fall under that. There's flow between turns, the intensity of those major turns. But one thing for me that Medina's shown today is that flow and the real intensity between those, executing those manoeuvres and then straight into the next one. It's totally connected.
Love this. The heat check gives you a good idea of just how many waves our competitors are riding out here at the moment. And you can see Medina been pretty efficient. 3 solid numbers. One of them the throwaway, but just a brilliant start here. Jack Robinson is warming with each ride. David Silva, he's had moments where he's looked very on here, but I think just his position on the rankings weighing heavy with him at the moment. because he's very reliable and super sure-footed usually with those backhand hits.
Yeah, this is uncharacteristic to see him fall, but no doubt falling victim to, you know, the pressure of surfing against two of the favoured surfers to potentially win this heat. But you can see there on those scores, 5 judges throw down a score. The highest and lowest score is taken off, and then the average of the 3 scores, that's how we get their number. To the 8.5 for Medina. You can see there all 4 judges giving him an 8.5, and then only 1 judge, the 8.0. So really in the quite tight little zone there. Unanimous decision.
Well, here goes Medina again, trying to dump that 6.5. Just a quick hit and out of there. Still a lot of time here, 7 minutes. David Silva after a pretty big score though, 7.34. As far as, you know, multiple opportunities go, it would be, you know, resorting to some of the insiders. If he was going to get multiple opportunities, he really needs to just turn this heat with something unbelievable on a set wave. He's second in line for priority at the moment, so there's a pretty good chance Jack Robinson, you know, if a quality set comes, he dumps that 4.83. It's going to be a really hard heat for David Silva to turn around.
Yeah, absolutely. And as this swell fills in as well, the bigger sets are going to look better against those insiders as well. So it really is forcing the competitors to be patient, wait for those bigger waves and really perform on them. But David Silva, his heat has been riddled with mistakes, unfortunately, and it's costing him.
Approaching 8:30 a.m. Monday morning, April 15th. Thanks for joining us. If you missed that first heat, Emai Kalani-DeVault, Eli Hanneman surviving and getting the jump on the much higher rated Baron Mamiya in that one. So Baron's into the elimination round. Medina leads here. He's been strong from the opening stages of this heat. I want to say a big kaya, and the WSL and Western Australia acknowledging the Wadandi people as the traditional owners of this region. So lucky to be here once again on Bujaon country, lapping up the experience as we always do. Here goes Jack Robinson again, trying to dump that 4.83, biggest set wave. Tricky to see what kind of work he actually got done from that perspective.
Wow.
Off the ski as David Silva lights up that first section, climbs vertically into the pocket here. Just chipping away at it now, hoping this wave doesn't get too ugly on the end section so he can finish it right off. And he does find something to bank into. 5 minutes to go here.
Great surfing. Comeback wave for David Silva. Just when we were kind of writing him off, he found an absolute gem, and that's what we're used to seeing from David. Great comeback wave. Can't wait to see the score on this one.
We felt he was going to get the opportunity, but with Jack only replacing a 4.83 and likely to do it with that last ride, the requirement's going to grow here. So he needs a 7.34, but we are still waiting on a number for Robinson at this stage of the game.
Yeah, well, this is the first half of David Silva's task, was to get a good number, but let's just check the replay. Jack Robbo just being patient at first snap, and then really drives hard off the lip, gets a bit of drift on that second turn. Big swooping cut back in there. So looking to replace that 4.83, he will do it, but let's see this thing stand up on the outside. Deep bottom turn, absolutely hammers that first turn, gets right back up again, even more vertical. So the board pointing at 12 o'clock. All the way through to the inside, did well to navigate through the rock ledge and gets this final little bonus hit. Just tidies that wave up nicely, but you can see there drifting the fins on the first turn. And David Silva, he's come alive here in the final 5 moments. So the biggest task for him right now, look at this turn, just really sliding off the lip there, almost gets caught up, but brings it down. And this is live action. Jack Rubbo, he's found another one.
Nice flare out of the top there from Jack Robinson, loading up, has some speed, but this wave, it just breaks in half. Nothing for him on the inside. So 5.33 for David Silva on his previous wave. Matches his opening ride. Doesn't help him chip away at the required score. We are waiting on numbers to drop though. 6.83 for Jack Robinson, so
Yeah.
he does improve his heat score total by 2 points, which ups the requirement for David Silver now to a 9.33 from his last ride. So the previous one, the 5.33, waiting on something to drop for him.
And it needs to
set
be
waves on the outside.
It needs to be in that 7.5 point range if he really wants to have a shot at it in these final few minutes. Looks like Medina's going to have a run at this one.
Yeah, get some speed straight away. Transitioning to find the pace of this rider. Still attacking though on the pocket. Slips off. No issues for Medina though. Did the work on his first 2 waves. And right now he's utilising his priority there. Of course he wants to improve on that heat score, but he's still taking opportunities away from his rivals using that priority there.
Yeah, well, that was the best thing that could have happened for David Silver. He needed Gabriel to get out of the way there. Now he needs to wrestle priority from Jack Robinson. Needs another set. And that number has dropped, 7.5 for David Silver. So he has made the requirement a little bit easier for himself. He still needs a 7.17, but he's proven that he can do it. So great comeback. Just those mistakes at the early part of this heat, perhaps costing him here. But great to see him with that comeback
There we
wave.
go. That's
the
what
good
he was
number.
after.
Yep.
And you were right, Rich. Needed to get himself a number up there in that mid 7-point range. You know,
Set's
Jack
coming.
Robinson didn't get the 6.83. Obviously, David would have got himself up in a second position with that, but that's what he was up against. Now he needs a 7.17. And with a minute to go, he's out there. Second priority, so Jack's still got a bit of an edge there. He's just looking to really just hold David Silver off here. It's like the lion tamer. He's got the whip and the chair out, and he's trying to keep David Silver at bay here.
Well, he's going to try and put Medina's on the inside.
Yeah, big old hit off the top. Medina, even when he's in transition, still moves so much water. Just has that incredible power and timing off the top. 35 seconds remaining here. Will we see another exchange to determine who's going to be pushed into that horror show elimination round?
Exciting heat. Unbelievable performance from Gabriel Medina in the opening moments. Just made his intentions incredibly clear. He's looking good. Jack Robinson, solid. Good variety of manoeuvres. Gave us a little taste of what he's capable of.
Well, Medina and David Silver breaking it down there. Just an unbelievable opening round performance here from Gabriel. 8.5 on his first wave of the event. The reigning Western Australia Margaret River Pro champion leapfrogs the elimination round, as does another former winner in Jack Robinson. David Silver's going to have to fight his way through the elimination round. We're going to take a quick break here. Up next, Jake Marshall, Ramsey Bookia and Kelly Slater hit the lineup. We'll bring in Joe and Felicity Parmentier for the call.
Margaret River is a beautiful part of the world. It really feels like you're out amongst it when you're here. The wineries are great, the food's really good. I like to golf. And the coastline's amazing. There's so many headlands here. It would be a great place to have a helicopter. And you could just go check all the spots each day. Here you feel like you have some space to breathe. Just a beautiful place to be, and we look forward to coming back here every year.
It's a fabulous Monday morning here in Western Australia for stop 5 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. After a series of lay days, opening round for men finally on. Heat number 3 getting kicked off with Jake Marshall, Ramsey Bulkayam, and also the greatest of all time, 11-time world champ, a man with 56 event wins. He can't be compared to anybody. A man who's made the biggest impact on pro surfing is in the water now once again. Joe Turpel with local legend Felicity Palmatier. Flick, you really got to embrace these moments when Kelly's putting on the jersey at the CT level.
Yeah, you do. I mean, I guess we just really never know what's going to happen. Obviously, if he wants to make the cut, he's got a really big job ahead of him. Looking down the barrel, probably an event win. But yeah, it's a really special time. Anytime you get to see him in the jersey, as we see a little bit of live action, quick in and out from Jake Marshall. But yeah, you've just really got to soak it all in because you just really never know. And yeah, I saw this great piece actually Surfline put together, and he sat down, Kelly sat down with Tom Carroll and just had a bit of a candid conversation at Bell's during that last event, and really gave you a bit of an insight just to where Kelly's mind, where his head's at right now. And yeah, I just feel honoured to be in the booth calling this heat with you, Joe.
Oh, absolute pleasure, Flick. Kelly wearing the number 11. His 11th world title was in 2011, his 10th in 2010. And he's still winning events. I mean, when you think of how recent that was in 2022, where he won at Pipeline. Marshall, first turn, nice snap off the lip, a bit harder off the end section, and steps out. What a year it's been for Jake, coming into this event number 4 in the world.
Oh, this is Jake's best year so far. You know, last year he didn't make the cut, and then this year he's come back on the scene, number 4 in the world. It's absolutely incredible. And, you know, sort of a name that we're not used to seeing up there in that, you know, final 5 conversation. We see Kelly up and riding.
Nice bottom turn for Kelly. Nice speed through the first section. Clipped on the second opportunity, and he's down. Working with Glenn Micro Hall at Bell's and at this event here at Margaret River. His good friend Mitch Thorson was up there as well. They've been longtime friends, and he's gotten a lot of information from Mitch about the local lineup here at Main Break. Thorson, longtime competitor globally around the world, and represents WA really well.
Yeah, Mitch is definitely a permanent fixture in this car park here. I mean, there's a lot of guys here that every single morning they come down, and you just know they're the faces that you see all the time, and Mitch is one of them. Mitch knows this break so well, and he knows a lot of the breaks around here, and obviously an amazing surfer himself. But yeah, I'm interested to know if he had a few words and what he said to Kelly this morning. I know Mitch, when he goes out there and free surfs and I'm out there with him in the water, he really loves focusing on the lefts, and he picks the eyes out of it. He has a really good eye for finding these really long left-handers. So we'll say it'd be interesting to see the words that he'd said to Kelly today. And we've already seen a few lefts happen this morning in a couple of the opening round heats. So as a goofy myself, I was a fan to see that.
Yeah, really cool. I think with Thorson, it was just the high five, the friendship that was there, it seemed. Just a little fist bump before the heat, and Glenn Micro Hall kind of taking on a lot of the coaching responsibilities, the headspace this morning. And Crow was telling me, he's just like, I love just getting Kelly fired up for the day. You know, he said Kelly was a little bit worried about the call, you know, if we could have postponed the heat for another day, as he's looking at the forecast. And Glenn just said, hey, you're on today. And he said he was really excited to get Kelly into a headspace where he's like, hey, let's compete. It's on. These are the waves that you have in front of you. Let's do this. His locker room was empty this morning when I walked in there, but he brought down a lot of different types of board. I even saw a twin fin in his quiver with a little small trailer in the middle. Don't think he's on it yet, but I think his local caddy might have it on the beach.
Whoa, that's pretty interesting. Wonder when the last time a twin fin was surfed in a World Tour event.
Yeah. And you'd think for some of the sections today, it might actually flow really well.
Yeah, yep, for sure, definitely. I mean, when it's small like this, it the wave really focuses in, it breaks further in on the reef, and it tends to run off quite quickly. I mean, we've seen it this morning. It gets really shallow super fast on the end section of the right and the left. Good news about today, though, is I had a look at that forecast myself. I think we're seeing a bit of that intensity start to pick up a bit. We have got a little bit of a building swell. The period's going to jump up a couple of numbers too. I think it goes from about 11 to 14. So throughout today, I think we're going to see things start to have a little bit more energy, a little bit more power, and hopefully a little bit more contestable throughout the day.
Kaipo Guerrero, as you know, we're always guessing what Kelly might be riding since he's so into his design work with his surfboard company. Do you have more insight for us on his equipment?
Well, I mean, what I was going to add to the conversation is with Slated Designs, Kelly actually has a pool of designers and shapers that he's making boards for him. From Dan Mann to Mike Wu to Wade Coral to even Greg Weber, who made a pretty cool board for Kelly. He's been riding on some of the smaller days, a high wing, high rocker board. So Kelly, like, he brings the whole kitchen sink, right, when it comes to equipment, and we're always interested in what he's riding, but he's got quite a quiver of boards here for Western Australia. And another note too on his fins right now, he's got some large, really raked fins on the bottom of this board he's riding.
Cool insight. Thank you so much, Kaipo. Winner of the last heat went to town. Last year's event champion, Gabriel Medina, is with Stace.
Thanks, Joe. Gabriel showing signs of form that won you this event here last year.
Yeah, it feels good to be back in WA. Yeah, I kind of started liking this wave after last year.
How long did it take? 5, 10 years?
Yeah, it took long.
Talk to us about the conditions out there. On your 2 scoring rides, 2 different styles of surfing. One takeoff, you fade the takeoff. The other ride, you have to get down the line fast. Talk to us what it's like out there today.
Yeah, different readings. Yeah, the really good one waited for me that I could fit 2 good turns, and then I feel like the rest of my waves was just fast, so heat and forward. But yeah, I'm happy with my board. Feels really good, and yeah, hopefully we can get a few more waves in the next rounds. Hopefully it picks up a little bit, the swell, and yeah, we keep going.
And a few words in Portuguese.
Obrigado a todos por assistir, torcer. Tamo junto e tamo no próximo round. Valeu.
Well done, Gabriel. Thanks, Joe.
Good man, Stace. Medina finding the love in this wave at main break last year with a win. That helps. On the podium, taking a huge win, but it was huge, I think, for just watching his form at all these waves that he made sense of instantly on tour and became a phenom and became a 20-year-old world champion, now 3-time world champ. There were certain waves that gave him some trouble, and main break was one of those waves that weren't helping with his world title. He was doing the opposite. But then he put in that hard work, became a champion of this event, and you could tell he's kind of found some secrets in the last couple of years, especially working with Andy King.
Yeah, definitely. We'll get back to that point in a sec as we see Kelly.
52 years of age from Cocoa Beach, Florida. Kelly lays into the first section. Nice whip on the open face, looking loose with a lot of control. Tracking into the pocket again, looks inspired on that ride, throwing some variety. Oftentimes we talk about his heroics and big heavy water waves, his progression. You always got to remember how powerful this man is.
For sure. I saw a clip posted on social media a few days ago as we'll break down this one from Kelly. Goes up into layback jam for that first maneuver. Pivots really hard for the second carving one. Brings it through to this shallow inside section here. Was probably hoping for a little bit more. Probably wanted that end section to stand up so he could really belt that last section. But nice little bit of variety here. He probably knew that this wave was a little bit, you know, for lack of a better word, fat. So he's like, okay, I'm going to get 2 carving maneuvers here. Let's give it a bit of variation. You can see here he really drops that back arm there, back into the wall of the wave. Just throwing so much spray. Comes around this second section into another carving maneuver. He's just able to pivot so well there. Gets a little bit of release on the fins. So we have a look, and looks like Ramsey
setting this one up. The powerful backhand from Morocco. Perfect connection there. Straight up vertical to switch gears. And now throwing a beautiful wrapping carve before it hits the bricks. Big man on tour. So polished on his backhand. And the ability to go vertical, especially when you're changing gears with different maneuvers, just shows how technical he can be here at main break at this size.
Yeah, one thing to note too, look, when you're out here on your backhand today, is you can sort of create these sections for yourself. You know, we saw it actually, Ramsey just sort of did it on his wave, then the second wave. Went up for the first turn. It was a bit of a slower section. He created that second bit of foam for him to actually go up and get a little bit more vertical on the second turn. The backhand today, I think, is going to be a great point of difference. It's small, and if you just have the ability to just get so much more tighter and critical in the pocket. We saw Gabby do it in that last heat, his first two waves, 8.5 and a 6.5. But yeah, you just have that ability when it does get smaller and the wave, you know, a bit more slopier, you just have the ability to get so much more critical in the pocket. And for me, that was my favourite wave of the heat so far, Ramsey's last wave.
Last score coming through for Kelly, 5.07, a 5 for Marshall, 6.83 for Ramsey. Kelly out in front, low score, a 2-point ride. And for Slater, having memories from back in the early 90s, a lot of events around the world, but he recently was watching a heat where he made the semifinals at main break back in 92.
The year I was born.
Yeah, how about that? It's so cool to look into history with Kelly at certain waves that, you know, he hasn't won on yet because it's pretty rare. The big story of that for Margaret River was it changed over the years from a CT level event to a qualifying series event for several years. And he'd show up for a couple of those at times, but then 2014 is when we saw it go back to the CT upgrade for the men and the women. And next thing you know, he's getting perfect 10s at main break, getting completely barreled and coming close to making the finals.
I always remember, the year's escaping me. It must be about 8 years ago now, but it was really big during the event one year. It actually could have been when it was still a qualifying series of, event year. Kelly came over for it and it was so big. It's kind of just go back to that board conversation. But I always remember just being blown away. Kelly, it was about 10-foot main break and he took out a 5.8, I think it was a quad, and maybe even an epoxy, and just was doing these amazing carving maneuvers. Everyone else was on, you know, 6.2s, 6.5s, and out goes Kelly on his 5.8, just, you know, running rings around people. And I just always remember being like, whoa, like, that was pretty impressive. And I think after that, everyone was like, do we really need those big boards? Like, Kelly's out there on a 5.8, it's 10 foot. Like, yeah, it was pretty impressive. It's burned into my brain as one of those things that, you know, just growing up here and watching that was pretty special.
It's a good point, Flick, because he's been leading competition, progression, but he's been leading surfboards as well with the ideas of what you can and cannot ride. He had an absolute game changer performance at Pipeline, had the Deep 6 model where they started getting on the computer and getting bigger wave boards and being able to shrink them down into smaller designs, and everyone started rethinking what they were going to order and ride in heavy water waves. Sometimes Kelly can get a lot of critique and criticism from what he chooses to ride at different days, but I think to keep himself occupied and entertained, and with his ability, he's always seeing something and breaking the mold of what's possible in the water as well. And he's actually achieved a lot in changing pro surfing just with equipment. As we see an up and out for Ramsey, his big score, the 6.83 coming on the backhand. Jake Marshall with the 5.0, the high seed in the matchup, world number 4 here at stop number 5. And for Jake, it kind of fits into the storylines of Leo Fioravanti, Molly Picklum, Joao Chianca, the stories of falling off the tour and turning into a strength when you come back the following year.
Oh yeah, I've just been so impressed by Jake this year. As we see Ramsey having a look at a left here.
Ramsey with some speed, throws down a nice tight carve in the pocket, lays down that rail of that JS Industry surfboard, and now punches out the end section, incomplete on the final turn. Hard one to get to, had the section, but it's starting to fade off the reef there, so lost his momentum to get the completion. Just a nice little reminder that he loves going left as well.
Oh, don't we all? All goofs love to go left. I liked what Ramsey was doing there. I think he's just trying to obviously back up that 6.83. You know, had a sniff around. The left was there. If he would have made that last turn, probably would have put a bit more, probably really cemented that. But we're just going to have to wait and see what the scores come through there. But yeah, that last section just sort of, it's very small today. And yeah, just getting really fat and just kind of falling on that last section. But scores still come through. 4.33, not a bad backup for today, and with 13 minutes on the clock, not bad as we break this one down. Big carving manoeuvre there, back to the source. The wave gets a bit steeper here. He's really able to lay into that second turn. Got to be thinking, probably would have been a really nice backup if he'd made that last one, but 4.33 for those 2 carving manoeuvres, not bad.
Well done for Ramsey. Takes the lead. Kelly drops to second. Marshall to third. If you're in third place, you'll be in the elimination round. We saw David Silva fall into that spot in heat number 2. And Baron Mamiya in the heat previous, the start off the round. And the elimination round is on the schedule for this afternoon if the conditions hang in there. 12:30 on the clock. Heat number 3 continues. Kelly Slater hanging on to second at the moment. We'll be right back.
Western Australian Margaret River Pro, here we are. We have our dream caddies. We have Ramsey Bookheim's backup board here. It's the Monster 10 JS, and we have future fin set up. We've got the AMs, but the board everyone's wondering about, Kelly's backup. It's actually a quad fin Greg Webber. It's 27 litres, it's 5'9", and it's got this flyer just in front of the front quads, and that's going to shorten the rail line, but it's very straight here, so it'll still have some drive. Now, to answer your question earlier, Flick, the last time a twin fin was ridden in competition that I can remember was 1992. It was in Hossegor, and it was against Matt Hoy. It was Tom Curran. Kelly's out there on a 20 with a stabilizer in the rear, and he's got some very unique fins in this little fin pack as well. So quad fin back up for Kelly with the flyer, but he's on a twin fin plus the stabilizer. Let's see how he goes in this heat.
Good man, Waxhead. Thanks for the update. Totally different types of surfboards for Kelly Slater in his locker room. And it's fun to look back on what he's ridden in the past, especially when he introduced his company. Remember when he worked with his good friend Akila Aipa over in Karamas? That was that twin fin type of design. And Akila got so busy because everyone's like, okay, that looked great. I want to ride one of those twin fin designs as well. It's because Kelly looked brilliant on it over in Indonesia as well. As we look at his last wave, looking for a 6.10 to get the lead off Ramsey.
Yeah, Kelly paddling so hard to get into this one. You could really tell he wanted it. Got that first turn in, but kicks out of there. And behind him, Jake just carving through that first section, just to really set up the second one. So 2-turn combo for Jake and just the 1 turn for Kelly. As we see, probably a set about to start rolling through the lineup, and hopefully sort of a sign of things to come as Kelly looks like he's having another look at this one. Kelly has obviously got second priority. Jake's making him think about it.
Jake's great at that, such a sharp competitor. Saw a photo pop up the other day of USA Championships at lowers. Jake was tiny.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Right next to Taj and Kelly, who came in from the expression session. Here's Ramsey pushing the arc off the top, hard off the bottom. There's that big vertical hammer that he's got on demand. Been using it well in the second maneuver after that nice slingshot carve. Can frame it vertical on the next maneuver.
Yeah, he's really been using that first manoeuvre to set up for that second one. It's sort of what I was talking about before. You can actually see he almost got hung up a little bit on that first one. It's that wind is still so strong. I mean, it's not really doing it justice watching it here. You can see the spray blowing off the back of the wave, but just here he makes that turn just a little bit more drawn out so that the second section, it just really stands up and he was able to absolutely nail that second turn. But yeah, the first section out here generally doesn't stand up as much as what this second section does. Right there, he goes so vertical, gets so much whip out of the lip, and I believe that he's probably going to improve on this backup score here. He just draws that turn out a bit more, a little bit more horizontal, but this manoeuvre here, he's able to go square straight on up, really vertical approach, really critical. It's just the 2 turns there from Ramsey, but I think that's going to be a great score. He's definitely going to improve on that 4.33, I'd say.
Such a powerful backhand. Growing up on the rights in Morocco, he said it wasn't a common thing for the community to send you out in the ocean. There wasn't this big surf industry getting you into heats really early. He said he'd just be out there with his brother, a couple of friends. Next thing you know, he's moving to Europe to compete in the junior series because he had so much talent. Ramsey's last score does improve his situation out in front, a 5.93 to help out his lead. Jake Marshall second, Kelly down to third. Kelly needing a 3.6 now. And one man that's called the best at modern day performance at Margaret River main break. There's almost a time when people thought we might be moving on from a wave like this, and John reminded everybody that there's a whole nother way that you could perform on it, especially when it's 10 foot.
For sure. I think he's responsible for sort of putting Margaret River on the map again, and people wanting to be able to surf out here really well, as we see wildcard Georgie Pitta walking down for big heat for him coming up, but we saw him with an amazing performance at Bells, putting together some pretty solid numbers, and then had that close call heat with Ethan Ewing. Came right down to the end there. Ethan ended up getting the score, and you know, it was just, there was literally splitting hairs between those two. So that's going to be an exciting heat coming up. But yeah, John really redefined what it means to surf Margaret River and what it means to surf, you know, a big wave that's consequential, really powerful. And I feel like once someone like John starts doing it, everyone's like, oh, okay, well, if John's surfing out here really well, and everyone talks about his power surfing, like, we've all got to be able to do it. And I personally love it. I've always loved this wave, and I love how much it does test you as an athlete. I love how you have to be flexible. See John just breaking down a few things on the back of the Red Bull ski. Looks like maybe he's on the back with Perry Hatchett, almost looked like.
Perry Hatchett, local legend, longtime head judge of the tour.
Yes.
He kept the whole panel honest upstairs. You know, he'd be just pacing behind you, and the judges always say they used to feel his presence, you know, when they're writing down scores. He's done so much for pro surfing for a very long time, and head of the water patrol team here in WA. Very welcoming, a great host, always gives you advice when you come to Margaret River on how to spend your lay days and how to get good waves as well when it's pumping. 4:44 remaining. Kelly with priority, needing to move into the top 2 as he fades the takeoff. Going to that first section, connects off the lip line, punches out the pocket. Out in front now, and a tough section to work with, tries to throw down a dagger of a hack. The intensity of that turn was because he was running out of water.
Oof.
Definitely wanted to show the judges he had the completion, but he really just ran out of time.
Yeah, he did. He got up to that last section a little bit late. You could see that there was just not much water on the reef there when he went up, and yeah, the nose just getting caught. But those first two maneuvers were great. He went straight up into the lip on the first one. Big jam in the pocket for the second. I mean, we'll break it down here. So he goes straight up into the lip. Pretty critical, sort of uses it as a transition move as he gets around this section. Wave bowls out here, he throws the arm back again, just really jams it. I really love that turn. That was my favorite turn on this wave, but this section here brings it around, and this, yeah, the board just gets a bit caught up there. The nose digs under, and I mean, he was definitely getting the score before that. I think he might even get this score without making that last turn. He only needs a 3.6. But Jake's out the back with priority, 3 minutes 20 on the clock. You can see the bit of frustration there from Kelly, he knows.
Yeah, definitely had a couple of different lip lines by
Yeah.
the time he got there and really tried to force it. Ramsey with some water. That looks nice and clean. A couple of big vertical backhand turns, and this guy's just been so solid on his feet. Doesn't hesitate for his maneuver choice, and sometimes that's the benefit of being on your backhand. You know, you've kind of got a nice carve, you could go vertical, but you don't get too distracted in your mind of what you might have to reach for compared to the frontside attack.
Yeah, that's a good point. I feel on your backhand out here, you've obviously got an air maneuver on that end section, but you know, you're kind of only going from a carving maneuver to a really vertical snap, whereas on your forehand, there's a lot more opportunities, a lot more decision making. You know, do I go to a roundhouse carve here or not? But yeah, Ramsey's just looking unshakable. You know, he doesn't look like he's going to fall at all. Just so sure-footed this morning.
4.7 for Kelly, like you thought, even with the fall, enough to move into second. As we wait for Ramsey's last, but Jake has dropped to third. The high seed, world number 4, needs a 4.78 as he's sitting with priority. Jake Marshall, coached by Chris Gallagher, and Gally, the first non-Australian to win this event. A guy that really identified the right being the transition of what would really be scored at this level of competition. The left was still really dominant. When he showed up here, he looked at the critical sections of the right, and that's how he went on to win way back when.
Wow, I mean, what a moment, because now, I mean, it's been small during this event, so we have seen a few lefts, but it's just crazy. Everyone just sticks to the right these days. No one really even looks left. But yeah, the right obviously has just got so many more steeper sections. As we see, it's like Kelly's exchanging a few words with Ramsey there. But yeah, the right just very, very steep, very critical. Obviously finishes on that really shallow section. Just having a good old yarn, Kelly is right now. Keep your eyes out the back, mate. There might be a set.
You see for Ramsey too, just probably the opportunity that he maybe thought he'd never have as a kid to actually be on tour with Kelly.
I think maybe a lot of people thought that, but he just defies all odds, doesn't he? Just keeps on going.
Just living a healthy lifestyle. And
so inspiring.
Staying connected to competitive surfing. And you look at them all paddle out the back of just a touch. Jake has priority, so it's up to him to make the decision here on this first wave. He's just chasing a 4.78. Kelly watching him go. World number 4 from Southern California hits the first section. Fades the set of a big bottom turn and crushes the lip. Marshall out in front with a fading cutback, right back to the lip line again. Fading into the pocket one more time. The man with ice in his veins with time ticking away. Griff, Cross, Jake, you guys look great on TV.
Oh, wow. I thought there was another one behind there, but looked like there was only that one wave in that set.
Wow, right there, Kelly, knowing that was probably the wave. Just having a chat with Ramsey. Jake was not distracted by the conversation. Kept his eyes on the set with priority and put together some beautiful turns. I just love that bottom turn that he set up to absolutely drill the lip.
Yeah, the fade for me, it was all about the fade because it just set the pace perfectly for the whole wave. He had such a good read on that, and we'll get to watch it right here. So goes straight up to the lip here, but that little fade there, that check fade back, just really put himself in a great position for these last few turns on this wave. Great pace, a little bit of variation here, and only needing a 4.78.
And it was all with his creativity with the lines that he drew to really create sections for himself, because you can see that wasn't the obvious wave to put up a huge score. When you're chasing a 4.78, he knew he had to do that fade to set up a bottom turn to really make that next section look very critical.
Yeah, I'd say it's just, I mean, they're thinking about it right now, but it was just really beautifully done. He just had such a good read on it. And out here, I just feel, yeah, you have to nail it from the beginning, otherwise the rest of the wave feels disjointed.
Scores coming through for Marshall, 6.53, moves to second. Ramsey takes the win, and Kelly Slater will be in the elimination round after his 9.77 combined total. But Buchanan looking deadly with his backhand attack, big vertical power hooks. And the greatest of all time will potentially be out there later on this afternoon in the elimination round. Heat number 4 coming up next. John Florence, a man to be called the best at main break, takes on Ian Gentile in a wild card named George Pitar. We'll be right back.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By BioGland, official vitamin partner of the WSL Australia. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Shire of Augusta Margaret River. Proud to support the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, which celebrates the epic local surfing culture of this region.
Big day for the opening round for the men here as heat number 4 is just getting started. We've had magic days here throughout the waiting period. A lot of sunshine, a lot of clean conditions. Here's George Pitar pulling in under the hood and finding the escape route just to have a little bit of fun to kick this one off. Wild cards are allowed to do whatever they want, really. They can try to push the world's best. They don't have the pressure of the cut or the world title race. They can mix things up. George saw Jack get barreled earlier today and went for the same type of read. It'll be just a short score there, but we've got a huge name on screen. John Florence coming into this event, world number 3, taking on Ian Gentile. Gentile, Rookie of the Year last year, representing the island of Maui. Just a short flight over to Oahu, where John was born and raised. 3 brothers. His younger brother, Nathan, doesn't really miss too many trips to West Oz. He's right here with him this year once again.
Why wouldn't you? Western Australia is honestly one of the best places in the world. As we have a little look at the side-on vision of Georgie Pitar's opening wave. Just came through at a 2.17, but he did well just to punch through that. I thought he was definitely done, but just muscled his way out of that one. It was just a little bit deep on the takeoff. He did well to actually get that wave off the 2 very, you would say more experienced guys in the lineup. Obviously was sitting the deepest and wanted the first of that exchange. But yeah, I was really impressed with what I saw from George at Bells. He had put together some great heats, some great scores, single waves that I was like, wow, okay, like he's really got something going on here, great flow. And that last heat where he actually eventually lost to Ethan Ewing really stood out to me. I was really impressed from both surfers, but yet really came down to the wire there, like the last few seconds. Ethan took off on that wave. Everyone was like, is it the score, is it not? And Ethan just got the jump on him. I had a look just before we came in here. Ethan got the win, 12.97 to George, 12.73. So it was splitting hairs there in the end.
Oh, it was so cool too. And as close heats go, even if you're Grom and your local board riders to the main stage, like where George was at Bells, and like he is here at Main Break. Everyone in the car park's going, "You should have won." And he was just like, "Actually, I think he got me."
Yeah.
You know, and it was just cool to hear his insight, what he saw. Because you could easily go, "Yeah, you know what, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Don't you think I won?" And he just has such a cool head on his shoulders. He's really thoughtful, you know, when he speaks as well. And he saw Ethan getting the win. There's close heats that we're always going to be talking about, and it was cool to see George use that momentum, even from what could have been called a loss for him. He's taken that as a win, knowing that he got very, very close to beating one of the best surfers on tour.
Yeah, I think we had him in the booth. George came into the booth for a couple of heats, and I was really impressed with, for someone so young, just how mature he was and how well-spoken, just like what you said, Joe, how well-spoken he was, and how, yeah, he just took it as like a learning experience, and yeah, just admitting that, no, I think he got me, and you know, it was great to have that experience out there, surf a few heats with these guys that, you know, I've been looking up to for so many years. But yeah, I'm glad we're getting to see another showing of him here at Main Break, different wave, different side of Australia, and yeah, up against some really, really good surfers out here, John obviously being one of them. And John's looking like he's in really good nick this year. Good nick, good form.
I love that. Yeah, he is. And he seems really happy. He's obviously going to be a father soon. Saying hello to his beautiful wife, Lauren. He's probably watching back at home. But yeah, he's in just a good place. Seems just really motivated once again to go for another world title. He's always got his own personal goals. I think people used to try to wonder where his head was at times. And people always had to remind each other, oh yeah, he's got younger brothers. He's very competitive.
Yeah.
They're always competing. He just shows it differently. He might not have the words to go with it at times, but he wants to let his surfing do the talking. He's inspired by the tour. He's inspired by his early rivals like Gabriel Medina, who surfs completely differently than he does. But he looks for motivation from guys like Gabe, who came on tour together at the same time at the halfway point back in 2011.
Yeah, it's crazy even just to think about how long they've been on tour and just the journeys that they've both had. And, you know, John up until this year, you know, had a couple of injuries, didn't end up completing the years. We obviously know Gabrielle taking a year off, and it's just incredible when you think about, you know, just everyone has such a different journey when they come onto tour, and they don't always look the same. And I think it's just, for me, it's really cool to watch the evolution of that and watch everyone grow up, and yeah, just the different journeys that these guys and women have been on, and everyone has a story. And I think it's really cool right now that we're getting to see John come back more inspired than ever. And right now, I mean, currently sitting number 3 in the world. It's impressive, and it's exciting, you know, to think, oh, okay, like, I mean, he's number 3 in the world right now. We're at the halfway point, and we could potentially be seeing him in that, you know, final 5 conversation, fighting for another world title.
There's been this really cool connection with Hawaii and Margaret River for years, for decades. So when you're on the North Shore of Oahu talking to the older crew, they usually start talking about their trips to the west and the waves that they got, feeling the power and just the endless coastline of waves. John fell in love right away. A lot of his movie parts, he has segments from some of the airwaves around here that typically, you know, your standard trade winds at home on the North Shore, you know, he's going backside for his air win. He's happy to be here in Margaret River and doing some big frontside punts, doing some great go-behind filming work with Jack Robinson, as we've got Gentile just kind of forcing a start here. He'll step off. George with a 2:17, probably a similar number for Ian. And now priority with John.
Yeah, John out the back, yet to catch a wave, and kind of smart right now. I mean, these 2 scores that are going to come through, well, I mean, George obviously 2:17, small score. Ian, smaller wave. We haven't seen a set come through yet in the heat, and I think John's been pretty smart just to wait it out. You know, the couple of heats that I've watched this morning, we've seen at least two sets come through. So, you know, the surfer's going to be knowing that. John probably knows that. He's got a good position right now. But yeah, back to the conversation about, there's a lot of similarities between Hawaii and Western Australia, and I think that's why, you know, John has performed so well over here, because it's rugged, it's wild, the power is very similar. We've got a lot of big open ocean waves, slabbing waves, barreling waves, but yeah, John just has a beautiful romance with this wave, especially the right-hander, and I think just really has pushed the limits of what's possible in power surfing and carving surfing. And really showing so much variation when it comes to those carving maneuvers. It's been pretty incredible to watch. I mean, that sort of big layback hack where he puts both arms behind him has just been absolutely burnt into my brain, and I think a lot of people's brains. Just, yeah, it's incredible to watch. And he's won 2 times out here. Obviously was in that final with Jack Robbo 2 years ago, which was incredible. Jack got the win over John out here, but still both surfers, just John again putting on a clinic. Amazing to watch.
Yeah, and also he got stopped by Griffin Colapinto last year, but you think about the 9 previous events, 6 quarters, 4 finals, 2 wins. I think the big thing with Kaipo in the water, Kaipo watching this, we'll talk to Kipes in just a moment here because we've got some live action. Ian Gentile looking for a one big section, a tough way to go down with the fins flying at you. Incomplete on the air attempt.
Lucky landed.
And now it will be George Pitar snapping it under the lip. There's a little whitewater section, incomplete. A tough start to this heat, 19 on the clock, a lot of 1s and 2s. And Florence still dropping anchor with priority. But I was thinking, Kaipo, I think the big message is 44 excellent range scores. That has been unbelievable to watch from John. And the next closest competitor with excellent scores on main break is Jordy with 16. 16 to 44 as he leads the championship tour, Kipes.
I heard a lot of numbers, though, but I can't really hear it in the earpiece. But we're talking about John, his dominance out here, the connection between Hawaii and success in Western Australia. Of course, John, 2 CT wins here, as well as a QS win here. We saw Sebastian Zietz from Kauai win out here. But it goes both ways, the relationship between Western Australia and the Hawaiian Islands, because we have some Western Australians who've been very successful in Hawaiian waters. None other than my ski driver, Ant-Man Patterson, taking a win out at Sunset. His brother, Jake Patterson, 2 wins at Sunset, a win at Pipe, and Taj Burrow. We all remember Taj Burrow as a winner at Pipe as well. So the symbiotic relationship between both Western Australia and Hawaii, it's there.
It's so true. Even going back to Ian Cairns as well, going to Sunset, dominating in those big events in the early days. It's a really strong connection. They're going back and forth, which is really cool. Also looking at the QS, John won at the QS level. You looked at Olamana Iliagram from Maui in the final. Dusty Payne winning in back in the day there. But when you talk about excellent scores, 44 in John's career. Let's look at one of them. This one happens to be a perfect 10.
Wow, and straight into the tube here, off the takeoff. Big, throaty Margaret River, and just shades of Hawaii. I see Hawaii when I look at that wave. 10-point ride. Big score for John, and that was a really big, hard section. We talk about that converging bit of whitewash there at the end, right on top of the bricks. But yeah, John nailing a 10-point ride here.
All of our friends at Yeti get excited about 10s these days. So you get a Yeti 110 Tundra. This year, the Tundra is completely filled with all sorts of Yeti gear. John wants another one of those if he can get it done today. There's always a 10 out there. It doesn't have to be 10 foot, doesn't have to be 6 to 8 foot. You can max out the scale and even 1 foot conditions. Judges have to be impressed with what you're doing and say that it is clearly one of the best waves of the season. All due to the conditions as they set up their criteria. But there's always a 10 out there. John knows that. He's had 10s in a lot of different waves throughout his career. Let's hear from Ramsey with Stace.
Thanks, Joe. Ramsey, it's always a good day when everyone in the house wins their heat.
I know, right? Gabe was second heat, I was third, and he told me he was gonna psych me up. He did. But it was actually really fun in their heat, and our heat was a little slower, but I kind of expected that. I was like, don't get too psyched. It could be really slow, and yeah, a little bit nerve-wracking at the start because I gave a wave, I think. Jake got the first one. I was in the perfect spot. It was a little too deep. But he went, and then I gave a wave to Kelly that looked kind of pretty solid size. I was like, ooh, maybe that's a mistake. And then a few minutes later, my wave came. It was not a big one, but I had a good shape on it. I was like, I need to go. And I surfed it a little bit, scared, but it was enough to get a score and get into the heat.
Talk to me about your preparation. You came over early from Bells, surfing with Gabe. What's that been like for you getting ready for this event?
Yeah, man, honestly, I've been feeling really good. At Bells, I was feeling really good, really switched on, and it didn't go my way, but it is what it is, and just keep doing what I do, you know. I feel like I've switched on since Puerto Rico, you know. Since Puerto Rico, I mean, the beginning of the year, I'm in a good mindset. I feel like my headspace is pretty. I'm in a good mood pretty much every time, and my boards are amazing. My body is good, yeah, I just want to do my thing, get the good waves, and surf, because I know I can do this, and I deserve to be here. So I just need to prove it now.
Absolutely, you do. Well done, Ramsey.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Stace. Ramsey, looking solid. Looked like he had a New York Yankees hat on. Baseball team in the United States. But yeah, looking strong, powerful. He's gone through so many injuries. His shoulder injury following the event at Pipe. Had it all taped up, lost out early at Sunset, recovered in Puerto Rico, and got himself another spot in the Olympic Games. This is George Pittar.
Yeah, this was a nice looking wave. This happened during that interview. First carving maneuver, backs up with that second one. Everything's looking so good here until this last section. He just got bunted off there at the end. And behind him is John. Pulls into that first section, but that's not going to count for much. But George was on his way to a pretty good score, I'd say, if he'd made that last turn. 13 and a half minutes on the clock, and not really a big score from anyone just yet. I think George is probably going to be a little bit bummed with that last maneuver, because it would have really put a bit of space between him and the other two guys in this heat.
Tough one for John. Having priority waiting a very long time to open up with a big score, and then just steps it up and out of his wave without even a section to do a turn on. So he's down to third, now to second priority. George Pittar leading in very small scores here at heat number 4 of the opening round. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. Back for more right after this. Always a good day to be in WA. You can check out a lot of the great vineyards, the caves, the empty beaches, and it's been really beautiful this week. Really sunny days, feels like summertime. Kind of experiencing a bit of a drought, so a lot of locals are excited for maybe a little bit of rain that's predicted in the forecast, maybe at the end of the waiting period. But it's been sensational as we have this view from the sky. You can see where everyone's standing there on the staircase. You'll look at a lot of names of past champions, the locals that have events there, a lot of Palmatiers. It's a big last name in the surfing circles here in WA. I'm sitting next to one of them here, Felicity, for the call. 10:23 on the clock. Interesting matchup. George with a 6-point ride That 6 feels gigantic now, considering what we've had so far in the heat as Ian's up and out.
Yeah, I knew it was going to be a good score, just judging from the 2 first big carves we saw from George. But wow, if he would have made that last turn, I mean, we're thinking about a 7.75. It's a big score right now. We've got just under 10 minutes on the clock, and so strange. I mean, we haven't seen John really even be able to open up his count. John had priority when George took that wave, so that was pretty interesting. As we see, this is Ian up into the lip there on that first turn, carves into that second manoeuvre there, gets a third little wrap on the end section, and kicks out of there just before it goes dry on that inside. This wave here is definitely going to be counting for something really important at this stage in the heat. Trying to put a bit more space between himself and John. But yeah, this heat's been very quiet. I mean, I sort of ate my own words. I said there's been about 2 sets per heat up until this point, and we've only really seen 1 in this one. So things are very sleepy right now. And yeah, I mean, we are in a very, very unusual weather pattern. It's just been so sunny every single day. It was like this even the 2 weeks before the contest came here. I was speaking to a lot of friends and family, and they were like, we're in a really weird, unusual weather pattern right now. I mean, it's April and we're still getting 30-degree days, which is pretty unheard of right now. We're in autumn. Usually we have cold mornings here. You're rugging up, you've got your jackets on, and yeah, I mean, but it's just been beautiful. I mean, it's been stunning for if you want to get a suntan on and spend some beach time, but in terms of surfing, we need it to get a little bit colder. This next weekend coming up, though, is looking promising. It's a little bit of a jump in the swell height there and the period as well. I think probably next weekend we're going to see the biggest waves of the whole waiting period. It's my local opinion anyway.
I like your opinion. Yeah, so 30 degrees Celsius, that's about 86 degrees Fahrenheit. Really warm, hot days as we have 8 minutes on the clock. Event number 5 of the season. It's all about surviving the cut as we look at Ian Gentile. First snap through the lip, kind of full on the open face, wraps the cut back into the pocket and steps out. Remember last year, Gentile was so stressed out with the drama of the cut. He actually injured himself, couldn't compete. As we look where he's at now in the Epic rankings, Gentile right at the number 22 mark.
Oof.
Follow these rankings live on worldsurfleague.com. This is a non-elimination round, so it's going to move around quite a bit. Even though Medina made his heat, he's dropped down to 21st. Ramsey's moved up a few spots, but once we get into the elimination round, it's really going to get heated there. Gentile knows he's in a tough spot as we watch this angle.
Yeah, he's just trying to drop that 1.87. He gets a few maneuvers done here, which I'm pretty sure, a couple of maneuvers, he's going to drop that 1.87. It's come through at a 2.57, so he has ever so slightly improved on that situation. But it's John out the back. He's priority, basically he's just dropped to a 0.77. He needs a 1 wave almost at this point, and if we're going to get a set or not, sort of at the mercy of the ocean. He has got priority, and he needs the biggest number of the heat so far. Totally within his wheelhouse. He's only had 44 excellent scores out here.
Yeah, exactly. And
if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be him.
You think for his coach Ross Williams, he wouldn't be too stressed, knowing what John can do, the types of turns he could do. He could get 1 maneuver to get the score, and if he's just patient enough, looks like he's going to commit now. John Florence, 2-time event champ, split peak with Gentile. First snap off the lip, nice speed float. Around the corner, jams it on the open face, taps the end section on dry rocks there, the famous bricks.
Oh my goodness.
As he bounces off, gets his board, and starts heading back to the lineup here.
Just walking to work.
in ankle deep water, that's radical.
Holy moly, so shallow on that end section. So we see George.
Couple of nice turns, holding his speed well. The wild card from Manly Beach. Learning to surf in Vanuatu. Now up on the Goldie, taking advantage of the high performance centers. And look at that paddle battle.
Oh, George. Trying to fight so hard to get that priority over John. Oh, and Ian out on the left too.
You can tell George isn't shocked by being on this top stage. He's making incredible decisions at all times. He's not getting all starstruck knowing that John's in the water. Ian Gentile, he is here to win a big lead on the paddle battle to get priority. And I'd say John's one of the strongest paddlers on tour. That was impressive. Priority goes to Gentile, second George, John third. Here's the left from Ian.
Yeah, so a bit of a cutback there for that first maneuver. Wave starts to steepen up. A loosey-goosey tail slide there. Gets around that section with a bit of a foam climb. So 3 maneuvers there for Ian. Trying to improve. He was trying to improve on that 2.57, but John on his wave, straight up into the lip, into a lip line floater. Jams it in the pocket there. A little float. And then finishing up on that incredibly shallow end section, which we call the bricks. You can really see just how shallow it is from this drone angle here. Just reef almost popping out of the water. This was George's wave. I really liked the flow that he had in this one. It was only 2 turns, but just timing was pretty good on that one. He's trying to improve on a 2.17. I'd say he's done that as we see John again.
John finding a section to throw the tail towards the beach, falling on the flat spin reverse. So he's starting to feel the sense of urgency. And this is where the playing field's a bit leveled. You're going main break 6 to 8 foot, 10 foot plus. You're looking at John just running away with things. A bit smaller, it just opens things up a bit. I think his competitors would really know that and know how to apply it as a strength to try to send John to the elimination round.
For sure, I think you see that happen at a lot of locations. I mean, we were even talking about it at Bells as we see John's just a little bit of an awkward landing there on that one. But as soon as conditions get small and a bit tricky, a bit more challenging, it definitely opens things up. Once it's good and it's consistent, you know, you've got to be thinking that those surfers that are consistently in that, you know, top 10, they're going to have a better advantage because the opportunity is there. Days like today, it's just harder work. I mean, we've really only seen sort of one proper set come through in this heat. There's limited opportunity and things sort of tighten up a bit, and we're definitely seeing it in this heat right now.
Scores in from those last few waves, Flick. 3.77 for the last of Gentile. That was enough to put him into the lead. Waiting on the last of George now. Florence down to third. His second wave, his best, to 5.63. Where he ended up in ankle-deep water on the bricks. But his performances go back to changing surfing history, and also with the relationship with John Peisel. It definitely feels like one of those moments like Simon Anderson introducing the thruster. It was like Peisel's ghost with John at 10-foot main break. I remember talking to Travis Logie, who is just wrapping up his tour life. As we watch John now, 2 minutes on the clock, throwing away a punt. But Trav was saying, if I'm still on tour, I'm seeing a performance like that from a competitor, I have to try to pretend that I could do the same thing. As we look at Gentile, kind of feel his way through a soft pocket. Punches the fins out, gets stuck. That's going to be a throwaway with 1:42.
Wow, it looked like the timing and the pace was just off on that one from Ian, but that last score from George, just for those 2 turns, just served him really, really well. 5.57, really, really well done, and wildcard up into that first position. John still chasing the 3.24, 1:20 on the clock. And I think that, I'm not sure, maybe one more roll of the dice would be nice, but this one has been a bit wave-starved this heat. But George he's made some pretty good decisions, really good decisions under pressure, especially for a wild card, and surfing really, really strong, looking like he's got a good pace to the wave here. So you look like maybe one more roll of the dice here, and John's out the back. So looks like he may be having a look here. Second wave sort of looking like it's standing up a bit better on the reef.
35 seconds to go. Third place going into the elimination round. George Pitar making a big effort for that one. John is able to get it underneath. Little tap there, and that's not it. Seeing the frustration as he only needed a 3.24, 15 seconds. Gentile with higher priority than John now to try to put this one away. John Florence will be in the elimination round. Gentile in second. A crucial one for him as he's got the cut line right on his back. And wild card, George Pitar from Bells to Margaret River, building his profile in back-to-back events on the championship tour.
Wow, what a major heat for him. I mean, if there's anyone that you want to beat out here, it would be John. So this is a massive heat win for George and sort of continuing with that momentum that he had at Bells. But yeah, very, very unlikely place to find John in. Elimination round at Margaret River.
That could be potentially later on today. Big names like Kelly in that elimination round, Baron Mamiya. We'll see what happens in this one. Ethan Ewing taking on Cade Madsen and Reef Hazelwood. We'll bring in Waxhead and Ronnie Blakey for the call right after this.
Margaret River is just a special zone. It has a different kind of energy. You feel it as soon as you enter the place. The town's buzzing. The surf, I think, is probably the big draw card.
Margaret River, it's one of the most amazing places in the world, and it's just the most extraordinary place to come.
The southwest of WA, we're living on a dream here. All the vineyards, the surf, the coastal, it's like no other place in the world.
Welcome back to the show. John Florence. He is moving on into that elimination round. Low heat score total for him. Uncharacteristic stuff. Will probably bring his heat score average down to around, I don't know, like 18 points for this event. That one. Ronnie Blakey, joined by Matt Janaski. Matt, great to see you, mate. Great to be calling a heat with you. How have you enjoyed the last couple of days, and how are you enjoying the Western Australia Margaret River Pro experience?
Well, Southern Ocean, Indian Ocean's gone flat. Africa's got waves, but there is some small ones here to free surf, but unfortunately it has been, this is a swell magnet here, believe it or not. So it's not the WSL's fault, it's no one's fault, it's unfortunate, but it allowed us to check out the wineries, check out the beautiful landscapes, some amazing walks, mountain biking, and if you can find some little waves, like everyone seemed to have had at least one surf here and there, but a beautiful place to do it.
There's still been plenty of surfing happening, especially for all these competitors at this crucial stop. Here we go, heat number 5. We'll see Ethan Ewing out there in the red. Cade Batson, who's on a big comeback run. He's going to be out there in the blue. Reef Hazelwood gets the call up to compete here. As we see here, Cade making an early board change. And he is actually maybe going for some new fins. Let's have a look what unfolded here.
Right, let's listen in. First turn.
Oh, buckled his board.
There's activity down there on the tee hole. Jack puts the fins back in.
Well, toolless fins there are definitely going to help click in with those FCS2s. And let's watch what happened here. So Cade snaps that one off the lip. You could see the board go a little bit weird in the top, and that turn there, whipping that one around. So 2 ferocious turns in the 3rd turn here, and he kicks out. So he's feeling something on that board. We couldn't see it, and then he can definitely tell that he buckled it perhaps in that first turn where the board kind of snapped out of the lip. A little bit unique, but he's got a 6.5 for his efforts.
Yeah, it was worth it pushing that hard. And Ethan Ewing got it in on the mix too, Matt.
Beautiful opening slash there, and just carrying that flow through the judges, highlighting the smaller conditions today. They do want to see the critical maneuvers, but once again, the combos with flow in between. And Ethan not able to get that 3rd turn there in the end, but you know, that's his forte, the flow element, linking with the rail work in between those critical sections. And we'll see what he's got here at main rag of 5.33 to kick that one off. But yeah, perplexed on Cade. I mean, a 6.5 and you've got a buckled board. That's definitely a keeper score for today.
Well, Scoop Lovett's down on the scene. What happened there, Rich?
We're going to check in with Jake the Snake Patterson. Obviously a quick turnaround, board change for Cade Matson. Snakeo, tell us what happened, mate.
Well, he buckled his board. I thought he said he wanted to change fins. So I ripped out the fins in his backup board. But he's actually, half buckled. It's gone through the rail. So pretty dangerous to surf on a crease board out there. But got Ethan in this heat. And look at this set. This looks nice.
Yeah, a couple of nice sets coming through now. Looks like we've got live action. Back to you guys, and we'll check in again soon.
Thanks, Rich. Busted board there for Cade, but he's on his way back out as Reef Hazelwood looks to drop a big number early on, though, but falls at the end of his ride on the outside. Ethan Ewing finds a nice clean wall to lay into some of those big, beautiful arcing turns. Always tidy rail work, but can drift that tail as well. So Ethan finishing his wave off pretty nicely. Cade, you know, the board buckling, it's taken him out of that exchange, but he'll be on his way back out. I still don't think we'll see massive numbers dropping from the other 2 competitors there.
Well, you know, with some upsets already this morning, you don't want to be coming 3rd and go through that elimination round. Cade needs to get through this round. He needs to make a few heats here at Margaret River, and all on the line. Ethan Ewing, I would say the pressure's on Ethan, if anything, actually, because he's the favourite going into this, and he's not looking like he's feeling any of the nerves. See, 3 turns carrying that momentum through, and it's actually in here. Another little check there. That's just a side angle. So see how low he compresses, releases there, snaps that one back into the pocket, staying in and around the bowl. So hard to do it, to link those maneuvers here at Margaret's. Hard off the bottom, and some Fanning-esque flair in this turn. See his eyes turn early, following the nose of the board, opening up there, compressing low, really using the whole part of the wave too. And Reef, he actually, on his first wave, you can see in the foreground, went to town as well.
So yes, watching the replay of Ethan's opening work and just how the trends have been so far, you'd expect a good score for that 2nd wave as we get back into a couple of live rides here. Cade Matson on the backup board. He likes the feel of it. Loving his own work.
Absolutely.
As Ethan, in response, digs hard there. Very committed. Turn to kick this right off. Backing it up now with a nice sequence of turns. This is looking like excellent stuff from the Queenslander. That first turn, I mean, just when you think it's all smooth, syrupy stuff, he just pushed hard on that tail. Found some release, moved a hell of a lot of water. And that kind of had that feeling like, well, you know, it's going to be the best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, all surfers actually capitalising. We've got some great scores to lock in. Reef on his backside, he possibly has the advantage today with smaller conditions. He's able to come around the section and draw a different line. We've got Cade out there who's looking strong that wave then. Phenomenal surfing from both Cade and Ethan as well. 2 opposing styles. Cade a little bit shorter, maybe just a bit more stocky, and he's able to use his body to his advantage, and he goes Reef. So coming around the section there, nice setup carve there, eyeing this one up. And he goes, this is his 3rd appearance here at Margaret, so he does know it well. And he's got the wild card into this event. And the replay there of Cade, I love this first turn here. Comes off the bottom and just pounces on that section, holding the rail. And a little double pump at the bottom, holding some good composure on a borrowed board. So another completed wave there for Cade Matson. And this is Ethan's one there. Oh, leaning back, and the variety of turns that Ethan's got out here. That one just a classic re-entry, and holding the rail through that one on his 3rd. So speed, power and flow, just absolutely going to town on this one. Oh my God. Maybe the best turn of the morning apart from maybe Gabby's backside attack, Ronnie.
Oh, that's the turn of the morning, that one. Just how deep he drives off the bottom to set up that really, tight, critical turn. Love it.
Wow, look at the arc that he's turning within. He gets on top of his board here, and look, there's no downtime. He's just eyeing off that next section. It's so difficult to do here on this tight, fast right-hander here at Margie's. And you're looking at a slab of reef at the end too. So it is intimidating, but these guys really ironing out any kinks that this lineup has.
Great variety on show, numbers rolling through. Excellence from Ethan Ewing, a 9.5, moving so much water. Did he get your Kipes?
Yeah, that from the water level, Ron, so impressive to watch the body mechanics, the technique. Ethan Ewing seamlessly putting those maneuvers together. At the same time, beautiful pressure that he's allowed to put on the rail of that DHC. It is exceptional. It's quite entertaining, and we got more waves on the way right now.
Yeah, big exchange that last one. Solid set rolling through by today's standards. Cade Matson and Ethan Ewing dropping excellent numbers in the opening stages here. Cade Matson an 8.5, impressive stuff from him. Ethan Ewing ramping things up beautifully, building with each ride so far in this heat. Reeve Hazelwood, he gets the call up to the CT. And it's a rude reminder for him just where the standard is at coming into stop 5.
Well, if we thought that last heat was dying off, this heat has made up for it with a flurry of wave. Cade, 8.5 in his last wave, well rewarded. I think it's the ability to be able to hold the rail and then go through to your next turn without any adjustment. If you can just pounce through it, that's the flow element. And that's where, if you're doing that, you're going fast as well. And if you can have a bit of variety through each turn, that's where those excellent scores are coming from.
18.5 minutes to go. The G train is starting to fire up again here. Stace George Patar, a big victory in the opening round.
Yeah, that's right, Ron. Wowee, George, you're having a great month.
Yeah, I don't know. Coming off Bells, I felt pretty special, pretty great. And then, I don't know, coming over here, getting another berth, I was just so happy for the opportunity. And coming into that heat, I didn't really have too much of an expectation. I just wanted to sort of put a bit of surfing on, honestly, just catch a good wave, because I've been really struggling to get one in the free surfs. And it was a pretty slow heat, but I don't know, I managed to get a couple, and yeah, just so happy to make it through, really.
You got a big year on the Challenger Series coming up, but do you feel your surfing's ready for the tour?
I hope so, yeah. I think another year on the Challenger will definitely do me some good, just competing and stuff, but it's so hard on there as well. I'm just happy to be here. And I don't know, hopefully see how we go, and maybe could be here properly next year, but I don't know, we'll see how we go.
For sure, a couple of heats so far would suggest that you are ready. What's the plan for the afternoon, mate? You got it off.
Oh, that's great. I don't know, I'll probably sit down here where a few of the Aussie lads are in the upcoming heats, so I'll go get changed and then come back down and support the lads. Maybe a fish.
Good on you, George. Well done.
Thank you, Stace. Yeah, George, I think certainly the size of the waves worked in his favour. It kind of evened up the field, but you can't take the credit away from him. That's still a massive win, overcoming John Florence at main break.
You're in the same heat, same lineup, and that's it. You have to catch waves to win. And we saw Ian teeing off really nicely, not being too picky. He put together a good heat, but George just surfing what was in front of him, and you're going to do that. If you can have 2 scoring waves in that heat, doesn't really matter who you're up against. You need to catch those waves first.
I'll be dancing in the streets of Manly tonight, mate, with George Patar avoiding that elimination round. And like Stace said, it's been a good month. I mean, you just talk about the experience and, getting some reps with a CT jersey on. But for George, big contribution towards his Challenger Series campaign with the prize money component as well.
Yep, absolutely. A huge boost. And he did well at the Gold Coast last year, and this is going to be for that first stop on the Challenger, it's going to be a really comfortable place for him to go and set that tour up and going, and then down into Manly too, which Narrabeen, which he knows so well, only coming from Manly, which is a couple of beaches to the south.
Well, that last heat went a little slow, but this one started with a bang. Couple of rides for each of the competitors, and some big numbers coming through. As we zone in on a heat check here, let's have a look at it. Excellent numbers for Ethan Ewing and Cade Matson. And we're going to have a look why. great timing, real commitment to that opening section too, Matt.
Yeah, look at how long they're holding that rail line, both Ethan and Cade there, and finishing off 3 strong turns. And there's that variety element, which is so hard to do. This is Ethan, and you just see, watch this turn there. I mean, that was one of the best turns of the morning so far, but backs it up with that too. And it was the wave that really contributed. The wave, as well as his style and technique, the wave was the star of that one. And if you can capitalize on that, carry the speed and get that turn super critical, that's where the judges said this morning they'll be looking to go excellent.
Yeah, I think, you know, that maybe Cade's 8.5 was probably logged before Ethan took off on his wave, because for me there could have been more than a point between those 2 rides, Cade Matson and Ethan. Just Ethan, you know, much more aggressive on the first section, and his second move was also stronger, and mixed it up with a cutback on the inside. But Cade's not disappointed. I'm sure Ethan is absolutely thrilled to bank a 9.5. One judge threw a 10 at him.
And you look at Cade's first wave, 6.5, where he buckled the board, and there was a little bit of a stall in the lip there, and he came out. So you go, well, that wave was 2 points better than his 6.5. And that's how the judges do it. It's a heat-by-heat basis. It's not in comparison to what happened this morning. Different heats, obviously, different flurry of set waves. But that's the benchmark now. And Reef, looking for that 9-point ride on his backside, he can do it. He just needs to set a couple of massive turns, and he'll be right back into this heat.
Cade Matson, though, leads at this stage of the game. Also has priority out here at the moment. You're watching Heat 5 of the elimination round. Beautiful scenes here. The swell keeps pulsing in here for heat number 5 of the elimination round. We've got our competitors waiting out the back. Meanwhile, on the famous, iconic Margaret River stairs, Richie Lovett's found a special guest.
Yeah, mate, I found him, legend, Britt Merrick, obviously with Al Merrick surfboards. We've got all the competitors' backup boards here, the Loss, the DHD, and obviously the Al Merrick. Slight, design changes within all these boards. Single concave for Cade Matson, and both Ethan Ewing and Reef, a single double concave. Can you break that down for us, Britt?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on there with the bottom of the board and concaves, but in general, a strict single concave is going to be a bit grippier in the face. When you lay it on rail, the water tends to hold across the contour of the board, so they feel a bit grippier. Whereas when you put a double in there, it kind of breaks that water flow, and they feel a bit quicker in transition, and they'll kind of roll over a bit more. Less grippy, but a bit more free.
A bit more sensitive under the feet. Obviously a rounded pintail for all of the 3 boards here. It seems to be the tail of choice for out here at Margaret River.
Yeah, I think at this level you want less wetted surface area. So you cut those little corners off and it just frees it up for them. And then when they're pushing real hard, it provides enough hold. So it's kind of a good combo.
And we were just discussing the fins there. Obviously the FCS system and then the future system here on these boards. but the one thing is for sure, all these fins are fairly raked back, and what does that do versus a fin which is a bit more upright?
Yeah, I think at Margs, you want to be able to draw out your turns, you know what I mean? And so a raked fin is going to allow you to do that. It's going to match the speed of the wave, but when you're coming up out of the hook like that, it's going to really draw out that turn. And you can tell today from the judging, like the judges love that big swoop with all that hold, so the rake fin really tends to get there.
Awesome. Always love getting the professional insights from Britt Merrick. We'll check in with you throughout the event. Let's keep watching this heat. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Rich. Great insights there. I got to get a new set of fins. I need to get a new board for Margaret's. That was really fun.
Yeah, I love that reference about holding the rail too, which is so relevant to this heat with that 8.5 and the 9.5 from Kate and Ethan. And that's where the criteria has evolved to. We think of Margaret River, I think of West Oz, Yallingup, I think of Taj. Taj Burrow, when he came on the scene, was one of the first surfers on those Webbers to really start, and the Maurice Coles to really break the lip and snap out of his turns. And we see a left out here. Ronnie, we'll get back to the chat.
Look out, Reef Hazelwood goes big, almost sticks. A monster rotation on the left here. Well, that is one way to get yourself out of trouble. Unfortunately for Reef, he didn't quite stick it. Man, he was close. He is definitely, I think, one of the greatest aerialists at the moment. Just a great strike rate, but he just finds so much loft and pop in his airs as we have a look at it. So close to sticking this one.
And you're going to have to go big on that left to get a score in the air. We've seen it in the past with Italo doing some great airs. See how high he got the wind, really holding him up there. And he comes, gets a full rotation. He lands and just bobbles a little bit in the whitewash, but it was 99% there and unable. He won't be able to get those cookies, a 1 point ride for that. Got to go complete.
This is a 6.13 for Reef earlier on. I mean, we always laud the aerial work from this guy, but he can get it done on the face as well. Really strong surfer,
so
well-rounded.
He would have paddled out after that, the 6.13, would have heard that and thought, all right, I've got to do something. I'm third in priority. I need an excellent range score, so that's why he went for left. We may see it again, so can't see Ethan and Cade looking for a left. But as I was saying earlier about Taj, and he really attacked the lip, like karate chopped in, was releasing the fins on going left and going right, and it almost said goodbye to a lot of the power surfers on the tour. I think guys like Pancho Sullivan, guys like Oki, we had Sonny Garcia, guys like that who were always so strong, but then you had this new wave of surfers coming and releasing the fins, and it had been 2 decades of that until we've seen it go full circle back to power carves, combinations, but it's carrying that speed, power and flow. It's something that we did lose in professional surfing at the top level.
But just to cover that, Taj, though, was powerful in his release of his fins, and, you know, we saw him win multiple CT events as a result of that. There is that kind of, you know, unbalancing your weight, redistribution of weight to your front foot to release your tail. We see that sometimes, but Taj didn't have that. He had a really vertical pocket approach, and he exploded through the lip. That's what made him so special. So it was, you know, it was power and progression combined.
But the way he also surfed slabs as well, he almost redefined how we surf slab waves, really attacking it, and you know, especially all the clips around here.
Yeah, he's over in Fiji chasing waves at the moment, but we are going to get Taj down here in the booth, calling heats with us at some stage. As we have 7 minutes to go here, big numbers dropping. Kaipo just loving his time out there on this beautiful, warm day in the west.
Yeah, Oakberry surf conditions update. We got about 4 to 6 foot faces, Ron, out here. We're about 10 o'clock local time. Tide rising to peak at 11:40 for an hour and 40 minutes from now. Light 9 miles per hour offshore wind for some nice groom conditions. Underwater visibility seems like it's for infinity. It's crystal clear out here. And the Dolphin Report, our friends have been in and out of the lineup, enjoying the action, riding a couple waves themselves.
How good. Yeah, I like that. Infinity visibility out there at the moment. It seems to be the case. You know, the rock pools are really cool. The tide pools are a really cool feature here in the west. Natural feature. And over the last couple of days with this beautiful warm weather, people have just been absolutely lapping it up. It's so cool exploring it. You feel like you got goggles on when you don't. It's awesome.
Yeah, you can see the little gaps in the reef there. If we had bigger swell, and you'd have more water over that, and that's actually where the jet skis do the jet ski assist just inside that slab of rock there, and no, not needed today. Obviously smaller conditions, the surfers are able to paddle back out in between the left of south side, which is to the left of the screen, and the right. But as soon as it gets another 2 feet, it's very turbulent in there and relatively dangerous to paddle back out, and to your equipment as well.
Yeah, much like all the stops on the tour, the Water Patrol team here just has such a keen understanding of what the ocean floor is doing. As we see Reef loading up on the inside. Just blink and you'll miss it, speed as he flies through the rotation there.
Yeah, I think that's the key with it left too. There is that little buoy, it's a little bit smaller today, so if you get that left and you can take off deep, there is that little section where the surfers are able to capitalise, but it is shallow. As we talked about earlier, it's called the surgeon's table, and it's very shallow. See here, it comes from behind the section, and nice little setup snap there, and eyes for the air, gets a full rotation and rides out. So smaller wave, goes high on the air again though, gets a full rotation, so an element of difference. We haven't seen that in this heat apart from that failed attempt beforehand, and we'll see where their judges go with that one. What are you feeling?
I really like the speed of the rotation, but the height, just as a result of the wave not being too tall, was kind of missing on that one. I think it'll just be a mid-range score. I know it's going to help him chip away at the requirement here. He's after an 8.87 prior to that number dropping. 4 minutes to go.
Tell you what, Kate to be feeling really good right now. An 8.5 and a 6.5, carrying that momentum from Bells. His best result of the season. You can sort of see the confidence. He wasn't phased, buckled that board. Think back to the first wave, keeper score of a 6.5.
Well, here he comes. Just full of confidence, big smile on his face. Griffin Colapinto loving his time in the yellow jersey at the moment. 6.17 for Reef. So just shaves a little bit off the requirement here. 8.83 still required to get himself up into a qualifying position with 3.5 minutes to go here. Been impressive, Griffin Colapinto, hasn't he? Just so composed. Just seems like he's settled into such a great place.
Yeah, it's just the variety in his surfing as well. He's got every trick under the sun, and he's just linking it together with so much speed and power.
Going to be fun to watch that unfold. 3 minutes to go here, and Stace catching up with George Patar earlier on. Let's see what they had to say.
Yeah, that's right, Ron. Wowee, George, you're having a great month.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm coming off Bells, I felt pretty special, pretty great, and then I don't know, coming over here, getting another berth, I was just so happy for the opportunity. And coming into that heat, I didn't really have too much of an expectation. I just wanted to sort of put a bit of surfing on, like honestly, just catch a good wave, because I've been really struggling to get.
Well, back to live action, cutting out of that. George Patar, a big heat win for him earlier on. 2 minutes and 25 seconds to go here. And it's Reef Hazelwood just kind of looking for anything he can find on the inside here, Matty, and just trying to he's looking for a ramp, basically.
Well, it's still a really well-surfed heat from Reef. A 6 to start, a 6.13 and a 6.17, so he's on, he's feeling it. But Ethan, no mistakes. Cade, no mistakes. These surfers are really going to be flying through this draw, take a lot of confidence from this heat right now. Cade currently in second. Reef needing an 8.83. That's a huge requirement for today, but we've already seen it. Excellent range scores are being given out, and I think that's what separates today from that first day of competition, Ronnie, that we do have a building swell. It was beautiful conditions to start the women's opening round, but today just a little more energy in the water.
Yeah, you can feel it as we get down to that GWM 2-minute warning, which is where the pressure's going to be turned up on Reef here. But looking at Cade, he made an amazing jump up the Epic rankings with a quarterfinal finish at Bells Beach. Hadn't been past the third round prior to that through the opening 3 events of the season. But he's got to keep going. He's progressing out of this round will help his cause for sure, and also put some pressure on those behind him on the rankings.
Yeah, 23 in the rankings. Another quarterfinal will do him really good and almost guarantee him that spot, but I'm sure he wants to go deeper. He'll be feeling that momentum. But we have a minute remaining and some swell on the rise. One of the few booths where we actually can see the waves behind us running.
Oh, it's awesome. Spend most of the time just looking over my shoulder, but it is Just a stunning view from up here above, sitting above this lineup on Surfers Point. As we see Cade now trying to dump the 6.5. This wave just doesn't have a whole lot to it. And he's going to make his way in on the outside. Ethan Ewing. He uses his priority here. And Reef Hazelwood might get an opportunity on the outside here. It doesn't feel like this one's going anywhere near Ethan's top 2 scores. He was trying to improve on a 7.5, and with 10 seconds to go, looking out the back, Reef Hazelwood wasn't able to get anything, or didn't see anything in that last wave of the set, and the heat's going to come to a close with him still left chasing an excellent number.
Yeah, so those two surfers, they're stoked. They get a little wave in, and just to make the paddle in a little shorter. And Ethan stoked, light heart. You can see how relaxed both these surfers are, and no mistakes in that heat. Really well surfed.
Couple of excellent numbers for Ethan Ewing and Cade Matson powering through to the 3rd round. Reef Hazelwood, he'll be bumped into the elimination round. We've got another big clash with the current world #1 in the lineup next. The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of WSL Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. And by Hydrolite, official oral hydration partner of WSL Australia. Welcome back. Heat 6 of the elimination round gets underway now with the world #1 in the yellow jersey. Griffin Colapinto out there up against Seth Moniz, who's going to be wearing that blue jersey. Seth with some work to do. And also getting the win in the trials, Otis North from Yallingup. And he doesn't quite finish this wave off the way he would have liked, but a big opportunity for the Grom, who's, from all reports, an exceptional young competitor, really savvy competitor. So we'll see if he can match the heat smarts and the heat IQ of two of the best out here at the moment.
Yeah, from Gracetown, and he's the Open champion of the Yallingup Board Riders too. So they got a long list of heralded surf legends from Yal, and doesn't get to surf up here too much, but he's got some great people in his corner. And this is Griffin's opener. He hasn't had a score locked in for this yet, but projecting into that carve, just a little bobble there, and hammers that one off the top and is unable to go complete. So both Otis and Griffin incomplete. And this is Seth, a 5.5 for this one. Also almost losing the fins there. And a snap there. So this is a completed wave there for Seth Moniz. He'll kick this one up with the best of the exchange, and a little replay here of Otis's wave. So nice opening carve. 17-year-old snapping that one there with a little bit of a layback, bit of variation, just pokes the nose as he hits the reef there. So looks like scores getting logged in for that.
Yeah, not massive numbers for Otis, but real settlers taking out the Think Mental Health WA trials, along with Bronte McCauley on the women's side to earn their place in the main event here. Otis's family on hand. Super proud moment for them, watching their boy compete in, you know, one of the biggest sporting events on the calendar here in Western Australia. Certainly one of the biggest on the national schedule as well.
And it's so cool for them to have an event in their backyard. You know, Surfing WA have done a great job with the Groms and the junior surfers here. There's a lot of talent in the water. Nearly every surf spot you can see, and up and down the coast, there's always Groms there. There's a lot of women in the water as well. So super inclusive, and some big things coming out of WA in the future.
Yeah, Gracetown is awesome too as a young surfer. Great entry-level waves up that way. As we see Seth up, 5.5 on his first wave, won the opening exchange. The young Hawaiian ripping into this one, comes through to the inside. Clean finish for him as the wave bubbles and boils away on the inside. And Seth has just been looking to click into the kind of form that seemed go to a CT final before. It's just been a little lacking this year, but he can turn it around. His best result this season was a quarterfinal finish at Sunset.
Yeah, not surprising. They did well at Sunset. But here at Margaret's, a lot of similarities. We've been talking about it all morning. Elements of Haleiwa and a little bit of Rocky Point, where you just got that imminent closeout and you have to pick your maneuvers and fit them in nicely. And Seth, one thing I love about Seth when he's surfing reef breaks is he's not phased. If he has a bobble or it hits a little bit of chop, that's something you kind of expect in Hawaii, and he gets on with it. We see a lot of other surfers might really struggle to regain some momentum, but Seth, workmanlike in his performance, the consummate professional in heavy water waves. That'll be a nice second wave for him.
Well, Kaipo, another cool part of this heat is the fact that you've got a couple of mates out there.
Yeah, Griffin Colapinto, Seth Moniz, they've been friends, really good friends, since juniors. And they both ascended into the championship tour. Inevitably, you're going to have this happen where you're going to be surfing against your friend. That's the tale out here in this heat. Also, I was talking to Seth Moniz, his coach, Doug Silva, said there's a mantra that they have for this event. It's called SERF, S-E-R-F, which is seek, energize, react, and finish to every wave. So Seth's got some great coaching in his corner. We all know about the legend that's coaching Griffin Colapinto, and the two good friends are out here doing battle.
Two good friends also featuring in the new movie trilogy along with Ethan Ewing. It's been premiering around the country. Kaipo, have you checked it out yet?
I have not. I'm looking forward to checking it out. And you did bring it up. We had Ethan Ewing in the last heat, as well as Griffin Colapinto, Seth Moniz in this heat, the 3 stars of Trilogy 2.0. Can't wait to check it out, Ron.
Oh, let's gather together for the premiere and get stuck right into that.
Sounds good.
All righty, we're just over 22.5 minutes to go here. And Griffin currently sitting back in 3rd spot, but with priority. He wouldn't be too phased at this stage. No huge numbers on the board just yet. Seth's got the best of it, 5.5, 5.53. And I think Seth can boast having one of the most passionate cheer squads of just about any surfer on the tour. His family always well and truly tuned in. I know they're watching now. A big shout out to the whole family. And yeah, it was awesome seeing him get his fetch his best result this season at Sunset, and 80% of the crowd was Moniz.
Yeah, absolutely. And you think to Josh Moniz, obviously no stranger to professional surfing. Kalia, world longboard champion. Tony as well, strong power surfer, and somebody who wasn't phased with that, as I said about that chop, that classic Sunset Beach and that Haleiwa chop that you get on the North Shore. And I love what Kaipo said with his coach, Doug Silva, about the react. And that's something that I think the Hawaiians so good. They bring a reaction to the ocean. They're not phased by these different elements. And the Moniz family, fantastic. Well, they encapsulate that Hawaiian spirit, and the way when they surf, all of them, they really do react to the ocean.
Well, Doug Silva's definitely best dressed. We'll try and get eyes on him at some point. Wow. Got some very cool style. As we see now, Griffin digging in on this one. looking for next to nothing to get himself up into the top 2, but this guy aims for excellence as he chips out of that one. Probably a smart move too. Look how shallow it is on the inside there. Griffin using his priority on that wave. Get himself out of 3rd position here, but we'll still be looking for a much bigger score in the final 20 minutes.
Think back to that board change earlier with Cade Matson. We had a look at his fins too, and that's something you'll see here throughout the event. A lot of surfers scraping their fins, whether you're paddling out or finishing a wave, and going left was Seth. And in and out of that one. And that's a replay here of Griffin's last wave. So comes in a really nice opening carve and just wants to go complete at this stage of the heat. Nice variation of turns there. And it's a cruisy cutty to finish this one off, and he gets out there. So that'll be a nice mid-range score, you'd have to say. It'd be logged in there from Griffin, and he'll be right back in this heat.
20 minutes to go here. Numbers rolling through for Griffin Colapinto, 5.6. He's up in the 2nd spot now. And the Grom Otis North, he's got some work to do. He's after a 6.17, 20 minutes to go. Set waves approaching on the outside here, and it looks like it's going to be Seth getting into this one. So Otis opting for the 2nd wave in the set here as Seth digs in. Beautiful carve to get started. Into the pocket, hammers the section, gliding through to the inside now. This wave's starting to flatten. He'll get out of there, but a clean combination to kick that one off.
Yeah, powerful surfing there from Seth, carrying that speed through those first 2 maneuvers. Really powerful, unable to capitalize on anything on the end section, didn't really throw anything up at him. So here we have Seth, little check at the beginning, stays high, drops down, comes here and opens up with that turn. Really ferocious attack, nearly loses the fins off the bottom and goes vertical on that re-entry. This little speed float down the line. The judges appreciating it. 7.17 based off that power carve and straight up into this re-entry there. Just karate chops that thing, and you'd have to say, Ronnie, if that had an end section, it would have gone excellent.
Yeah, I like the patience at the beginning. You know, at different stages through this season, Seth has looked a little rushed and just almost looked a little anxious with the jersey on, but he's settled right in here. Really stood on the tail of the board, summed up what was ahead of him, and just opted for a big 2-turn combo.
Wow.
Loved it.
Yeah, most of those points coming off that re-entry and the speed that he carried through it. Was able to throw a fan of spray there for the judges, and if you're throwing spray, you're going pretty fast. And
yeah, up in the 1st position now, Griffin after a 7.11. Otis North after a 6.17. Looking at Griffin's year, you know, he really turned it around beautifully. Had a couple of nights to kick the year off.
Good job of done.
And turn around with a win and a runner-up at Pearls.
Huge punt on left, which would have gone, I don't know, would have gone into the 2nd, but yeah, would have been close. Yeah, would have been an 8 maybe. But hopefully tomorrow it's like this. Yeah, a bit bigger maybe. Yeah, hopefully. Would look sick. Yeah, pushed hard, held. Yeah. So you didn't have to nurse it all on that bomb? No. So it's got to be quite a bit bigger for the 6.2? Yeah. All right. Good to know. Yeah. Sick. All right. All right. You want to take it? Or I can I'll just take it now.
Well, the post-heat breakdown for Jake Patterson and Ethan Ewing is a very positive one, and so it should be. Maybe the turn of the day laid down by Ethan in that last heat. 9.5 was the score. And just on that board, step-down board, it sounded like. For Margies, he's saying he got plenty of hold out of it. I liked it too.
Yeah, very maybe even the same board that he rode at Bells too. Hasn't changed up equipment, and he's not going to unless it does get bigger. You heard Snake mention not big enough for the 6.2. That'll be that 2nd board that he's carrying there, and actually saw some of Jake's boards down at the WA Surf Gallery, Aravina Winery down there. It's a great little setup there. Well, it's not little, it's actually pretty comprehensive, and you can see everything of WA surf history, and you can see some of the previous Margaret River Pro winning boards, Jake's boards, Felicity Parmentiers, guns there too, and you see a close-up of that round tail there. Well, that's a 6.1.
Also one of Taj's first ever surfboards.
Yep.
One of his first boards, a Campbell Brothers special.
Maurice Cole?
No.
Brothers? Oh, wow.
No, he's one of his earliest boards.
Wow. Yeah, there was a couple of Taj's boards there. Yeah, there was Moose Cole as well.
From his first CT win, I think that one was, which he won at your home beach, mate, down there at Manly.
At Manly.
Pretty awesome.
Very awesome. So if you're around, Aravina Wine's one of the sponsors of the event as well, but down in the back of Yallingup, great surf gallery there as well.
So cool. Well, just over 15 and a half minutes to go. Seth holding the lead. Griffin in second. Otis looking for a number here, the winner of the trials. But Ethan Ewing, massive heat score total, 17 points in that last one. He's down with Stace.
Must feel nice to get the heat that turns on, Ethan.
Yeah, that heat before in John's heat was super slow, and my last heat at Bells was like ridiculously slow, so I was pretty keen just to get a quick start and try and, I don't know, build some sort of rhythm, but I don't know, there's no real rhyme or reason out here. It can turn off and on whenever, so, but yeah, we had a really good heat. It was cool.
Do you feel in tune with this place? Did you have a feeling it might pulse?
I don't know, there's that kind of, everyone says one heat on, one heat off. I was kind of, I was a bit unsure, but I was happy just to kind of get my feet in the wax early and feel my board. And yeah, and some of those waves were really good. Like, haven't seen those waves this trip yet, so it was cool to get an opportunity to ride a couple of those.
Speaking of the board, tell us about it. You blew the dust off it.
Yeah, I had a couple of new ones here, but I left some old ones here with my cousin, and yeah, rode them and they felt really good, so I'm just going to stick with those.
Looking pretty good. Well done, Ethan.
And he looks strong. I mean, anytime he is on it right, he looks deadly, but you put him on a bit of clean water,
yeah,
and he really does come into his own. That was stunning performance from Ethan to kick off his campaign here. 14 minutes to go, and you've got Seth Moniz, who's chasing a big result here, holding on to the #1 position in Heat 6. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break as we see Cole Hauschman limber up for his heat. This is the Pulse. Let's get caught up on what's unfolded here on the opening round of competition for the men. Heat 1, an all-Hawaiian battle. Saw Imai Kalani de Volt make a late charge from third position to save a place in the third round. Beautiful style on show as Imai just went on the attack, showing great variety, deep rail turns, great tail release. And here's a very happy camper as he progresses. Medina Magic, his first wave of the event, 8.5, so much power and speed between his turns. And he is looking for a big result to climb the epic rankings here and give himself a solid chance at making a run for the final 5. And with surfing like this, he should be sweet. The Brazilian on fire out here this morning at main break Margaret River. Kelly Slater, the greatest of all time. This might be his last run at the title here at main break. And he had a very difficult heat. And unfortunately for the 11-time world champion, he's going to have to surf his way through the elimination round. And it's the same story for John Florence. Who saw this coming? John, one of the best out here, the best out here, it has to be said. and he just couldn't get it going in these smaller conditions today. So he'll look to save himself to keep his unbelievable track record alive.
Wow, some unexpected circumstances this morning, Ronnie, as we catch straight back up with Seth, current heat leader.
Seth Moniz, he is looking pretty good out here at the moment. That wave didn't really come together for him though. Got a little tricky on the end section, trying to better a 5.53 there.
Yeah, just looking good out in the front, really comfortable. We said earlier, he does need a result, Seth, but he's just surfing as he should, just like a man possessed. You're not worrying too much about the future, just need to get through each heat. 717, that highest single wave so far, and this is a replay of Otis's wave. And looking for a section here, and he snaps that one to the lip and sort of comes down, a little delayed, losing the flow there. And the under-18 state champ does get a completion, but a 3.93. Not a lot of that flow in between the maneuvers. And this is Griffin, 6.6. And eyes off this section there. Wow, ferocious snap. And well, a little foam climb at the end, and he falls off as well. So Seth, 3.83 on his last wave. And this wave not really opening up on the inside too much for him. So pretty pedestrian wave given his heat so far. But just under 10 minutes remaining. Griffin, 6.6 for his last wave. Looking good, looking cruisy. He's capitalised on the waves that he's had so far.
Yeah, he looks amazing. You know, when you see just how Griffin surfed through events, these last two events in particular, you know, there's a real sort of measured approach there, but also sort of doesn't feel like he's showing us everything.
Yeah, 100%.
And he can really like push hard on that rail at different times. I think then on that, the 6.6, coasted through that first turn. It was just the perfect amount of commitment to log a decent score. But yeah, I think he's doing a great job of pacing himself through the rounds at the moment.
And that's why I said cruisy, because we know what he's capable of. He doesn't need to throw everything in this heat. He's comfortably in second place at the moment. And looking like he's, yeah, exactly right, pacing himself for this event.
8.5 minutes to go. Let's get caught up on what's been happening on the Shaper rankings. The battle is well and truly alive. Dominant performances from the team, the Lost team down there at Bells Beach. Saw them jump up into that #1 position.
Yeah, and we'll see where it goes at this event. Griffin looking good so far. Cade getting through his heat in that last one as well, but Sharp Eye close behind. CI down in third, but they have Reef Hazelwood here as well. And he'll be into that elimination round, so hopefully he can come out of that. He's riding a CI. Ethan through his heat with the DH, and yeah, Town and Country down in a 5th, so riding with Greaser as well.
Yeah, definitely. It's always fun to see who's the most dominant. I always bring up Katie Simmons' shaper, Chris Borges, because like one CT surfer, and you know, to be well situated on the rankings. Obviously, it's going to be hard for him to get up into that top 5, but you never know with the way Katie's been.
Well, she wins every event here on in.
Could do it, and looking forward to seeing her compete again. 7.5 minutes remaining here, and the Groms kind of been squeezed back into third position by the big dogs.
You know, on the Shaper rankings, similar to what was happening many years ago with car racing and NASCAR, it's almost that philosophy of win on Sunday, sell on Monday. And it has been like that traditionally in surfing, where competitions have actually created superstar shapers as well. We think of Pizel with John. We think of, or even Greg Webber when he had Taj Burrow on the team as well.
Italo, who's typically always pretty ramped up, just cracked the Red Bull.
Oh, gosh.
And he's coming up in the next heat. Kanoa Igarashi and Callan Robson also going to be in the water for that one. And I'm sure Italo would have seen Reef Hazelwood take flight, not quite stick, a huge rotation, and thought, yep, I can do that.
So the day before the event, very similar size to this, Italo was going left a lot, and he was pinpointing those air sections. He actually got a really good barrel going right as well. So he's looking fresh, he's looking loose in the free surfs in the lead up to this. It's a huge event for Italo, maybe the most pressure that he's had at any point in his career coming up to this as well, with facing that cut. But yeah, he hasn't been free surfing like it. He's been looking like a man possessed.
It'll be fun to watch. Something standing up on the outside here. And Otis North has priority. And the cameras will be on him. Let's see if he can step up and drop a good score. Felt like on his last ride, he really wanted to throw everything at the first section. Pushed the fins free and just got a little hung up. Well, here he goes, well positioned. Drops to the bottom. Drives up into the pocket. Nice little swoop, kicks on that tail. Oh, again. Throws the fins maybe a little too hard and looked a little awkward there. The board flipping over and him landing on the bottom of it.
And that rusty board that he is riding, he won on the trials. It was a brand new board. He'd never tested it before, and it was actually Letty Mortensen and Wade Carmichael delivered it to him the day before the trials.
Oh, Seth on the left, getting a nice hit in. This wave's starting to sort of fade away, but does sort of gather a steep enough section, enough power in that one for Seth to unload a second turn, but it's not going to factor in for him.
And yeah, Otis eyeing up that section, gets a snap, and yeah, went down pretty hard. Hopefully didn't collect his fins on the way down, but he's got the right idea. That's exactly what he's got to do. He's got to leave no rock unturned. He's got to really send it. He's up against Seth Moniz, you'd call a veteran on the tour these days, and Griffin Colapinto carrying that leader's jersey. Exciting heat for him to surf with the world's best and just be here in the event.
Most definitely. This heat, a big one for Seth Kaipo by avoiding that elimination round. He really improves his chances of staying on this tour.
Yeah, Seth Moniz, he's below the cut line coming into this event number 5, Ron, and you're exactly right. It is a really important heat from, but I like what I'm seeing from the Hawaiian. He's calm and cool in his approach. He's doing what he needs to do, and I really want to avoid that elimination round. I am impressed with the composure of Seth Moniz. His good friend Griffin Colapinto, in a whole nother world, in that Griffin, number 1 on the rankings, Griffin's actually got his eyesight on a final 5 placing already. So 2 friends with 2 different missions here, both doing well in this heat.
Yeah, it's amazing just that what confidence can do. Even Griffin sitting in second place with priority, and I don't know, just doesn't feel like he's threatened at the moment. Feels like he'll still probably dump this 5.6, but for Seth, just maintaining his position, number 1 position here, and just really making sure that he gets the job done. You know, you can feel that a sense of relief for him already.
Yeah, just needs to keep climbing up that draw. Experienced surfer, he knows exactly what he's got to do, and thankfully for him, there's been set waves and he's capitalized, and no mistakes from Griffin or Seth. A little bit wobbly to get started, but he's thrown away a pair of 5, Seth, so a strong heat for him, and rightfully the heat leader so far.
The interesting thing about the conversation with the cut is, you know, not just, you know, the pressure that's on the competitors trying to climb the rungs in the ladder, but it's looking at the talent that's kind of sitting at the back end of that top 22 pitcher. The nerves are real for them because they're looking over their shoulder going, oh my goodness, got Seth, Samuel Pupo, Miguel Pupo, Jacob Wilcox, Freddie Marias, Kyle Belly, Callum Robson, David Silver, Eli Hanneman, Kelly Slater,
Every
all behind us on the ladder.
Could take the win.
Yeah, amazing.
And make semis, quarters.
Yeah, well, that's a big call, but every single one of them could definitely go a long way in this draw, which, you know, means that if you're at the back end or just inside the bubble at the moment, you know, you're definitely feeling those surfers just staring you down.
Well, especially if the conditions remain the same. It's not what we come to expect here at Margaret River, but it is the ocean as well. So we see it in all types of sports. Conditions vary, they change. You know, we have in National Rugby League, if you don't convert your goals and the next team can get a try out on the wing, you're going to come from behind and you can cause some upsets. It's exactly the same in surfing. You bring your quiver, bring your fins, you bring your mindset for a strong Margaret River. But if it's going to be on the smaller side, it leaves the door open for some surprise performances.
For sure. And you've got to be thinking too, you know, rocking up to the event this morning, like even someone like John, who's got the remarkable track record here, must look at the conditions and go, this is going to take a bit of my advantage away. And that was certainly the case.
And then you had that heat beforehand where you saw Cade holding that rail, and Ethan, they had set waves and they were able to really implicate some power surfing and see what the judges, where they wanted to go with it. But if you don't have waves like John, you're right, that advantage is taken away.
1 minute remaining here.
And that's the beauty of surfing, though.
It is the beauty of it. Seth hanging on to that #1 position at the moment. He'll have a big smile on his face as he makes his way in. His coach, Doug Silver, will be thrilled. Griffin Colapinto, he'll be happy with his performance. Measured, built nicely. Got a feel for his equipment out here. Otis North, he'll have to really rebound and pull together a good strategy for the elimination round. 30 seconds to go after an 8.27. Can't see a whole lot of action rolling our way at the moment, and he is in that 3rd position for priority, so it's going to be a tough one for the Grommy.
He'll take a lot of experience out of this. He'll no doubt re-watch his heat, or maybe not. Maybe the coach will just say, don't fall off. Because if you can connect with a lip, you can ride out with speed, and you can connect 2 or 3 turns, you're going to go mid-range.
Yeah, he probably had the waves.
He did have the waves, for sure, yeah.
So a couple of falls really cost him here, but he's still smiling. There are the numbers for you. And the mates are going to progress through to that 3rd round. Well, stick with us because we got more big heats coming your way. The 2019 World Champion Italo Ferreira is out there next. Kanoa Igarashi also in the lineup, along with Callum Robson, who's chasing a big result here. We're going to bring in Joe for the call with Richie Lovett.
Opening round continues here in the Western Australia. Margaret River Pro Stop 5 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. Exciting heats continue with the mid-season cut right on top of us. Joe Turpel with longtime CT standout, surfing in over 100 championship tour events. Richie Lovett.
Hey, Joe.
What a day.
Oh, no, it's been amazing. You know, we had a fairly windy morning, offshore conditions. That wind has sort of kept going through the morning. It's laid down a little bit, but the sets are starting to show up with more frequency. So we've seen some amazing surfing so far. Big numbers.
I saw a 10 sneak in there.
Yeah.
That wave from Ethan Ewing. That was one judge's opinion. I love it. Getting a sneaky 10 out there in the opening round. Averaged out under, but that was a gigantic heat. Definitely look forward to watching that on the WSL post show. Looking at this heat, Kanoa Igarashi representing Japan, Italo Ferreira, a world champ from Brazil, and Callum Robson from Evanshead, Australia. Already getting started is Italo.
Let's see what Italo started to do on the backhand. Winding out, we know he surfs this place so well, but got caught on his toes. on that opening floater, so a mistake there. And then this is the opening ride here for the man in white, Callum Robson. The big natural footer, just carves down the first turn, belts the second. Got a little drift as he was coming down off the lift there, and just not able to get the third one in. But these first two-turn combination was beautiful to watch. Just sort of cutting down there, beautiful carve. And then watch Callum transition onto that inside rail. Sort of does a double pump here, and watch him drift over here, gets a little float kind of weightlessness as he just grinds along that coping. And then he's able to muscle his way down. Strong fella. And a really powerful surfer. So one of the two natural footers in this heat up against the lone goofy Italo Ferreira. Kanoa Igarashi waiting patiently for his turn.
Kanoa back with Snake. As we look at Callum Robson, who came out as a very exciting rookie, getting finals at Bells last year, getting rewarded from Yeti with that perfect 10 in Portugal in an absolute cave. This year, a bit different result-wise, and he was absolutely devastated after that early round loss at Bells, a place that gave him so much love in that rookie season. So in a much different position, really hasn't felt this type of drama at the cut in his career so far.
Yeah, he's under a little bit of pressure here, and Callum's our kind of blue-collar surfer from Australia. He's always just putting in 100%. Doesn't go about his business with too much fanfare, just gets the work done. And one of the most determined surfers that you'll ever come across. And well, he's got it up against him here, because Italo and Kanoa have been in fine form. But Italo, he's way down there on the ratings, Joe. He's got some work to do as well.
Interesting for a world champ. 2019, Italo won it all in a final at Pipe to decide the world title that year against Gabriel Medina. A moment you'll never forget. At Pipe, getting all the notes passed to us in the commentary booth, it was just simple. Whoever wins Pipe and the world title. As we look at Kanoa now tracking down the line. Big hook there to start things off. Igarashi hits the lip and stomps it super soft and clean. Just love how light on his feet he was in the flats. Italo on the wind-up, carved to start. Hitting it harder on the next connection and over the roof to turn in a three-turn combo to the panel. Callum's first wave already a 6.5.
Yeah, well, it was off the strength of that second turn on Callum's wave, which was of a critical nature. We've talked about that judging criteria. They're paying attention to those bigger, more impactful moves. But let's check the replay here of Kanoa streaking down the line, sort of pumping for speed, and then a beautiful carve off the top. I love how he managed to time that second turn. Sort of jumps off the lip. But a great combination from him, and then this was Italo out behind him. So you can see Italo just sort of toned things down a little bit on this wave, took 10% off, and the rhythm started to fall into place.
Such a fast, speedy surfer, known for his speed since he qualified for the tour, is Italo Ferreira. There's Kanoa paddling back out. Italo's had some rhythm here at Margaret River at main break, but I think we'll never forget his first wave he ever rode in his life when the whole event transitioned to the box. He'd never been out there before, but he was in that kind of rhythm with the world and competing, where he got an 8.17 on his first attempt on the slab across the bay. Caltex in motion. Deep bottom turn, nice first connection off the roof. Out in front for a nice cutback. How's the transition into the finish, but he sinks. But love those transitions between the turns where you don't have to reset your rail. That finesse was easy to watch, Rich.
Yeah, there's two ways you could do it. You can sort of pump off the bottom or just hold your clean rail, a longer rail. This is live action of Italo.
Quickly up to the lip. That's going to hold him back, so he's just going to get out of there. Italo's opener, a 3.33. We mentioned Cal's 6.5, Kanoa 7.5 on his start.
Wow.
Second scoring ride for Italo, a 6.0, and now an aggressive paddle battle for second priority.
Wow, Callum's trying to hunt him down. I don't know if he's going to catch Italo. We know how fit he is and how determined. I was just thinking, like, you know how there's just so much energy around Italo, just his management of that energy must be just a critical thing. It almost looks like he's going to implode sometimes before he runs out for a heat. So just being able to settle that, you know, and that's total contrast to someone like a Jack Robinson, who is very sort of meditative before he goes out in the heat. So different approaches for different surfers.
Yeah, you know, Italo wants to feel like he's jumping out of his skin and then apply that energy to heats as we look at Callum here.
Yeah, quick snap off the top. Then he gets the carve. Beautiful turn there. And then, yeah, just over-rotates and gets the nose of the board, just dings it a little. This is the water angle here. Gives you a great indication of the height of these waves. So decent overhead, beautiful conditions at the moment. Callum just watching those, the arms throw up. It helps, keeps the momentum. Watch as he does the turn. The arm movement, ever so important. And this final turn here, so almost gets vertical and just over-rotates. Watch the nose dig in, and then it's all over.
Losing the finish is Callum, but it still is a 4.33, so his lead is still a 10.83 total out front. Italo second with that 6.0, and Kanoa with the best single score of the heat so far at a 7.5. For Kanoa, this is his 8th start in the event, where he's peaked at 2/9. For Callum, he's only had 2 previous events where he's already had back-to-back 9th place finishes. That's a loss in the round of 16. Griffin getting second in the last heat.
I like doing the soft. Oh, they don't get it. Solid. Fuck, those guys are on every good wave, and I was on every bad wave.
Yeah, exactly. So you know that. And I think that you didn't want to fuck with Seth at the start, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Yeah. That, you know, sort of have it, and then... Yeah, anyone else, he would have posted some big scores. The other guys.
I would have battled. I would have battled it first.
That's the only thing to take out. Swoops, big hits, spinners. He just did the job.
The scale's pretty high right now, given high scores.
Pretty high. It's hard to get 2 big turns out there because it's, you know, if they're not big enough, the second turn just turns small.
Yeah.
The only bigger ways where you got 2 majors was Ethan's heat. Ethan K got ones that were a foot bigger than yours, so you got 2 majors. Everyone's doing 1 big major, and then the second one got big.
Yeah.
They're doing the job.
And then the waves I did go on, like, they were like, they weren't like you can't let them go, but they weren't the bombs.
Exactly. You just did your job.
Yeah.
If you let them go and then it went lolly, you'd be kicking yourself.
Yeah.
And there was a chance that if you went them, then there were bombs behind, which they kind of were. But that's when you lean back in your surf.
Tommy Whitaker, the 2008 champ here at Margaret River, loving his job coaching world #1 on both sides of the tour for Katie and Griffin Colapinto. A couple of nice clean decisions on the back end of Italo, working with Reynos Hayes this year. As we see Callum Robson now with some glassy open face here at main break. Digs in with that beautiful carve, drills it in the pocket, and now end section approaches, and Callum's got a ton of control. Nice read again for a little whitewater snap, a nice quiet, humble claim as he steps off.
It was a claim, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
It
You know,
was.
just a nice, just quiet one there. Just probably for himself, pumping himself up. That felt great.
That felt really good. And when we get the replay of this wave, I want you to pay attention to the transition between Callum's first and second turn and the way he went from rail to rail without any pumping, without any glitches. It was incredibly smooth. Taking off, driving down the line, sort of gets a bit untidy there, but see there, the transition between those 2 turns was so smooth, held all his speed and acceleration, and did a little more pump work down the line until he got to the final 2 hits here. But the judges definitely will be paying attention. This will be a better angle at it, so he's driving for speed here, gets on his inside rail, holds it. Now he starts to offload and then transitions onto that toe side rail, but so smooth. And just leans into it. Look how low he's getting. He's got his eyes fixed on his next target point. That side fin almost coming completely free, just hanging on those 2, the back fin and the other side fin. An incredible fan of spray. Nice tight arc on that re-entry. So an incredible combination there from Callum Robson.
Love that transition, Richie. I could watch that all day. How hard that is to hold your rail between two different turns. This is Italo's last.
Yeah, two-turn combination here for Italo as the waves start to fire up. Keeps that one pointing down the line, and then the final turn. And what Italo does so well is just create that smooth arc off the top on his backhand. It's a really tight arc, but it's beautiful and smooth, and that was a great wrapping turn there from Igarashi to get that two-turn combination as well. So really a great exchange from all three surfers.
Winner of the last heat, Trilogy star Seth Moniz is with Stace.
Thanks, Joe. Seth, an important heat for you on the ratings.
Yeah, you know, a lot of pressure coming up to this contest, but I'm feeling really good. My boards are working great. Been a few down days, so that first couple of waves, I kind of felt a little nervous and antsy, but yeah, stoked to get the heat win.
1-2 with your Trilogy co-star Griffin.
Yeah, we had that was our third heat together this year, and finally got the heat win. So,
how's that tour been going? You guys have been busy.
What? Oh yeah, been doing the Trilogy. The movie premiere came out, so you know we had a few premieres in Hawaii and LA, San Diego, and now we're here in Oz having a good time.
And what's the plan for the rest of the afternoon? Looks like you get the afternoon off.
Probably just rest and hopefully get another surf. You know, it's been a few days since I stood up on my surfboard, so yeah, probably just gonna get back out there this evening.
And no doubt, Mum and Dad tuning in at home. Did you want to say g'day?
Yeah, I love you guys, miss you guys. You know, I've been here for a month now, so always hard to leave home, but you know, I got to get the job done here, make a few heats, make the cut, and yeah, get to go home after.
That's the plan, Seth. Well done.
Thanks.
Thank you, Stace. And Seth with so much support globally, but specifically his entire family, his Ohana, they don't miss a heat. Doesn't matter what time it is in Hawaii. They usually gather together and hang out. Sometimes it's even at Seth's house when he's gone. You know, they all got the keys. They can let themselves in. It's really the spirit of Ohana. You'll see his sister in the backyard training. They use the Seth's backyard to teach hula to the young kids on the island. Really special family. Always great hanging out with them. And they're backing Seth. He's in a crazy position this year. 24th on the rankings. Heading into stop number 5. So that was a very crucial start in the opening round, getting a win to head into the round of 32.
Yeah, that was a bit of a relief there for Seth Moniz, and he knows he's got a big job ahead of him, really, but you can alleviate that pressure by just going, you know what, it's simple. I pretty much got to win this thing, you know, and sometimes when you make that path incredibly clear, then that's all you got to do.
Time to check out the epic rankings. Men's bubble watch is all on the line here at stop number 5. You see Seth, 24th in the world. Crucial win there. Cade Madsen was strong, getting in the excellent range in his performance earlier today. And we're also looking at Italo Ferreira's in the water right now. 18th in the world for the 2019 world champion. Callum Robson in the water now, wearing the white jersey, down to 30th in the world. Just want to say, everybody in this draw, no matter if you're in last place, you've got a chance to make the cut. Wins are 10,000 points, so you still got to be putting your head in the game with a shot to move on for the rest of the season.
Yeah, it's a really cool scenario that, you know, everyone's got a crack at it. Well, someone's got to get it at the end of the day. We're going to see someone win this thing and probably shoot up the ratings like we saw at the last event of Bells.
We saw Eli Hanneman getting through his heat earlier this morning. He looked loose and radical as he's going to have his focus on just winning this entire event. We'll keep you posted with more scenarios once we get out of this opening round. See what's going to be on the line. We already have some must-win situations set up for the women's elimination round, which is scheduled to be out there later on this afternoon. Callum asking for time. 12:20 on the clock in this one.
Solid score line.
As we look at those numbers, Richie, yeah. Italo, 8.5. Callum, 8.07. Kanoa Igarashi, 7.57. Big numbers, Kanoa out front, Callum second, Italo third, but with the best wave of the heat so far.
One thing that's becoming really clear, especially in this heat, is that the judges are appreciating the combination of maneuvers and the critical nature of them. You know, that 8.5 of Italo was that two-turn combination, but it was on the biggest wave of the heat so far. He placed his manoeuvres in the right part of the wave, took advantage of the steepness of those sections and really pounded them. So yeah, good scores getting dropped now. And then again, Callum Robson, when we broke down that 1-2 combination that he did, so smooth, up into the excellent range.
And now Italo in a great position with that big 8.5. He had some fun heats out here. We mentioned the moment at the box where he got the 8.17, but he's had a lot of great reads on main break. 3 quarterfinals, 1 semifinal, and his past here at Margaret River as we see Callum Robson's form in second at the moment with 11 minutes to go. Welcome back to the big event here in Western Australia, the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, 5th stop of the season. Margaret River, known for its beautiful wines, nestled among pristine beaches, ancient caves, and tall timber forests. It's really where adventure and indulgence meet. What a great place to hang out, especially if you're with Richie Lovett, longtime competitor who loves this time of the water and also likes to check out all the beauty that this place has to offer. Glassy conditions continue as we look at Callum Robson once again.
Just Callum. You can tell he's feeling it. He's found some rhythm here. He's got some good scores on the board. He has that 8, now looking to back it up. So some really good numbers here. Conditions just flawless at the moment, Joe. That wind has really laid down.
Big numbers continue to flood our screen. Callum already in the 8-point range with his 8.07. With that last wave, he was hoping to better his low score of his 6.5. Action continues, checking out the left. A world champ in 2019 has a nice air section, tail high reverse. Ends up incomplete. A rare fall for a maneuver like that for Italo. I think his world famous one was kind of that backhand helicopter type motion that really helped him in closeout conditions in the European beach breaks, where he could get himself out of jail if he needed a score, or he could just max out the scale with a perfect 10, because that man can land so hard in the flats.
Yeah, he has the ability to make those freakish airs on an incredible kind of you know, his consistency make, it's right up there. So it's even when he takes to the air, you don't think he's going to fall off. But this is the wave prior to that. So good looking right-hander here. Italo jams it in the pocket, nice and tight. And the radius of these backhand turns, just incredible. And he's dropped another huge number here, Joe, another 8.5.
As we see the punt, tail high, but he's not too worried about this fall after hearing the scores come through from his previous ride. An 8.5, pocket 8.5s, and the lead for Ferreira was 7 minutes to go.
Well, those two 8.5s were surfed so similar. Just 2 turns, very, very strong, great combination. But that's the difference that Italo can do out here against these natural footers, is just the the radius of the arc when you're on the backhand, it can be much tighter. Whereas on the front hand, it almost forces you to do that carve and the different variations of that forehand snap.
6:30 on the clock. Kaipo, you've got the best seat in the house, and what a matchup. A lot of big numbers in this heat.
Awesome action out here. It is quite an entertaining heat. Bravo, Italo Ferreira absolutely going off out there. Sun came out, Joe, and it's been bright. It's a beautiful, dreamy day. But you know what? I'm protected with my epic safety eyewear out here. The polarized lenses helps me enjoy this epic view, cuts out the glare. My retina are really, really happy right now as I'm enjoying the action from out in the channel.
That's what we want to do. Protect you out there, Kipes. I mean, with that glare, the judges as well, they've got just packs of eye drops. You're looking comfortable out there, nice and warm too, Kipes.
It's warm, it's dreamy, it's beautiful, it's glassy, everyone's ripping, and like I said, my retina are relaxed under these polarized epic lenses.
I love it, man. You're watching the action of Italo throwing some fans to the sky. 2.85s there, and just to break it down a bit, you've got 5 judges on the panel, and each judge had a different opinion on both of those 8.5s. That's just how the average worked out. They dropped the high and the low. They just came out right at the same. Italo driving, big opportunity for the Superman as he ends up out the back.
Wow, you don't often see a backhand Superman attempt, but he almost stuck that. He got, it's just incredible that he got to his feet again. Almost thought he was just pulling out, just jumping off the back for a second, but no, he tried to make it. Let's see what happened. Pumping down the line, loading up. You saw the stance widen, gets the grab. And now he shoves the board back under his feet again. Just a little too forward on the board. And a bit too high on the roof of the wave there. But solid attempt, mate.
Yeah, it's cool when you see Italo get a 17-point total. He starts to do things like this. You can see how this helps his confidence, helps his showman ability to start looking at waves under priority. And that's when he does some serious damage. As we have time for a heat check. Italo, famous for usually catching the most waves in a matchup.
Yeah, he's very, very busy always, and this is the type of performance we're used to seeing from Italo. I feel like this is that energy that I was talking about earlier. This is how he likes to compete, getting a lot of reps, getting a lot of waves, and he builds and he finds opportunities, and he's done just that in this one. You can see the last scores. You can see how that judges spread happens, as you're explaining, Joe. Highest and lowest scores are eliminated, and the average of the 3.
That's right, and the head judge doesn't write down scores these days. Watching the panel, setting up replays. As we see Kanoa Igarashi 7.57, still in the mix in second place with first priority. Needing a 9.43 to catch up to Italo, so Italo is free to go for big Supermans, big airs. Should be an entertaining finish to heat number 7. And Italo's on the loose. Look out, heading right. Ferreira's got a big ramp here, and he ends up letting go of that one. Who knows where he's going to go with that one. Yeah, that backhand Superman attempt, I was just thinking about Jordy Smith and a lot of those old Kai Neville movie parts. He was kind of calling them backhand froggies, you know, where he do like a frog kick in the air with that Superman extended motion. As we watch Kanoa Igarashi now. Cool little hack there. Pulls in under the hood, and he will make it. Fun looking inside section to throw down a carve. A different type of wave for Kanoa. His rhythm looks solid. Regaining confidence, especially with getting back with Jake Patterson this year.
Yeah, I was spending a little time with Kanoa and Jake as we see the water angle. Italo takes to the air. Just sort of misgrabs it, starts to rotate, and he had nowhere to go. Hit the eject button. Fun to watch nonetheless. He actually really, timing was perfect out of the lip. Perhaps may have been better off going for a big backhand rotation rather than the froggy, as you called it.
Well, he's probably in 2 minds too. If he had the grab, maybe he would have saw a big shove it as we see Kanoa's first turn again.
Yeah, nice layback snap, and then Kanoa was actually a little caught behind. And then somehow that little section opened up in front of him. It really didn't give him much option but to pull in. Nice little barrel, some vision, but it won't go into his top 2 scores.
So Igarashi doing a great job this year to find some rhythm on the top 34. Last year kind of felt like a recovery year from getting a silver medal in the Olympic Games, from making the final 5. But he's also a guy that doesn't mind throwing the jersey on. You thought about all those other years where he had so much consistency. The tour is a bit different, and he'd often do the QSs that would come to town, and he didn't mind being in the Challenger Series. And you know, he really enjoys having heat energy that keeps him consistent throughout an entire year.
Yeah, he does a lot of travel too, all over the globe. But he seems like he's in a good place. I was out in the water with him the other day. Conditions were almost identical to what it is now. And he was just going, Reg, how beautiful is it out here? You know, he was really appreciating the moment that he was in. And he was spent a lot of time, just when I was doing the interviews down on the stairs, he was down there with Jake Patterson, spent a good hour and a half pre-heat, just watching the conditions, timing the sets, figuring out, you know, what sort of maneuvers were scoring. Just all part of putting a plan together before you actually have to paddle out in the heat.
30 seconds to go. I think the plan with Reynolds Hayes and Italo has worked out perfectly. It's going to be Callum Robson trying to get himself out of third here. Going for a punt. It's a throwaway. Probably an awkward feeling for Callum. With an 8.07 and a 6.5 and some incredible surfing, he finds himself in third. Italo finding a left. Look out. He's a showman. If we got a big air section, he'll do something cool for us. Oh, that one's going to just die out on the inside, but great effort, great performance for all 3 competitors. 17-point total for our winner there. 15.07 for Kanoa in second. 14.57 combined total for Callum in third.
Yeah, it was a weird heat. I mean, Callum probably would have gotten through any other heat this morning. But that's just the nature of pro surfing at this level. These guys all getting decent waves, which is promising signs because we've had plenty of sets in the last 30-odd minutes, and hopefully this continues through.
Everyone loving the action in heat number 7, especially all the fans at the Cooper's Bar. I love that new colorway that they have there, that turquoise color. And then the green's a staple. But they're enjoying the action in the opening round. Up next, Cole Hausman takes on Ryan Callanan and Kai Wibeli right after this. The opening round continues here for the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Still a glorious day condition-wise, and coming off a gigantic heat total in the last heat. Italo moves on with 17 points, 2 8.5s. Let's see if that goofy foot connection will continue in the lineup. Cole Hausman, fresh off his win at Bells. Callanan as well will have his back to the right-handers here at main break. And also Kai Wibeli joining the mix, a rusty team rider. Looking for a big performance, and thinking of big goofy foot performances in the past, a former runner-up in this event joins us now, our commissioner, Jesse Miley-Dyer. Jesse, thanks for joining us, and First off, how cool that we have the commissioner's office back on tour.
Yeah, we're stoked. I mean, for us to have reinstated the commissioner's office is it's a cool thing, and I'm stoked you're happy with it.
Hey, I missed kind of just even throwing down to the call with the commissioner. It just feels good, you know? What goes into it? What's all the business end about the commissioner's office, and why do we have it back?
Yeah, so we'll be back, you know, kind of like it was before. We'll be overseeing the integrity of the sport, judging, rule book, formats, all of those things, and you know, all of those things are so important to the sport, and I'm really happy to be heading that up for us.
Oh, so cool. I just kind of mentioned your final. We don't have like a heat analyzer back in those days.
Probably good.
Can you give us a couple memories of being in the final in main break, and what was that like for your career?
You can embellish too now because there is.
Oh, right.
That's true.
So is that what you've been doing lately? Yeah. Okay.
That's actually a great point. I wish I'd thought about. You know, it was 12 foot. No. I was in the final, I think, against Jackie Silva, and I'm really bummed to this day that I lost. I made a couple of really big mistakes, and but I do have a really beautiful trophy that's actually in my mum's house. So it's always nice to take something away, but it was an important one at the time, but one that got away.
Cool looking back. Well, one that went your way, as we kind of think about the theme of how we started this year as a rookie going to Honolulu Bay, having a final with Keala Kennelly, is we still have our commissioner joining us for this call, watching the live action of Ryan Callanan stepping off. But you being a rookie and taking on the established guard of like KK and getting a win off him, that was a big deal. But this year, I think we felt it like no other year in the past. You know, how rare is it to have such a generational shift of like what we're experiencing this season on tour?
Yeah, I mean, watching this season from, Pipeline and then even at Bells and watching Cole win, it's a really big shift. Obviously in the women's, watching what happened at Pipe was huge. And it's not very often that you get these moments in a sport, and it kind of, watching everyone rise to the occasion and trying to turn the tide as such, I think it's really special. And it's, more than anything, I just love watching rookies coming on after achieving those goals. You work so hard to make the tour, and it kind of takes a second sometimes to get your footing, and then you see someone kind of really nail it, and then they just go,
yeah, through the roof. And just obviously being involved in the platform shift of getting Pipeline and on the board for the women, and saying, hey, you give them a chance, look what we have. And we got to really witness that live at the start of the season. Up and down is Kiowa Belly as he gets clipped. We'll be watching his performance here with the midseason cut on the line. Cole Hauschman still being patient with priority as we still enjoy this conversation with our commissioner, Jesse Miley-Dyer. Jesse, we could talk about a lot of things, but also you can't get off the generational shift as well when we have the GOAT still throwing the jersey on. Kelly Slater, we got to see him compete against Richie Lovett through the 90s and early 2000s, and we're in this kind of crazy place of limbo going, what's going on? Where's he going to be? Have you been talking to him much about any plans?
Yeah, I mean, look, the thing with Kelly is that he is the GOAT, and he can still win the event, and he can still make the cut. Like you can never count him out. And he's just like, we've probably seen it many times where you think Kelly's down and out of an event or a heat, and he just makes this comeback. But I mean, if anyone can pull out huge performances, 11 times world champ, you'll probably never see another Kelly, really, when we think about it.
I mean, Rich, you've seen him close in the heats that you've been in and over the years. And even today with a third, he's still got it in him to win heats at any time on his day. So.
I think he looked great this morning, actually. And, talking to him, I was down here the other day and we were just sharing a sauna and an ice bath, and he was actually, talking about his body and how he maintains it and some of the little niggling injuries that he has at 52. I mean, it's downright remarkable that he is still here competing at the level that he's competing, and he just loves it. He just loves the thrill of competition. He loves being around this energy of pro surfing, and he changed it for all of us. And he will be forever known as the GOAT and untouchable. No one's ever going to do what he's done.
Yeah, so it seems like his focus is win this event, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I know he's really focused on this event for sure. And, there's also couple of his favourite waves coming up in the back half of the tour, and you know, we're probably not ready to see him go. So, you know, everyone wants to see Kelly compete, and whether or not that's after he, you know, potentially does well here and makes the cut, or has a couple of event wildcards in his future, who knows? But you know, we'd love to see him, and he knows that. I think Kelly definitely knows that we'd love to have him.
Really cool. Love having your company for this one. Just an update, you guys. Not much as far as scores are concerned. Hausman's still waiting with priority. There's been some cool additions happening each and every year in pro surfing and from the commissioner's office, and there's been some new things with the judges as well, and what opportunities the surfers have to review their heats. We'll get there in a second as we see a nice backhand snap. Leaning into it again is Cole Hausman, throwing down a finishing move, and he will ride away. So his first heat wave scored since his performance in the final at Bells Beach.
Yeah, it's always interesting watching what the previous winner of the event's going to perform like when they get the jersey back on, and are they going to be rattled? Are they going to feel the pressure of, you know, I've just had a win, I've got to back it up? Because that's the natural thing you want to do as a competitor. You go, okay, I want to keep this winning roll going. But Cole looked good on that wave, a little late perhaps on a couple of the hits, but you know, he does look in fine form, and I think he surprised everyone, but at the same time, the expectation was that he was going to be well suited to this tour, and he was going to do well. It was just he was a little late going through the gearbox.
Yeah, definitely. And for Cole, he's qualified at the right time with so much to look forward to this year on tour. First turn off the top and then right in the pocket there, Rich.
Yeah, big powerful turn on the second one, and again, as I mentioned, just a little bit late. So mid-range score, I believe, will drop here, and then, you know, he'll be looking for something more. But it's been a slow start to this heat. We had incredible waves in the last heat, and that seems to be the rhythm of the ocean at the moment. It's delivering in droves in one heat and then gets a little sleepy.
I was thinking about the options that the surfers do have this year as far as working with the judges. What's been the big change for this year?
Yeah, so the change that we've made this year is, you know, obviously the heat reviews and being able to come in after your heat and ask questions and, you know, kind of, you know, be able to sit there and say to Luli, hey, like, you know, I felt like this score was a bit higher, like I felt this one was a bit lower, like, you know, tell me about what you're kind of thinking. And, you know, we had a lot of feedback at the end of last year, and it was really apparent too that, you know, our surfers are really passionate about the sport and about this in particular, which I think is great. And we're really lucky to have the group that we do. And, you know, so we sat down and talked to everyone, and one of the things that really came out of those conversations was wanting to be able to review the audio and the video from the judges' room, from the tower. And so this year, starting from January, that's been available to our surfers. If they wanted to come in and watch their heat and be able to ask questions, they also can review that video and audio, and it's time-stamped in with our judges' replay system. So you can sit there and have a look at what was being said, what was being reviewed, and, you know, feel like you're in the room and kind of get that understanding of how they're making decisions. But I think the transparency is really important. You know, it's absolutely the aim for us, and to be able to open the doors like that, it really shows a partnership and that we're here to do it together.
That's really cool. And just it's an open door policy as well for the surfers. It always has been. I remember yourself on tour asking questions to the head judge at the time about close decisions, and you can get kind of a good read from the panel on what they were looking for, maybe something you didn't see when you're looking on the horizon. But 100%. Rich, as a longtime competitor, how cool is that? If you're actually taking things maybe personal, you can go, I can watch how they got to that score in real time with those cameras.
I think as a pro surfer, understanding why you get scored and what scores is the most critical element of what they're doing right now. Otherwise, what's the point, you know? And as a surfer, you'll test to this as well. You come in and you go, okay, you dissect every wave as you ride it. Yep. You're paddling out, giving yourself a score. Then you compare that against what the judges drop, and then at the end of the heat, you kind of go over the heat in its entirety and figure out how you won or how you lost. Adding this layer of transparency and being able to communicate with the judges on it is so important, because you can then go out and go, okay, well, what I thought was the right thing to do perhaps I've got to change it up a little bit, or I've got to add a little bit to this turn. So it's great. I think it's fantastic for the sport. And, you know, early on in my career, we sort of didn't have it. You just had to cop what the judges told you, and you couldn't really even ask them questions about it. They just went, no, you didn't win or you did win. So now having this ability is really cool, and it's progressing the sport even more.
Come a long way as we watch live action. Ryan Callanan throws down a nice snap climb over the whitewater and steps off. His best so far. Hausman with a 5.33. So last heat we were talking about 14 plus totals all the way to the 17-point total for each. So this one a little bit more calm with plenty of time to go on the clock. So Jesse, how does this all work? You know, because it feels like pro surfing is that open book, kind of led by the surfers on tour. And I think that's probably why you wanted this job in the first place after a great career on the top 17. What happens though in the off season? Is it talking to surfers, having meetings, going, how do we make this even better?
Yeah, so there are a couple of meetings that we'll do. The end of last year in particular, we did these judging summits, like feedback summits, and particularly because it was such a big conversation last year. And you know, all of these things that we've changed this year, including I forgot to mention that, you know, we're doing our judging criterias in both English and Portuguese for the first time. At the beginning of the year, everyone received all the way up to the cut those criterias, and then they get judging notes in English and Portuguese every day. And, you know, having someone like Luli Pereira as our director of officiating and head judge, you know, makes that possible. So, you know, for us to be able to have those conversations in the off season, though, it's important.
As we see Ryan Callanan, who read the English version of that this morning, throwing down a little snap to slide, softer inside shoulder, avoiding the bricks on that line. And he'll step out of his second scoring ride. His way before a 4.17 as he's trying to catch up to Cole Hausman and his lead. With that wave, Arcal should be out in front as Kyle Abelli still holding down priority. More waves on the way as well. Kaio, famous for knocking out John Florence in the past here at Margaret River Main Break, actually had a very similar size to what we're seeing today. Could be in position to make a move here. Kaio does roll in. Driving hard off the bottom. Nice sweeping carve to start for the Brazilian. Snaps it off the lip. Out in front again for a nice little slashing cutback with the fin release and shuts it down.
Geez, he had a good pace on that wave. Cole Hausman on the outside.
Cole getting a little bit caught, so the big wave there for Kaio will have the best score on it. Ryan's still waiting for his backup, and things are starting to heat up with the numbers coming through. Jesse Miley-Dyer, our commissioner, thanks so much for joining us. We love talking about surfing and the tour with you, and great job for all these years. It feels like this year's going to be the best one yet.
Best year yet, absolutely. I'm going with that too. I believe it.
I believe it. We've got to put it out there and manifest good conditions from start to finish. Happy to be finishing off this heat with some clean conditions and bigger scores starting to lock in. Enjoyed our time with the commissioner as we'll take a Bonsoy brew break and finish up heat number 8 right after this. Great opportunity to download True Surf for free from the App Store or Google Play. You can also tap WSL Events to play the virtual event here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Looking for some really big combinations of turns today, so best of luck, best of waves. Enjoying the world's best here at stop number 5 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. It's a glorious day for pro surfing. Kiowa Belly, Ryan Callanan, and Cole Hausman. I have gotten a lot of scores coming through in their favor. The scale is lifting since we went to break. Let's open this one up, Richie, with Ryan Callanan's backhand.
Yeah, our Cal just sets it up here. Quick snap to start things off. Now he winds up. The second turn was bigger, had more spray, more critical, and the third. So a really powerful combination on the backhand. Kiowa Belly driving hard off the front foot and then just really putting the pressure there through that carve. All the way through to the inside. Best wave of the heat so far. Gets to the finish. Really good pace on that wave for Kio. Just very patient. Placement of the maneuvers, absolutely perfect. A great rail carve as the water texture just changes ever so slightly now. A little bit of bump on the face now as the wind switches. Kio, always reliable. Clean snap, slight tail release off that one. Sets up these inside maneuvers here. Tucks that back leg in, gets nice and low, gets the tail release again. Brings the board around, then gets that final hit. 8 points, solid.
Excellence for Kiowa Belly. 8-point ride. 6.83 for our Cal. Hausman had the 5.33 earlier, so the winner from Bells in third now. And the rookie needs a 3.41 to move into the top 2. It's all about avoiding the elimination round. It's incentive-based with your positioning in these rounds for seeding into the next bracket, but it also could pay off if you end up in a tie-break situation for the cut. So when they have to break ties, they look at heat wins as well. And if you're getting second in these opening rounds, that's not going to factor in. So it's always about taking big wins, even if there's 3 guys in the lineup in this non-elimination format.
There's definitely a mental advantage too if you're coming away with the win. You feel like you're progressing and outperformed your competitors. Put in a solid performance. Set starting to come through again. It is Kiowa Belly, so a great opportunity with priority to put another good number on the board and really shut this heat down.
Priority with Kio, solid surfer, a world junior champion. Loves getting barreled. One of those surfers that would come to Margie's back in the day, and before even heats were run at the box, he just, that pure surfer in him, just wanted to head over there with good friends like Josh Kerr. Kersey, one of the greats out here in this region over the years. Man, he did well at main break through the QS, runner-up to Michelle Perez in 2014, one of the leaders of the slab across the bay as well, and his daughter Sierra winning a world junior title to kick off the season.
Yeah, really incredible surfing family. Josh still super relevant within the industry. Number of businesses as well, so that he's involved with. But man, he is a real advocate for the twin fin now, and you know, surfs it religiously even when he puts a jersey on.
Winner of the last heat with 2.85s. Italo is with Stace.
Italo, that looked like one of the most fun heats you've surfed this year.
Yeah, that was a pretty fun heat. I was watching before, and I was kind of slow, and I was like, oh no, please Jesus, give me some opportunity in the heat. And yeah, I got like a couple scores, and I tried to calibrate on the air after the scores, and it was pretty fun. Yeah, I'm happy with my performance.
Who are you getting the inspiration for the backhand Superman from? They're incredible.
Yeah, I love those type of maneuvers, you know, especially when I got like a lot of speed. But I didn't land it, but it was pretty fun. And yeah, I always like trying to do some good performance. And yeah, I'm so stoked. Yeah, absolutely.
You got some new support this year. How's it feel? Bit of new sticker confidence?
Yeah, for sure. I had some new sponsor, and I'm so glad to have all those guys in my board, you know, helping me to still like dream, you know, and yeah, especially with my family at home and missing everyone, and yeah, I'm just trying to do my job here and go back home and enjoy the rest. Yeah.
And yeah, did you want to say good evening to everyone back at home?
Então, só agradecer a galera que tá na torcida. Tô amarradão, tenho sofrido bastante nesses últimos dias e tá sendo legal, as pranchas estão voando. Agradecer ao Tic Tac, são uns caras muito especiais para mim, né? A gente vem trabalhando há muito tempo e os caras têm feito um trabalho incrível, né? Desde o início até hoje. Então, mérito deles também, né? Por fazer pranchas incríveis e sempre me deixar confiante, né? E o meu trabalho ficar um pouco mais fácil lá dentro, só de achar as ondas e pedir para que Deus envie boas ondas e para que eu possa quebrar. Então é isso.
Thanks, Italo. Well done.
Thanks, Stace. Itzela sounding calm after a high-fi performance with a ton of great energy with a couple of big 8.5s. Trying to stay focused. That calm demeanor could be with that relationship with his coach, Reynos Hayes, who's all about calmness, support, love, light. Great relationship with those two as Itzela moves on into the round of 32, where it's reseeded once again. Just a cool human being coming out of Baia Formosa, a small town, little fishing village, where I'm always blown away when I hear that early story of him surfing on his dad's ice chest lid. And that was his first surfboard.
Unbelievable.
And look where he is today, getting boards from Timmy Patterson, world title, rookie of the year, one of the greats, and surfing really well in that opening round.
Yeah, absolutely. It's you kind of feel like he's been looking for that form, Italo. He's just been a touch off over the last couple of seasons. We've seen shades of it, but that last heat, he really kicked back into gear. The energy level seemed to be there, and the old Italo seems to be showing his face again.
Arcal up and out as he has the lead. As you look at Kaio's 8, you're just reminded that we are in Rusty territory, aren't we?
We are indeed. Yeah. Rusty's looking after us with our threads. Thanks, Rusty. And yeah, loving our time over here. And well, it's just so much to see and do. Book a ticket, get over here, come check it out.
Yeah, Rusty, one of the best shapers of all time out of San Diego, California, but really established here in West Oz. Rusty's influences, Dick Brewer, Mike Hinson, Skip Fry, as we have a fun looking wave popping up here, and it looks like we will get to see the Rusty surfboard in motion. Nice clean arc, refined rail work from Kaio. Hits that next section and swings up on the final turn, and he will lose the finish on the bricks. Wasn't his fault, it just was the shallow water there on the inside section.
Yeah, it was the judges want to see you ride out in front of that whitewash, and that unfortunately will not be deemed as a completed manoeuvre the final turn, but the two-turn combination out the back was pretty strong. This will be a good number, good backup number for Kaio. You can see they're just standing right on one of the reef shelves on that inside section, which has become so iconic over the years. We've seen a lot of people just put everything on the line here. Check the replay, drives hard off the top, grinds through that first turn, straight up into the next one. So great flow through those that opening combination of turns, and you can see here he was kind of just going, please don't run out of water just yet. Great water angle, smooth flowing turn. Love, like Callum Robson, how he came off the bottom, straight into the next turn without really losing any speed whatsoever. Nice and low, that compression in the body, so important when you're coming off the bottom. That allows you to get that extension when you really hit the lip, go into that carve.
Kaio doesn't mind bouncing off that brick section. He's come up with torn wetsuits. He's been banged up with his body, his equipment. He's really used to timing that final section maneuver. Since he had the 8, he didn't need much to take Arcau's lead. We see that change there with a 6.93. Hausman now into the top 10 after that win and finding that cool, easy rhythm on the backhand of main break.
There it is. That's the first wave that he's had in this heat where he's actually connected, and the flow and the speed all started to fall into place. He was actually feeling it. You could tell by the no claim. A little semi-stand tall, like stare at the judges, I'm back. Tidied it up, but only 3 minutes to go, so still a little bit of work to do.
Yeah, for him, he often has the nickname Rodman, who is famous for some erratic behavior on the basketball court. But for Cole, he's a pretty calm character. But this one did some damage.
His second, third turn combination, I loved it. First turn, he cut a little short, but he had to. And now he's charging back out the back, hopefully wanting that 6.01 to get in the advancing position. I think it's right there, Joe.
It is. He's been loving his time here in the West. He's been actually just enjoying checking this place out as a rookie. He posted a photo at one of the great rock pools down the stretch that looked fake. It was just so perfect and majestic. I said, how good was that? He's like, this place is unbelievable. You could tell he's just couldn't wait to put on the jersey, but really enjoyed his downtime. Really got to let that Bells victory really soak in. It was cool when he got to the pub after the big win at Bells. Yeah, I saw him and his dad up in the car park at Winky Pop, and he's kind of like, what do we do now? I'm like, well, it's a tradition to go to the Janjuk pub after a big win. And he was straight there. He didn't realize that all the local Aussies were going to start screaming his name when he walked in. It almost chaired him right up to the service desk there. It was really cool to see Cole just take that in, wide-eyed rookie, and accomplishing one of his big dreams.
Yeah, that was a big night for sure. Live action, great looking wave here.
Stretched out bottom turn for Arcal. The man from Meriwether Beach is able to redirect to get the finish, just showing the judges he had control. He heard he dropped to third, so that was a wave just to make sure he's back in the top two, chasing a 5.91.
Yeah, I'd have to say that he's got it on that one. Two big turns on probably the biggest wave of the heat so far. You see Cole Houshman just checking the watch. He knew that Ryan Callan was probably going to drop a big number here. Squares up off the bottom, hammers the first turn, nice and clean. Drives around the section and gets to that final finishing maneuver. Only the two turns, but Joe, they were so strong. And Ryan Callanan's backhand attack has been one to watch over the last few years. So reliable. See him just hold the rail ever so slightly there, just for a little moment there, steadying himself on the backhand. And then again, watch how low he gets on this bottom turn, sort of pivoting around that inside arm, which he drags into the wall. Stays nice and light off the lip of that one.
And now rolling into this, Kaiwi Belly. He's got some speed. He's trying to stretch it out for the ramp. He gets there, an aggressive upside down inverted punt attempt, incomplete. 5 seconds on the clock. Houshman locks into his last chance to put up a score. And this wave's going to move quickly down the line, forces the tail whip reverse, not finding much. But he probably felt the heat from Ryan Callanan's last wave, which could be sending Houshi into the elimination round. Numbers in for Arcal, 7.5, his best on his last to get him into the top two. And we will see the Bells champ, the rookie, chasing that elimination round matchup potentially later on today.
Yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it, where you just want to keep that winning roll going, and all of a sudden you find yourself into the elimination round. So we'll see if Cole Houshman, he can bounce back, but a great performance there from Kaiwa Belly, really consistent, solid. I mean, he's got the experience out here, and well, the youngster, he's out. He's going to be pressure on now.
That's right. Things moving forward here in heat number 9. Kaio adding more excellent numbers. That's what we've been enjoying all day today in the opening round. Up next, it's Crosby Colapinto, Yago Dora, Frederico Marias. We'll bring in Ronnie and Flick for the call right after this.
Welcome back to the show. Closing in on midday here, local time, Monday the 15th of April. Margaret River, it's turning it on. The West is turning it on, and we're here for all of it. Absolutely loving our time here in the West. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Felicity Parmentier. Thanks for having us, Felicity, to your part of the world. This is where you were lucky enough to grow up.
I know, so lucky. It's another beautiful, amazing day here. And yeah, I mean, just behind us, you can see it's still slightly offshore. We got a little, ever so slightly waft of onshore, but right now is what we call champagne hour here. It's just absolutely beautiful. As we see Yago, just a quick little in and out there.
Yeah, it's funny. It's such a beautiful day. It's kind of masking this intensity that's happening under all this sunshine. As we see Frederico Morais, great opening turn. But we're seeing competitors right up against it at the moment, trying to keep their places on the CT. We've seen surfers at the top end of the rankings today get bundled into the elimination round. So it's all unfolding here, kind of under this beautiful clear day. It's heavy, especially when you think about the cut. And Frederico Morais is in danger of falling off tour at this event.
Oh, this morning I was just doing a bit of sniffing around. I had my morning coffee and I thought I might go see how the athlete zone vibe was. And I was in there and I was like, oh, I'm getting straight on out of here. Things are very intense. People moving around, not a lot of smiles going on because, yeah, we're here at this last event before the cut and things are getting intense.
Yeah, I like to kind of bring a jovial mood to the scene, but I saw Kai Oabelli before he hit the lineup and he gave me nothing. He was so focused. As we see now, Yago on his second ride. Don't be surprised if this guy eyes off a left. Unbelievable forehand approach. The backhand is where he's going to get his best score in the opening minutes here, though. On the outside in the red, Crosby Colapinto. What a fantastic start to his rookie campaign it was. Getting decent results, solid results. And wow, hanging on for a finish there. Big kid, a lot of power, but you could see there, so progressive as well. Did well to ride out of that. A lot of bumps to deal with.
Yeah, and you can see there's a little bit more texture on the face of the wave right now. You can even see it in this shot. It's not quite as clean as before. We've kind of clicked over from that champagne hour when it was beautiful and glassy. So we see Crosby just paddling out with so much determination right now. Just looking really fired up after that last wave. And break down this one of Fred's. And he goes straight up into the lip there. Big trademark carving maneuver. And gets another little snap there. This is Yago's second wave on the backhand. Goes up into the lip there. Really well timed first turn. Finishes it with a second one. And behind him, this is the one that we got excited about. This was Crosby just carving into that first maneuver and really getting progressive there, putting it all on the line on that last turn. But yeah, two beautifully executed maneuvers there, really ditching the fins. Just see how much he puts that board on rail, basically burying half of that surfboard. And this is the one that we got all excited about. Goes up into the lip and really ditches the fins, gets a big release there. And
did really well to complete, didn't he? I mean, there's a bit going on there at the end of that ride, but Crosby, I love his surfing. He's a big kid, 6'0", plenty of muscle on that frame, but just so well rounded. He's an absolute hog in waves of consequence. He will absolutely, like, he's had some amazing rides at backdoor off the wall over the years, you know, so no fear for him. When the waves get heavier at some of the locations in the back half of the season, keep an eye on him for a huge finish. But I love his leverage with his front side. Just he gets so much out of those big calves.
That, and I also think, like, you know, we're obviously talking about him just not being scared in those sort of waves of consequence. I mean, you could just see it on that end section. He wasn't scared to really put it all on the line, and we just know how shallow it is as well, coming into that end section on the right. It's not an easy section and can be sometimes daunting.
Well, this guy, Freddie Morais, talking about frontside calves, you know, that's his bread and butter. That's what he's used to get himself big results in the past. Clean combination to start this ride off. And a strong finish from the surfer representing Portugal, as Iago looks to get in the mix too. So a lot of energy out there at the moment. Even with the wind picking up, you'd have to say that, you know, there's been a lot of opportunity in the opening stages of this heat. As Crosby goes on the lookout for a backup to go with the 7.83 now. Couple of swoops off the top, the wave standing up. And he gets the finish wrong on that one. But Iago Dora with a 6. Federico Moraes open with a 5.17. He's got a number on the way.
Sort of seems like, you know, that whole conversation, one heat on, one heat off. That last one was a little bit slow. This one started off with a bit of a flurry. And I think you can definitely see that wave height sort of started to increase since this morning. It was really slow, and just those last couple of waves were anything to go by. It looks like we're about to have another set as well, but things are looking a little bit promising. A bit more energy.
Just interesting watching the results of those surfers below the cut line fall in through the opening stages of the season. Federico Moraes hasn't shown his best on the tour this year, but now that he's up against the ropes, he's coming out swinging. This is going to be a big number. That was a huge combo to start that ride.
Yeah, that was three big turns. They were really well timed. Straight out behind him, we had Iago. So I was wanting to see if he got anything done before them. So gets a bit of a carving maneuver there, goes into a slash, gets the finish. Does he ride out? He doesn't. So just the 2 turns there for Iago. But Crosby just backing up that 7.83. Beautiful carving maneuver. Again, looking really strong, but goes up for that 3rd maneuver and almost gets his own surfboard to the face right there. Such a hard section to hit there. He was just a little bit late to that one.
Yeah, it was the only section worth hitting, though, at the end of the ride. The rest of it just sort of faded off into deep water. But, you know, we're seeing surfers come at this event, Kaipo, from obviously very different positions on the rankings. Crosby riding high at the moment. Federico with a lot of work to do.
Yeah, Ron. Crosby coming in as a rookie, right? We already know he's above the cut line. We're going to see him for the rest of the season, and we're going to see him for next season. So the rookie making the cut. When we look at the history and the analytics of the cut, since we've introduced that to the format, on the men's side, 50% of rookies make the cut historically. So Crosby on the upside of that 50%. Let's see how the others rookies are able to fare as we progress through the competition here.
Kipes, I can't let you get away with it. The shades. What's going on there? Exceptional.
No, these are my epic safety eyewear because I want to stay safe out here, Ron. And you know what this is protecting me from? The glaring UVs that's bouncing off the ocean right now. It's a sunny day, it's warm. We're walking on a dream in Western Australia.
Love it, mate. The future looks bright. 19.5 minutes to go here. And yeah, Iago Dora, a 3.83 for his last wave. Hanging on to a 6 at this stage of the game. I think we've got a number on the way for Federico Moraes as well. Crosby Colapinto, 4.87 on his second wave.
4.87. 2 big carving maneuvers. Look, he's doing a good job to get out ahead, but some big numbers starting to drop through for Fred.
Yeah, 8.07 for Federico Moraes, up against it and really delivering here. 8.07 out in front at the moment. Crosby after a 5.42 to get into first, and he's out there with priority at the moment.
Wow, massive score for Fred, and he really needs it. Absolutely needs this result coming into this event. He was 28th on the ranking, so well and truly down there. He's going to need a big result here at main break, and I just love how he's just come out of the gates firing. I mean, those 2 scores right now, he's already got a heat total of 13.24. Looks like there's more sets on the way too, and I feel like Crosby's in really good form just from what we've already seen. As get back to that in a second.
Federico up again, looking to drop the 5.17. Slips across the tail and goes down. As Crosby now looks to drop the 4.87. Nice section here, and he does really well. Inverted as he attacked that falling lip. Swings that reverse once again. And on the outside, Iago Dora has a great backhander approach. And certainly can match it with these two strong regular footers with those big vertical hits. I mean, as a goof, I know Yago must be one of your favourites to watch compete.
Oh, 100%. I just love the variation that he has and just these big lofty airs that he's able to go to on his forehand. I mean, he had an incredible year last year on tour. Remember coming into Tahiti, he was still in that conversation of being able to make that final 5 as we break down this last one of Crosby's. And I was actually about to say it before when we were talking, I just wanted to see him catch another wave because I feel like he's in really good form at the moment. It feels like he's not going to fall. I mean, we saw this is just so beautifully done, so inverted. Gets so much leverage out of the fins there and not an easy maneuver to go for. And just, yeah, he just looks like he's in form. He looks like he's not going to fall. He looks connected. Got a great pace to his surfing at the moment. And behind him was Yago on the backhand. Goes for more of a carving maneuver here. Sort of had to readjust because you could see that that one was just going to peel off down the line. And gets that backhand crack there for that last turn. Now Fred, this was his last one. Big hack there, trademark maneuver from him. Goes up into the lip, gets another fin crack there, and, oh, sorry, this was his 8.07, right?
Yeah. Best wave of the heat so far.
Yep.
And you can tell that the judges are kind of referring back to the notes that they sent out to the competitors early. Big combinations on the outside. Fred delivered that. Also got a pretty tidy finish. You know, Crosby, I really liked his 7.83. Very comparable, really close in the scoreline there. He had a great opening turn too, and just added some real flair with that tricky kind of little. It's almost like a late arrival to the lip, but then you know, just compresses his body and finds that rotation so beautifully. 15.5 minutes to go. Let's check in with the winner of the last heat, Kyle Belly, with some work to do here at Margaret River. Gets the job done. He's with the wax head.
Kaio, heats today have been one on, one off. You're stoked. You had a lot of sets in that one.
Yeah, I was really psyched. The heat before, like, had a lot of 8s and 7s, and I was just like thinking like my heat could possibly be like really slow, but it just was slow in the beginning, and then after the set came, like, it was actually pumping wave after wave. This wave is really fun. I love coming back here. Yeah, really important event for me. Glad to have the Rusty team here sponsoring the event. Yeah, they gave me an opportunity when nobody did at that time 3 years ago, and this is a very important event for me, so have them here with me is I'm pretty psyched.
Well, locally made and designed boards, obviously synonymous with California, but a huge influence here in the West. Having that support, needing your best result of the year, what were the feelings going in this event after Bells?
Yeah, I feel like my pre-season work was done really well, and it was very frustrating for me at the beginning of the year, like not to have the outcome I wanted. But I put so much time designing my boards, I put so much time training physically, mentally, and yeah, I'm ready for anything. I'm really happy, just really happy to be alive. I'm really thankful. Like, I'm kind of taking this experience like heat by heat, and just be present in a place, you know, like a lot of times like we're always overthinking about something, and you know, life is complicated for everybody goes through things, and yeah, I'm happy to be here and be in the moment, and yeah.
Well, your surfing's looking fantastic, an 8-point ride after a slow start. In Portuguese, to the people back home.
Valeu, galera que está assistindo. Muito obrigado. É evento importante para mim. Muito feliz de estar vivo, de estar respirando, de estar aqui. Esse lugar aqui é um lugar muito especial para mim. Eu venho para cá desde que eu era criança e amarradão de poder passar essa bateria e continuar o evento. Valeu, boa noite todo mundo.
All right, thank you, Kaio. We're going to go back to the booth.
Thank you, Matty. Yeah, the 30-year-old who's in his 6th year on tour, he got some opportunities as a replacement surfer in a lot of CT, so it does feel like he's been around a while, but that was a very important heat win for him, and he's going to give himself a fighting chance to stay on the championship tour with a big result at this venue. 13 minutes remaining. Frederico Moraes just dropped a 6.47 to get himself up into the lead. We'll be back right after the break with more action from the opening round.
reality of Europe is you're going to get punished.
It's going to be hard, but I know.
In the tube, he's travelling and he comes out.
We've been celebrating the changing of the guard. We show up at Peniche.
Jams it with the tail blow.
And the veterans are taking over.
There can only be 2 surfers through to the final.
That was our dream, to make the tour together. And now we're here.
Watch on worldsurfleague.com, Inside Pro Surfing, the Portugal edition. We saw some amazing rides there. It's been a fun year so far, 2024. Great stories coming from each of the tour stops. We're going to get another one here at Margaret River. We always do. And we've seen some remarkable comebacks from surfers on the wrong side of the cut line at this venue to save their place on the CT. And one of them is trying to turn his year around here. Frederico Moraes has some work to do in this event to keep his place, sitting way down at the back end of the tour, just by avoiding the elimination round. You know, he really does improve his chances, but he is looking for a big result.
It needs a big result for sure, and I mean, they're only getting 1 throw away as well, and you know, I look at the results he's had this year so far. I mean, he's got 3 17ths and a 9th, so yeah, he's got a big job ahead of him, but he's come out of the gates absolutely swinging. I mean, dropping an excellent ride. He's looking like he's in fine form, and I feel like this right sort of caters to his traditional trademark big hack that he has on his forehand. As we have a look here, Crosby, big carving maneuver there, opts for the roundhouse. Chucks the fins again and up. Sort of a little cockroach moment.
Right. Love it. There's a bloke up at Calbarry, right? Johnny Cockroach.
Yeah.
Rides 90% of his waves on his back.
Yeah.
But that was comical. But not going to go in the top 2, obviously, for Crosby Colapinto. But yeah, just on Frederico Moraes, best result this year. Sunset had a 9th place finish there, then 17th at every other stop on the schedule so far this year. But this is honestly the best I've seen him surf this year. Just sinking his rail a little bit deeper, looking fast, not looking like he's second guessing what he's going to do when he arrives at that most critical section of the wave. The 8.07 is, you know, by far his best wave this year.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I saw some moments of brilliance though at Sunset. Like, I think his surfing goes hand in hand with that wave. Last year I was able to watch him actually on the Challenger Series. I was at a couple of events, and I think it was Portugal. I mean, obviously at home there at Iracira on that right-hander, and he just looks so comfortable in these right-handers where he's able to just really put the board on rail, and it's what we've already seen this morning, that 8.07. But I mean, I'm just looking, Crosby, you know, he's sitting out there in second. He's got that 7.83, backing it up with a 6.67. I just feel like his waves haven't given him as much length as what Fred has. Fred had that 8, kind of gave him those 3 opportunities. I'm interested to see if Crosby can manage to find himself in the right priority rhythm and get one of those longer waves, what he's going to look like, because he looks like he's in a great rhythm. This is the 8-point ride from Fred. Just big maneuvers, fin throw there for the second one, and gets it up there for that 3rd hit. But yeah, nice variety. This is it from the water angle. This angle, you can really see just how much he put that board on rail on that first turn. Gets the fin release on the second one. But I mean, you can't go any higher than that on a carving maneuver. It just was really well timed, and you just see how much power he has and how much water he's displacing. Straight up into this big fin release here. So critical. But yeah, I'm interested to see Crosby, if he gets like a bit more length of ride, opportunity to get one more turn. I feel like he's going to do some serious damage. 7.83 is already looking good.
Yeah, he's just, he's looked switched on for sure. So let's see what unfolds here. Yago Dorup, pretty well positioned on the rankings at the moment in 16th position, but, you know, obviously coming into this event, there was only 10 spots guaranteed to survive the cut. So you don't want to leave anything to chance. You know, there'd be obviously a big surge from surfers at the back end of the ratings to push Yago out of his position. But you don't want to drop the ball. You don't want to be in the elimination round. So he's kind of getting to the point now where after an 8.03, he's probably going to have to get it done with one excellent score, one excellent ride.
Yeah, it's seeming that way with, 6 minutes on the clock. I just think yeah, okay, he's come in here at 16th, on the rankings into Margaret River, but I mean, we saw surfers at Bells. I mean, I think about Rio, I think about Matt, and obviously Cole, but they had a big task ahead of them, and they just absolutely rose to the occasion. And who's to say that there's not surfers at the bottom of the rankings that are going to do the same here? So I just don't feel like, you're sitting in 16th. I don't think you can feel safe. I really don't. Just this event has obviously this special sort of energy around it, and it sort of brings the best and the worst out of some surfers. And yeah, I feel like we're going to see some people rise to the occasion.
It was already a challenging event for the competitors because you never know what you're going to face out here. I can't imagine what it was like for you as a Grom getting into surfing and having an old boy who was so passionate about tackling big waves taking you out into this lineup. I mean, what a place to learn to surf. How long before you were in, triple, quadruple overhead waves after picking up a surfboard for the first time?
Oh, not that long. I mean, I just always vividly remember I was 10 years old and it would be 10 foot. And Dad would be like, nah, right, we're going out here, whether you like it or not. So I'd be like semi-crying. But I mean, look, he pushed me pretty hard, but I now look at my career and I'm like, yeah, well, maybe I wouldn't have done what I did if Dad didn't push me so hard. So thanks, Warwick.
Yeah, I love that. Oh, obviously you get your share of huge waves here, but, up the coast a little is where you rode what has to be still standing as the biggest wave ever ridden in Australia by a woman. Come on.
Well, it was a big wave. It was a big wave. No.
Cow bomby?
Cow bomby, yeah. It only breaks. It's a rarity these days. Maybe lucky if you get it once or twice a year. It breaks about 2.5 kilometres out to sea from Gracetown. You launch the ski there. Yeah, it's a big wave spot. We've got a lot of variety here in Western Australia as we see Fred up and running again.
Frederico Morais looking to get rid of a 6.47. Nice start, just combos it up. Hasn't had the big hit just yet, but he tries to throw one now. Bit of bump on the face, did really well to negotiate that as he gets another decent finish there. Let's have a look in the kennel and see what the dog's up to. Richard Dog Marsh watching on. He's been coaching Frederico Morais forever. Sitting there with Gabrielle O'Brien, former finalist at this venue as well.
Got his notebook out.
Look at him.
Always got his notebook out, full of notes. And this was a difficult wave to surf. First section was a little bit easier, but here it gets really tricky. He goes up into lip, but a lot of lump and bump here on this end section. He did really, really well to get that release. Great read. But now as we're starting to see that sea breeze sort of kick in, it is going to get trickier. I had a look at the forecast and it's sort of saying, 12:30 and we're at 12:05 right now. 12:30, that wind sort of start to kick in a little bit more and ever so slightly just increase throughout the afternoon. So it's going to be pretty important wave selection, and I would say, maybe letting that first one go and second, third wave the set. Going to be a little bit cleaner. We're still okay now. It's very light, but I think that was a little bit of sign of things to come on Fred's last wave.
I love when the camera pans to Richard Dog Marsh because you never have to guess what he's thinking.
Yeah, doesn't have a poker face, does he?
Oh, and he's been shaking his head a lot this year. When it comes to treats for the dog, he likes heat winds. And his crew haven't had too many yet this season, so especially Fred. So this is, something that's going to get his tail wagging.
He'll be a happy doggy.
He'll be a happy boy.
He's a good boy.
The GWM 2-minute warning. And really, it's a warning for Yago Dora here. He's got priority. He needs a big number.
He does need a big number, and it's looking like it's probably going to happen with just one wave. He can't break it down with two at the moment. Looks like there's sets on the way, though. So he's going to get another roll of dice. He's got priority, which is a good thing. Great thing right now.
And Yago's one of those guys, you want him chasing an excellent score because he has so much weaponry, so much power he can bring, and also obviously a really unbelievable air, especially front side. So let's see what happens here. What wave's he going to go as priority? He's opted for the first. Let's see what he can do with it. Draws off the bottom, up into the pocket. Just a carving approach to get things started. Whips that tail into reverse.
Exactly what you said he was going to do.
Oh, can't make it stick. On the outside now, Crosby Colapinto, who's looked to be in tune.
Oh, my.
Well, love that. Throws the reverse, can't stick it. But he'll be sweet. 45 seconds to go. Federico Moraes on the outside, leading this heat. 7.30 on his previous ride. So look at that. He's opted for priority.
Yeah.
Smart competing.
Super smart. Just saw the boys paddling back out. Realised he wasn't going to improve the situation. Let's just quickly get back out there, get priority.
20 seconds to go here. And I'd say that's the heat. Yago still after that 8.03. He's making a move, trying to get himself to the inside here. Federico doesn't want this wave. 5 seconds to go. We'll see if Yago, can the Brazilian superstar turn this heat with something unbelievable. Loading up for the air. Gets the rotation. He's going to make it stick. Up into the lip. Nice floating re-entry. Gets back out in front and just gets swamped over that shallow shelf on the inside. But I mean, under pressure. Just spinning for a big number, 8.03. Is there enough in that?
Oh, I don't see it, personally. He had the right idea. He needed to go for something big like that. It was a smaller wave. He had that one big section. You knew exactly what he was going for as soon as he stood up. He just delayed, got a bit of speed there, and I feel like just by the body language that we're seeing from him at the moment, he probably knows it himself. Had that other opportunity beforehand. He still went to the air there as well. But I guess that is why we get so excited to watch him, especially when he's chasing a score like that, because it totally isn't within his wheelhouse. But just smaller wave. We'll have a look at it here again. So just stood up, I think, just before the hooter, it sounded like. Really delays this, chucks it into the air. It was really well done under pressure. Gets another little float. You can see he wanted to finish here, but it's just absolutely dry on that end section. And he's looking slightly confused.
Yeah, that one didn't factor into the heat. He was actually up after the hooter, which, you know, maybe on camera sounded like it came. He was up before it, but it's...
Bit of a delay.
Bit of a delay there. But no, that one didn't count for Yago Dora. I'm not sure it would have got him there over the line anyway. It is going to be Federico Moraes getting the victory, an important heat win for him. A solid heat score total. Crosby Colapinto in second spot. And Yago, he will be relegated to the elimination round. Up next, Geordie Smith, Matt McGilvray and Jacob Wilcox hit the lineup. The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Shiseido, official sunscreen partner of the World Surf League. by Eventbrite, proud sponsor of women's surfing on the WSL Championship Tour. By Yeti, built for the wild. And by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of WSL Australia. Welcome back into Heat 10 of the opening round here. Geordie Smith, the South African, out there in the red, the veteran, second longest serving member of the Championship Tour behind Kelly Slater. Matthew McGilvray, also from South Africa, the Jeffreys Bay region. He's out there in the blue. Margaret River, his favourite event for chasing down big finishes. And Jacob Wilcox, the local boy, surfing in his rookie season. He'll have a lot of support down here today. Ronnie Blakey's sitting alongside another local from this area who represents this part of the world beautifully, tackling big waves all over the world, Felicity Parmentier. How's the spirit and the support going to be for Jacob in this heat?
Oh, it's going to be big. It's going to be major. Yesterday afternoon, actually, as we'll get back to that, we've already Chippo up and riding. Big first turn there, opting for the left. Oh, another huge hack there. Does he get a third? He does. Straight out behind him. It is Geordie back to back on another left. Love to see it. This one's looking a little bit slower than start that Jacob got, but Geordie's still getting it up into the lip there. Oh, my goodness. That was a gnarly little section there at the end.
It was just over 26 minutes remaining here. Last heat went right down to the wire. We saw Federico Moraes get the victory. Crosby Colapinto in second spot. Yago Dora, he had a couple of opportunities towards the end. The last one, though, it didn't count. He was up after the hooter, and it probably wasn't going to be the score that he needed anyway. It's just too small of a wave, that last one for Yago. But I'm excited about this heat. Matty McGilvray went on a tear through Bells, so kind of got the work done to put himself in a better position here. But a couple of times we've seen him break into the semis at main break, and he's just so sure-footed, has that big front side carve that he can go to, but also got some big airs out onto the flats that he sort of seems to always stick. Here he goes, driving up into this section. McGilvray looking for a finish here. But we've seen a solid score drop here for Jacob Wilcox on the left-hander, 7.17. That's going to be the best of the opening exchange.
Yeah, I love to see that. Left-hander, and it's basically coming from just those two manoeuvres. He did get that other little carve at the end there, but just those big opening combination. As we have a look here, this is Matty's opening wave. Gets up into that big carving manoeuvre for that first turn. Straight up into the lip, gets a little fin release there, gets really tricky on this inside section to get a good read on how he's going to finish that. So did well to get the 3 turns there, got the finish. But yeah, back to Jacob, that was really well done. And yeah, most of those points coming from that first opening combination, that big straight up into the lip, into that big carving maneuver. Looks like we're having a little bit more action maybe out the back there. But yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of support down here today for Jacob. So many locals going to come down to watch him and support him. Yesterday afternoon, Glen Micro Hall actually organised an event down for Quorum Up board riders, Margaret River board riders, all the young grommies in the region came down to the Common yesterday afternoon, and Joe was there and he was hosting it. Got a bunch of different athletes there, Lakey, Rio, Reef, and Jacob was there also. And just a really... Yes. But it was a really cool moment for all the young groms to really interact with all the surfers, and all the surfers didn't have to be there. Everyone's donating their time, and majority of the questions were coming for that man right there, Jacob. And you can just see how inspired all the younger generation are here of Jacob, and the big journey that he's been on to finally crack the World Tour. And yeah, it's awesome to see him at home. We know he's had a lot of wild cards here, and he's won the trials multiple times. He's had wild cards. But yeah, it's awesome to see him here with a permanent place on tour, but he has got a big job ahead of him coming into this event.
Yeah. Yeah, he's coming to the end of his lease if he's not careful. He wants to lock in another year and a half in this place that he's currently residing, the Championship Tour. He did take a while, got really close a couple of years in a row, but yeah, good on you guys for getting down there and giving back to the local community, and got to give huge props to Glenn Hall for organising that. That's awesome.
Yeah, it was just really cool. You know, it's one thing to come down and be a Grom and support the surfers and sort of watch from a distance, and you're kind of behind the guardrail. You get to see them run down, and you know, if you're lucky enough, some surfers will give you autographs on the way back up through the stairs. But it's just a really cool moment for these kids to get so close to these guys and girls, and just ask them whatever questions they want. It could be anything surfing related, or it could be what's your favourite ice cream flavour. So there was
any curveballs, any tricky questions?
Oh, there were some big questions, and some loaded ones, you know, like what are your values in life?
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, how do you find, the 8-year-old girl asked me, you know, I'm really struggling to find my place in the lineup, and what advice would you give for me as a young girl in the lineup? And I was like, whoa, really loaded questions from an 8-year-old, but I just loved it. It was just so cool, and yeah, I'm just props to Micro for organising such a great event. And one thing that I really noticed too...
What did you say to that girl? Because, yeah,
well,
I want some tips as well.
Okay, here we go, Ronnie. You're about to get some tips. Well, what I just said is, you know, I think the most important thing these days is just trying to find a good little posse of people that you can go surf with, and the Board Riders Club is obviously a great way to start. But I also think, I mean, she's been surfing for 3 years, she told me, and I said, you know, don't be afraid to show a little bit of dominance, to show a little bit of assertiveness, because like you know what you're doing these days. And I mean, there's a lot of girls, I was just about to bring this up, but there was almost more girls at this event yesterday afternoon than what there was guys. And as we see Geordie.
Yeah, let's see what the veteran can do here. Couple of nice, clean, stylish swoops. As he brings it through to the inside, tries to just kick those fins free. Unable to ride out of this one. He'll make his way back out. Let's check in with the winner of that last heat. Matty, a very important heat win for Freddie. Looked good, didn't he?
Freddie, super consistent out there. The onshore's coming, but so were the waves. How are you feeling going into that?
The waves look really fun, and they are really fun. The onshore wind is light, so no problem. So yeah, had a ball out there. It was really fun.
You were dropping a 6 and a 5 respectively, but you know those competitors are capable of anything. Was there any nerves going into that heat?
Yeah, always. Crosby and Iago are probably both are really good, one of the best in the world at the moment. So, well, everyone at the tour right now, it's like the best surfers you've got on the planet, and so every heat you just got to be on your maximum focus and give everything, and that's what I did out there.
Yeah, and being a veteran on the tour now, being very experienced, finding that younger generation are starting to push you?
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of young kids, up-and-coming kids. They're reaping. They're fearless. They want to take your spot, so you just got to, you know, fight back and then grind it out, kind of. I think there's a couple guys on tour now with the older guys, me, Ryan, Connor. So yeah, I think we're stoked. We're surfing good. We're finding our rhythm and ready to fight for our spots.
And who are you traveling with over here? Same crew as Bells or a different crew?
Kind of same. I started with Ramsey and Gabe, and now I'm with Connor and Ryan. Probably the best friends I've got on tour. Great crew, great partners to travel, always having a laugh, always having a good time, and that's the most important thing.
And for the fans back home in Portuguese?
Malta, muito obrigado a todos pelo apoio. Seguimos na luta, próximo round amanhã e vamos com tudo.
Thanks, Freddie.
Thank you, guys. Obrigado.
Frederico Moraes, important heat win for him. Wants to keep things rolling. Wants to keep his place on the CT. He's been on and off a couple of times. Matty McGilvray up now. And throws one of those reverses and hangs on for the finish.
Wow, so late. I don't think he could be any later than what he was. It just did so well to hang on to that. Obviously, he's got a lot of great spatial awareness in the air. Just demonstrated that well and truly then. So well done. And just such a dicey little section there on the end. I mean, look, he's just checking his board. It's just so shallow.
Well, you know, hard to compare Main Break Margaret River to Jeffreys Bay, but you can certainly compare the end sections. They even have the same name. And yeah, it's amazing how proficient he is at executing this turn. He's just got it dialed, And you do see him do it a lot at Jeffries, so the reef's not a concern for him.
Definitely not. Just so late. It hurts my knees looking at that. I get scared. My knees are like, don't watch that. That looks a bit scary.
He just always throws his head back and just whips that board, whether it's in those big frontside carves, places like Mainbreak on a big day, or even at Sunset, where he's had some spectacular rides. Matty McGilvray just puts everything into it, and that was pretty impressive. 6.93 is the reward for that big finish on the end section. McGilvray out in front now. Jacob Wilcox really is in a strong position with a 7.17. Geordie Smith hasn't clicked just yet, but he's got a bit of time. Matty's swinging again on the inside here. Picks off the end of this wave.
Oh.
Really rips into that carve, driving up into the pocket again. Comboed up pretty nicely these last couple of turns. Doing well considering how late he was arriving at the lip here. As Jacob Wilcox unloads his backhand. Great release on that second turn. You saw the tail come flying out of the lip, and he sticks it. So he's going to add to that 7.17 with something pretty nice here, and likely get himself the lead.
Whew, that was such a lofty second turn from Jacob. You could just see how much release he got. He almost drifted across that second section. So great wave to back up that 7.17. But Matty, once again, here we go. This is Jacob. Really well-timed hit there. But this is the maneuver I'm talking about. Just so much release out of the tail. He really just like lofted over that second section. So it's going to be a pretty good, healthy score. We have a look here. Just so tight in the pocket there for that first one. Sends a big rooster tail of spray into the air. But this is the maneuver. Just see, gets so much weight onto that front foot, really pops those fins out, gets that release. Gains a lot of ground through that maneuver too. And finishes it off here with one more little tag on the inside. So great backup. He's got a big job ahead of him, but he's getting the job done right now. Love this first opening turn from Matty, and this was the first wave of the set. I'm actually surprised at how clean the face was.
Geordie passed this one up.
Yeah,
too.
he did. He let that one go, and I was actually pretty surprised. Matty was like, okay, well, you two aren't going. I'll roll the dice, and wonder if he might even improve on his score.
Well, looking at who is below the cut line coming into this event, you know, there's a few surfers who haven't really shown us what they're truly capable of on the CT. A couple of them what we've watched go around a couple of times, but for me, it's Jacob Wilcox below the cut line. You know, he's got so much potential. His free surfing edits as he was coming through the Challenger Series ranks, those clips that he was dropping were just amazing, and there were certain venues that I was salivating at the opportunity to watch him compete at somewhere like Cloudbreak. So, you know, I really hope he can kind of get on a roll here. He's just such a good surfer, as we see Geordie Smith now. This guy had a couple of waves at Bells that just had me thinking, you know what, if Geordie can click, he's still so worthy of a Final Five spot, and I'd love to see him get back on track. But at the moment, just sort of seems like he's sort of struggling to put together a campaign through an event.
Yeah, he started off kind of strong in the, you know, Pipe and Sunset. He had the 5th and then the 3rd. Sort of seems like the wheels have fallen off at the last couple of events, but yeah, I loved what I was seeing at Pipe and Sunset. He was looking really strong, and even had that little injury. He got a fin cut to the bottom of his foot and ended up with a few stitches, and still prevailed through that. But yeah, he was looking really good, but right now it's just a little bit hard for him. This wave, this last one sort of backed off a bit. Beautiful, big opening carving turn here. Had to get a little bit more horizontal here. This wave just tapering off a bit. Probably not giving him that end section he really is dreaming of. This big move here, this is just trademark Geordie. Just beautiful rail surfing.
Oh, that was it.
Stunning.
That was amazing. I mean, you know, you really got to slow Geordie down to fully appreciate just how on rail and how powerful that turn is. So smooth.
Yeah, he goes into this second turn here, and it's just the wave right now. Kind of has to go for a little bit of a roundhouse. Got to be thinking if this would have had like a big meteor section at the end here, he was on his way to a really good score. I mean, that first opening carve was beautiful.
So the numbers coming through for this one, 5.67. It really was just that first big move. Geordie Smith still in third position at the moment. Searching for an 8.56 to get up into second place. Matty McGilvray in second. Jacob Wilcox just dropped a 7.6 to get himself into the lead. We're going to take a Bonsai brew break. Stay tuned. This is the Pulse, diving into the big stories from the opening round here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Gabriel Medina, absolute magic here at main break as he surfed with incredible speed and power to achieve an excellent ride on his first wave of the event. Backed it up beautifully to get himself a victory and jump straight into the third round. Surprise losses for Kelly Slater and John Florence, who will have to surf their way through the elimination round. Slater just not really getting it going here today, but this guy has certainly shown us that he's got some serious form going in 2024 and given us some great turns. John Florence, well, this was a big surprise to everyone. Didn't really get it going, didn't have a fantastic heat score total, is really going to have to step things up in the elimination round. Ethan Ewing, though, he went big. Beautiful big front side snap there. 9.5 for this ride. What a combination on the outside section, getting himself a well-deserved heat win over Cade Matson and Reef Hazelwood. And then Italo Ferreira just looking so fired up and focused. And he just went out there in full Italo attack mode and delivered big time. Beautiful backhand surfing, plenty of flair on the front side as well. A crowd favourite here, and we'll see how far he can go. Out there in the lineup now, 9 minutes remaining in Heat 10. Jacob Wilcox with a healthy heat score total. Matty McGilvray with similar numbers. Geordie Smith chasing a 7.9 at this stage of the game. And the waves, they're just holding enough energy for us, and we're seeing plenty of opportunity for the competitors out there. Healthy wave counts as well.
Oh, healthy wave counts. A lot of healthy scores this morning go down. So you look to Geordie just going straight to the air for that first turn. Into a wrap, gets a little bit hung up there on that second one. And behind him looks like Matty. Big turn there for the first one. Nice little jab in the pocket for the second. And throws the fins there for that last turn. I'm not sure if that would improve on his situation, but Jacob out the back.
Live action, good size set wave here for Wilcox. Just a smooth backhand carve to start, and then absolute fire on the second turn. Really unloaded there. He was looking to dump a 7.17 to increase his scoreline. And he might have just done it. That was a big, strong hit in the pocket, that second move.
Wow, Jacob's looking so good. He's looking really on fire. He's looking on point. He's looking sure-footed. They were
He needs it.
He does. See another set. Things are really starting to pulse right now. Another little.
Jacob's got to go a long way in this contest. And yeah, this is a fantastic start for him. Waiting on that score to come through. I was just thinking about Jordy Smith too as we wait for these numbers to drop. You know, you look at the conditions that we've had for a veteran. It could kind of suggest to me that maybe Jordy's just kind of struggled when the waves have got a little marginal at the last two venues. Through those opening events of the season, he was so strong. But here's the replay of Jacob's last ride. It comes through as the best of the heat.
Oh, two big major turns here for Jacob. Really long drawn out bottom turn. Really well timed top turn there. See that wave sort of had a couple of lips to it. He just timed that really well. But this one here, this for me is absolute money. Just so vertical, so critical. Really gets his foot over that, his front foot weight, his chest over his front foot. 8.57, big number for Jacobs. He needs this heat win. He needs to go a long way in the event, and he's on the right track.
Yeah, I don't think the slow-mo did too much for that first turn. It kind of showed that there was a couple of weird bumps at the top in the pocket of that wave, but in real time, the speed off the bottom, the height of that wave, you can see it was a really well-placed turn, and they've been throwing that reward, that big reward for the combinations. It's exactly what was served up by the Margaret River native. Jacob Wilcox, 8.57, and he's in a great position. Jordy Smith, though, he's after a huge score, 8.77. But yeah, it's just interesting to me, like when Bells was firing on the opening day of the contest, Jordy Smith looked like an event winner. He was one of the best on that opening day. And then as the swell dropped and we kind of were faced with a pretty tricky looking forecast, Jordy kind of lost a bit of that almost that momentum and energy that he had after he got out of the water, you know. So he's just trying to, I think, find some inspiration out there at the moment.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. And I think sort of happens at any location. I feel like when waves get tricky, when it gets smaller, when it's inconsistent, there's less opportunity, sort of opens up the door and the playing field becomes a bit more even, as we see Matt.
Well, it was a good looking wave. Tricky section there, but no problems for the surfer representing South Africa. Ultimately gets swamped by the lip, but I thought he'd lost it, bottom turning up into the section then.
Yeah, that looked a bit funky there for a second, but he pulled it all together. And, but yeah, back to what we were saying before, it's just I feel like once conditions get like this, there is a bit of luck involved. There is a bit of chance, and the playing field becomes a bit more even. We saw it happen at Bells. We saw some big upsets. As we look at it, we almost thought he lost just there. Looked a bit loosey-goosey how you're going, but no problems for Matt. Just big fin throw there, putting it all on the line on that first manoeuvre. Bit bummed here, he couldn't just get around this section, and it eventually got him.
Reminded me of Richie Lovett on the dance floor up at the Shelter Brewery the other day when we'd gone out to Busselton Jetty. I mean, it was a little wobbly, but still incredible to watch.
Bit loosey-goosey on the old D floor. Richie Lovett.
6.73, doesn't go into his top two, but Matty McGilvray still looking pretty good at this point in time. Jordy Smith after a big number, and he's lining one up here, well positioned. Let's see it. Up into the first section. Great swoop to get started. Even better the second turn. Great combination here for Smith. And this is going to get him back in the heat. 8.77's what he's after.
That was beautiful. That was really beautiful to watch. Great surfing.
This has got to be close, right? I mean, that was 3 solid turns all strung together beautifully.
I like what you said too, Ron, like to really appreciate those big carving manoeuvres that Jordy's doing. You watch it in super slow-mo and you just see there's a real point of difference compared to his calves to other surfers on tour. It's just so much power, so much board on rail. As we have another look here, just one big carving hack straight up into the next one. And how he got up there to release those fins like that on just such a late section, it's just so well done. As we check it out from drone here, it just looks so beautiful. Got to be thinking, look, it's 877, it's a tall order.
Yeah, well, you got to remember too, Jacob Wilcox, 857 on a much bigger wave. You know, well, here goes Jacob now. We'll get back to Geordie's ride in a moment, but Jacob's been doing some great surfing in this heat and hangs on for a tricky finish there. Not sure that one goes into the top two, but he's really showing what local knowledge can do for you out there at the moment. Picked up his first 7 on a left, and he's just picked the eyes out of this lineup for his 2 best rides. There's going to be another good score, even if it is a throwaway, as we get to the GWM 2-minute warning. Just thinking about Geordie's wave, you know, it had a section that he ripped through that first carve. It had a little lump in it, kind of just took the edge off it a little bit, but it just felt like, to me, that was like the most well put together ride in this heat so far, just so clean. And the score's just dropped for Geordie, 8.9. He does it with one wave and gets himself up in the second spot. The best wave of the heat, and that clean flow, that speed, that power, well rewarded there. And Smith saves himself here. It's not over yet though, just over a minute to go. McGilvray's got priority. He's after a 7.44. Geordie now looking to dump the 6.33.
What a high scoring heat. Far
Massive.
out.
Yeah, it felt to me, just when you compared Jacob's best ride, like the first turn from Jacob on his 8.57, it wasn't out of this world. It was all in the second turn and the combination of the two moves together. But I thought Geordie surfed his ride beautifully.
Yeah, I agree. I think when the first thing I thought about was Jacob's 8.57 once I'd seen Geordie's, and Geordie's was 3 big turns. His 2 first opening cars were just so on point. And I think what you were saying before, I already said it, but you watch it in real time, and it was just so beautiful to watch. Even how he got up to that last turn, it was just so clutch. It was so last minute. He was so late. But it didn't look that way, and it didn't look like it was a struggle. Everything looked really easy. And yeah, 8.9. I mean, a couple of the judges, 3 judges went 9. One even went 9.3. So obviously dropping that highest score, and the lowest, you get the average of the 3, as we see Matty now fighting for his life.
Last wave of the heat, rips a big carve, but can't extract anything else out of this ride as Geordie makes his way in after really turning things around. He got it done on his last 2 rides and ended up with the best number of the heat. Second place for Geordie Smith in what was a very high scoring heat. Jacob Wilcox though, the local boy, is going to get the W here in the opening round. 8.57, 7.6, a man on a mission. Gets off to a fantastic start. Still a couple of big heats to come your way in the opening round. Up next, Rio Aida, Connor O'Leary and Sammy Pubo will be in the lineup. We're going to bring in Joe and 2 old travel buddies, Richie Lovett and Jake Patterson, for the call. Margaret River is just a special zone. It has a different kind of energy. You feel it as soon as you enter the place. The town's buzzing. The surf, I think, is probably the big draw card.
Margaret River, it's one of the most amazing places in the world, and it's just the most extraordinary place to come.
The southwest of WA, we're living on a dream here. All the vineyards, the surf, the coastal, it's like no other place in the world.
Always a good day to be in WA as Rio Waida, Connor O'Leary, and Sammy Pupo set up Heat 11 of the opening round. Top two reseeded in the round of 32, and third goes the elimination round. And look what we have here. Are you kidding me? What an opportunity. Let me just get it out of the way. West is best. You taught me that saying. Jake Patterson joining us for the call. How's your day going, Snake?
Wow, what about this weather we're having? Holy moly. Just all this week's been incredible for the guys. Oh, obviously wish we had more swell, but the weather's really turned it on.
And kind of a pinch myself moment for you two. I mean, you're sitting in these comfy chairs these days. Back in the day, traveling together around the world. This has got to be pretty nice. Kind of playing way back when, all the great memories, but also presently still calling the action, Rich.
Yeah, no, it's really fun, and Jake and I obviously travelled together for so many years on the tour. Great friends. I just can't even think of how many rounds of golf we've played together and how many heats we've broken down, whether on the stairs or whatever. But yeah, no, really cool to be sitting next to him right now.
A few stories we can't talk about.
Well,
oh no, we're going to go
we'll
there.
leave those out.
I'll get you guys going.
Are you going to go there?
Yeah, we're going to
Okay.
go.
No, we're not.
All right.
Send your questions in now for these two as this round continues. Great job with Ethan Ewing earlier today. Wow.
And Cade in the same heat.
Jeez. Cade as well, 8-5, and then Ethan almost got a 10. That was impressive. Now breaking this one down. Let's start with Rio Waida, Snake. Watching him evolve in the last couple of years. What has been impressing you about the Indonesian?
Oh, just his power surfing. Like, I really impressed on, like, Bells, for instance, this year. Like, he was a little bit hit and miss all year besides Bells. He really found his form and beat some big names down there. So, but he's got it all. He's got the air game, the power game, forehand, backhand. He's, you know, he's just a confident surfer, though. So when he's on fire, he's hard to beat.
That's right. Coming off his best result to date, that semifinal finish at Bells. And looking really comfortable. He actually hung out with a bunch of local grommets yesterday up at the Common.
Cool.
Shared some great stories. And you could still tell how humble he is, you know, about where he sits as one of the best surfers in the world. As he already rode a wave, he went left, Rich.
Yeah, let's check it out. First wave. Really hard to ride these left-handers now with this surface bump on it. He does pretty well. Gets a couple little snaps off, but you can see just the real slopey nature of these waves on the lefts. It's kind of difficult to really get off the bottom and off the top and get a vertical approach happening. Really, it's all about those rights. It's a totally different swell line, huh?
We did see Jacob Wilcox get a 717 on his first wave in the last head on the left, so if they're there. I mean, you just got to know which one to go, and Jacob being the local, he kind of knew.
And on a day like today, do you think that we'd see more lefts? Or is it just kind of having that local knowledge?
No, I actually thought this morning you're going to see way more lefts, but the swell has picked up a little bit since earlier. So obviously the rights are the more critical sections that you get. So there's going to be the odd left that's really. We saw Attilo take to the air as well. So there's a couple of ramps, and with the wind blowing into the lefts a little bit, who knows what could happen.
So Rio 433, 233. We also have Connor O'Leary in the water, and also Sammy Pupo. Connor O'Leary, great start to the season, especially at Pipeline. Made some heats at Sunset. Was in the top 5, then top 10. Now finds himself number 15 in the world, coming in stop number 5 of the year. Waves on the way. It's up to Connor and Sammy to outposition each other for this one. It will be the goofy foot from Cronulla on the wind-up. Nice clean start on the backhand. O'Leary attacks the lip again. Quick sweep to the top of the end section there. And first wave out of the way for Connor. Next one, setting up for Sammy Pupo. Pupo snap to slide. Looking lively on that JS surfboard. Throw tail to beat the section. And he'll actually pass that brick section, and he's off and running with his opening score. Connor to Sammy Pupo there, Richie.
Yeah, that was a pretty radical exchange there. And I'm such a huge fan of Connor O'Leary's surfing. I just think it's so on point. I think he's probably underachieved to this point. just because he is so good, and the results have been a bit few and far between. But he needs to get off this slippery dip that he's on at the moment. Needs to get a good result here just to secure his place. Let's check the replay. So he comes hard off the bottom and really electric off the top, this guy. Just sort of forcing it a little bit on this opening ride, but nice vertical hit in the last turn. What'd you like here, Jake?
Oh, well, you could just tell the difference between these two waves. The second one's much smoother.
Yeah.
So Sammy's actually able to go really critical a few times here. I think he's going to get probably a better score, but kind of did pretty well for how bumpy that first one was.
Don't you reckon the difference between Connor and Sammy on that wave, Sammy just looks like he's sitting on top of the water a little bit better than Connor. He was sinking down into the water just a little bit. I don't know whether that's a board choice thing or whether it's just that front side approach from Sammy Pupo. But geez, he's looked so light and frisk in the last two events.
It's just so hard to compare the natural footers to the goofy footers because they're different turns. Like, you know, the goofy footers are kind of limited to their choice of turn, so they're kind of like repeating the same kind of turn. Whether they're really powerful or not is the difference. So Connor's one of the most powerful goofy footers, so I want to see him, you know, get a clean one and really open up.
Yeah, saw some big scores from the back end of Jacob Wilcox in the heat previous 16.17 combined total. Italo 2.85s to his name for the goofy foots, and just stumbling on the takeoff is Sammy Pupo.
Nose dive.
Wow.
It's been a while since I've seen one of them.
Full lobster dive.
Now Rio's turn. He's got some wide open face, big deep bottom turn, nice snap to get this one started. Clean off the top and shuts it down. One of the fastest surfers on tour. Trying to improve a 2.33 there. Had one bump to get through, a little disruption of flow, but got it done at the end. First surfer to represent Indonesia full time on the top 34. Absolutely hard worker, student of the game. Pretty emotional when he gets to this part of the year with all the midseason cut in the past, and now a totally different story, moving up about 11 spots after his semifinal at Bells Beach Ridge.
Yeah, that was an incredible result. And for me, I feel like Rio has improved, like you said, in his power game, Jake, but just coming off the bottom too, he's eliminated a lot of those little jitters and pumps he was doing off the bottom. He's holding that speed and acceleration, gets a little three-turn combination there, and just looking really reliable, really steady on his feet.
Yeah, I really liked the way he put that wave together. Like, it was smooth the wave, and he had to. I normally tell my guys never to fade out there because you lose the pocket section if you fade.
Yep.
But he actually got a little fade there because he's so strong off the bottom and actually got there for that second turn. It just seems to be non-stop right now. How good is it?
So good. Pumping conditions at main break. Certain heats have just completely scored. We've had a couple heats that were a little bit starved for sets. But Connor's the one with priority. Look at these lines coming through. Celebrating over 40 years of competition for global competition and a lot of Aussie titles before that. Snake, do you remember those first memories, putting a jersey on to compete at main break in your career?
Oh, yeah. I mean, Rich, you would have come back here before the WQS was put in, back in the old days, like, you know, when you surfed in the trials to make the main event, Joe?
Trials to titles.
Yeah, so this was one of my first main events I ever made here, and yeah, I beat Dave McCall. I mean, who did I beat in the first round? I can't remember. I think it was Greg Anderson, and then I beat Dave McCall, the defending champion. So another local guy, and then I lost to Glenn Winton when it was huge. That huge year with that, you know, when Curran was riding into the thing. I was 17 or 18, I think, and yeah, I was riding a 7-foot. He was riding an 8-foot surfboard with webs, and he got me.
I was so happy I got knocked out.
It was pumping.
It was so big.
Where did you see the change going from the left to the right, where the right became the most dominant place to score at main break?
I think Kelly might have made that whole thing. He was one year, like, he was getting crazy backdoor barrels off the peak, and like that was like the turning point for me from what I saw, because Tom Carroll, Dave McCauley, all these goofy footers dominated Barton Lynch, like all the lefts always, like, you know, picking out really good waves. And then Kelly comes along and started getting barrels and doing huge, big sliced calves kind of thing. And the paddle from the right to the left is easily 3 or 4 minutes difference. So it was kind of became, you know, more critical to surf the rights. So Kelly changed the era again.
Gosh, he's done a lot, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see what his plans are for this afternoon. He did get stuck in third, so the elimination round is pretty heavy already for a big day of competition today. Rio Waida still out front, 6.33 and a 4.33. Sammy Pupo turned into 7. Sammy's been in an interesting position the last couple years. You know, first year flying through the midseason cut, was actually there to console his good friend Joao Chianca when Chianca at that point fell off tour. And then the opposite happened last year where Joao was in the other seat consoling Sammy Pupo as he got sent to the Challengers Series. Got his spot back as predicted, but now finds himself in a tough spot behind the cut, Rich.
Yeah, he's got some work to do, and you know, he's surfing so well. I just feel like he's doing everything right at the moment in terms of his performance. He doesn't look like he's surfing under pressure. He's obviously got some good boards, and he's connected with it. Looks like Rio's going to have a quick look at this one.
Rio Waida representing Indonesia, making that whole island of Bali so proud, from guys like Tipi, Mega, Oni Anwar, Lee Wilson, Day, all the crew is probably so proud of what Rio's doing for their island nation there, as we got Sammy Pupo laying into one, throwing some water. Always looking energetic as he whips one through the lip line. Pupo wraps it on the inside corner. Really trying to make his big brother proud, Miguel, who's coming up next, Nick.
Oh, they're going to eat that one up, the judges, I think. That's what I've been noticing today. The big, heavy power moves are really scoring really high. So that second turn on that wave from Sammy, he did the float to start up and then just laid into that section. They're going to love it.
Nice high scale today, too. We've had a lot of big numbers to enjoy.
You notice that, too?
Yeah, totally.
We're kind of like blown away, just like everyone's got a little confidence boost.
Well, the judges' notes went out this morning, and they said they were going to pay a combination of big, critical, committed turns, and that's exactly what they've done. So, you know, the surfers have sort of risen to the occasion. The waves have gotten better, and they just keep delivering, which is great. Well, I mean, you're not going to go out there and not give it 100% at the moment. Cut's looming. It's time to go.
Last wave here from Sammy Pupo, Snake.
Yeah, that turn there is what I loved.
It's crazy.
And he kind of got the job done at the end here too. So, you know, a nice little float the boat to start with to get the speed into that turn, and he really delivered here. Look at this. Look how much power. We saw fins and everything.
It was so critical. Watch it. He gets the thing on rail here. Leans right into it. It's almost a bit John-esque, really, in the technique. He gets nice and low again, keeps all that speed going down the line. Surfing with so much energy. Great wave here, good backup score.
Yeah, when you just point out an individual turn, that's one of the best that we've had all day, as we have a chance to catch up with a local hero, Jacob Wilcox, on the glass with Stace Galbraith.
Thanks, Joe. Jacob, 27th coming into this event. What a performance to start off this massive, massive week for you.
Yeah, that actually felt good. I feel like I'm starting to compete well again. I feel like the first couple of events of the year I made some pretty bad mistakes, and kind of is what's got me sitting in the 27th on the ranking. So yeah, I feel like I got myself in this situation, and if I can compete well, make some good decisions, I can also get myself out of it. So yeah, it feels good to be down here at home. I'm probably extremely biased, but it's so nice to come home. I just feel so relaxed here, and it's my favourite stop on the tour so far, I think. But yeah, happy to be home, happy to be sharing this beautiful area with everybody.
There's no doubt about your skill on the wave, but talk to us about how hard it is to make the decisions on the World Tour. Even that last wave, you look like you're in two minds paddling up the face whether to go or not. It's a testament to how talented everyone is.
Oh yeah, it's the hardest part about the whole thing. It's like your decision making and trying to make good decisions. It's hard. Sometimes you don't always make good decisions, and that's probably a hard thing to deal with. But like, it's just being able to be in a position where you're making those decisions, and whether it's a good one or a bad one, you made a decision, and you have to deal with whatever comes after it. But yeah, everyone knows how to surf so well on this tour. I feel like it is the competition decisions that get you through. So yeah, I feel like I'm still working on that, but I feel like did it right in Bells. I felt like I was kind of getting back into some good formula again, and then yeah, hopefully I can just building on it here and yeah, get a good result.
And nice to put on a performance for the locals. What do you reckon, team? Thanks, Joe.
Thank you. That was magic. That's what it's been like all week.
See, West is best, I told you.
You've been telling me that since day one, Snake, and we're seeing it in real time. And for a man they call Chippo around these parts, Jacob Wilcox, he's loving being home. He's given so much of his time to everyone down here. He's showed up to talk to the Groms yesterday up at the Common. He had so many stories, but all those Groms, they had about 5 surfers on the panel, and they just kept going, Jacob, another question for you. What's the biggest wave you've ever caught in your life? Just everything. And he answered all of them. He stayed the entire time, even though you'd think he'd have all this pressure on him to make the cut. But it's cool seeing him in this kind of demeanor, being home, feeling calm and comfortable, knowing that he's just got to do his best surfing to make it through the whole year.
He's living his best life at the moment, that's for sure, and realizing a dream that, you know, he's been going at this for so long. How many cracks has he had on it, man? He's been knocking on the door for so long. Everyone was like, he's going to make it this year. He's going to make it this year, just falling short. And now he's finally done it. But as you said, he's got work to do.
Well, that's the crazy part. I keep going, wait, oh yeah, he's in the rookie class. We saw him, what, 13 times with wildcard call-up Snake.
Amazing.
It feels like we've known him forever.
Yeah, I think his debut was in Portugal. He beat Kelly in his opening heat for his CTs. So he's been, as you said, like a lot of wild cards. Great for Rip Curl to get him going, because he's the guy that they always thought would come through, and he has. But he had a couple of heartbreakers there, a couple of years that he was
so close.
Just a couple of spots out.
Yeah, that happened a couple of times. Definitely built him tough to finally be on tour. Wilcox getting the win into the round of 32. It's exactly what Sammy Pupo's trying to do, as he's behind the cut as well. Remember, we've got live rankings to enjoy on WorldSurfLeague.com. It'll get insane to really follow when we have elimination heats start happening, and you'll start seeing what the tour will look like from number 6 event in the world on to the finish at Lower Trestles at the WSL Finals. Connor, just one wave so far, 5.33. Holding priority and just needing a 5.34 to move into the top 2. Plenty of time to settle this opening round heat with fun conditions here at Main Break. Back for more conversation with Jake the Snake Patterson, and Liam O'Brien's coming up next. We'll be right back. Join us in celebrating surfing's best with the new Icons collection, including collectible merchandise celebrating the careers of Australia's own Steph Gilmore, Mick Fanning, Hawaii's Andy Irons. So you check out that entire collection on WSLStore.com or here locally, right here at the shop, right on that beautiful bluff here at Surfers Point at Main Break of Margaret River. It's felt like summer this entire time since we've been here, coming from Bells Beach. Hot days, about 30 degrees, I think, in the forecast for the next few days, which is about 86 degrees Fahrenheit. Water's been really welcoming, nice and refreshing. It gets a little cool at night, but it's kind of the best of everything. Enjoying the sights up and down this beautiful coastline. A lot of different waves to surf, and if you need any advice Ask Snake where to go, and he'll get you into some good waves.
And he won't tell you.
Give you a good lunch right afterwards. As we continue on with this one, Rio Waida in second at the moment. As he comes off into an air section, board flies away, and he's down.
That was dangerous. That looked a little ominous there. Just the board, whenever it disconnects from the surfer and there's some, air and spinning involved, you just never know what's going to happen when they land.
So Rio stays in second. Snake, just thinking about where we are in pro surfing, we always see and feel the level rise, each and every year. But what's been exciting you most about the tour this season?
Oh, it's been one of those years that we should have been here yesterday. Every event this year, the day before the event was pumping, and so it's been a hard for every contest director for every event. It's been kind of put to the test kind of thing. So. I mean, we're blessed to have, this for Margaret River is probably like a 4 or a 5, if you get what I mean. Yeah. So it's, for this time of year, we normally get we're waiting for the swell to drop instead of, hoping that the swell comes. Well, here goes Connor. He's been waiting a long time for this. 7 minutes to go. This is the second wave he's ridden. Nice opening turn there. Let's see if he can, that's the turn I was talking about. And the power that he's got is to really deliver huge turns. So I think he's going to go rocketing into second place.
I feel like Connor's Achilles heel has just been his consistency, not only with his results, but just his consistency in a heat to shut waves down, and not get those little falls or those moments where he slips up or makes the wrong decision, because the surfing's there, clearly. He's surfing so well. Let's check the replay here. He's got one of the deepest bottom turns in the business, lines this one up and just hammers that section there. Difficult sort of foamy nonsense on the face there.
I think this is going to be the highest score of the heat, to be honest. I mean, look at the power that he's got here. Nice vertical, jams it in the pocket there. Look at the water displacement. He's a big boy.
A very similar comparison between Connor O'Leary and Cole Houshman as well, just in how they surf and how big their manoeuvres are. And I just think Connor's perhaps just a little bit more radical in his approach, gets a bit more flair out of the lip. And he would have watched what Cole did at Bells and gone, hang on a minute, I want to be doing this, bringing it home for the Goofies. Great wave there.
7.43.
Yep.
Highest scoring wave of the heat.
You nailed it, Snake. 7.43, 5.33. Right there, the best number on your screen. Throw away the high and the low and get the average of the middle three scores. Sammy Pupo still out front. Connor just really flexed on that second position. Now Rio needs a 6.44 to avoid the elimination round. Yeah, great timing for Connor. Drifted out of the top 10 here at stop number 5. So he's hoping to see that momentum shift back in his favor. He's got a favorite event coming up later on this year where he finaled as a rookie in Cloud Break, runner up to Matty Wilkinson. So what a nice thing to be gunning for. He knows he'll be in a great position to be there to compete, but had an instant connection to pumping Cloud Break, being a big goofy foot, getting nice and barreled. But that was the result where he started off the season with at Pipe, a semifinal. Ended up beating Ethan Ewing that morning. There were some bombs coming through on that finals day, Snake.
Yeah, it was. Pipe was pumping, and the girls, I mean, the thing I remember most about the last final day of Pipe was the girls going ham.
Totally.
So it was a great step forward for the girls surfing for sure.
We talked about the relationship with the West Aussies and Hawaii, and you yourself, obviously a great example of that. Doing well at Sunset Beach a couple of times. Was Main Break the training ground for Sunset? There are other waves.
Oh, we've got a couple of bombies up and down the coast that we can ride big boards all the time. So felt really comfortable at Sunset riding a bigger board. I mean, I travel with Rich heaps, and like we'd always have a laugh. When I go home, I'd be riding 7-foot surfboards and 6.6s, 6.8s all the time. And that Rich, I'll groveling around in Manly, using his fish the whole time. So that's the difference of the comfortable. When I go, when we go to Hawaii, it's like great for me.
Yeah, it feels normal. Feels like you're at home, which is great. Used to riding.
You did win Hurley though, Rich. I remember, mate.
I was waiting for you to mention it, mate. I was going to mention it.
You were great in big waves, Rich. Yeah, Haleiwa's a huge one. I think Ross Williams got second that year.
Yeah, Ross made the final.
Wow.
Yeah, that was
and he's like Mr. Haleiwa.
I think he's a little angry about that.
Yeah.
Still.
We're going to
Sorry,
try to
Ross.
talk to him about that result once again.
Maybe we should've.
Yeah, it's always great seeing all these big names that are still around pro surfing. Ross coaching John Florence, Tatiana Weston Webb, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. So it's cool because we don't have heat analyzers to dig this stuff up. You get to get the real stories.
We can embellish too.
Yeah. Don't let the truth get in the way of a good story, right?
Absolutely not.
There's some funny ones, man. Going back to Margaret River history, I always heard one where Chris Ward came here to compete at the QS, drove here from the East Coast, surfed in his heat, lost, was so devastated, paddled across the bay to the box. I don't know if I've ever seen anybody do that in person. Is there any truth to that story, Snake? Have you heard that one?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened, but you wouldn't do that these days.
No way.
Especially in salmon season.
No way, man.
2:30 on the clock here. Sammy Pupo with a solid lead out front. Remember his result in Brazil in the final as a rookie where he was just looking out the crowd, firing him up, almost went all the way to a win as a rookie on tour. Little pop-up peak setting up here, and we've got Connor swooping down to the bottom, hitting it quickly off the top. Stepping on the next section to cover some ground. On the windup for a finish. Jams it shut, trying to better a 5.33, Rich.
Close, but maybe not really going to extend any lead there.
Well, he was third priority, so he thought there was nothing to lose.
Yeah.
But if he misses one of these set waves here, it could be disastrous for him. Here goes Rio.
Rio with some speed. It connects with the lip really well. Flows over the top of the next section. Winds up off the bottom. Tail high
wow.
whip into reverse. How cool was that?
Wow. Love
now
it.
He's got a bonus section. He will hit it hard, even with barely any water under his feet.
Geez, he did well.
What
he
a
attacked that
read.
section, man. That was a high-risk maneuver, which, you know, I thought he was just going to go through the motions and finish it, but, you know, being able to really, you know, put it all on the line there and show that high risk, the judges are going to love it.
Well done for Rio Waida. Big connections, a lot of variety. They want to see combos and a ton of flair with that tail whip on the end section. He was down to third, so that was critical for him to avoid the elimination round, Snake.
Well, I think the interesting score here is going to be Connor O'Leary. Did he better his 5.33? Because this is definitely going to get his a 6.4. Look, nice opening turn. Look at the power speed he's got coming off that section, and then to throw it all into this turn here. Oh yeah, I think he gets it easy. He goes into the 7.75 range.
There wasn't much more he could have done on that wave, really.
No.
And
then this one. Is this better than the 5.33?
Okay, first turn, nice and vertical. So on reflection, pretty good first turn, really. The second one, just a check turn, really, and then had to do all this work to get just a soft hit at the end. So all the points are going to come from that one big turn out the back. This was Sammy Pupo on the outside. Third wave of the set, just getting really radical there. He's coming unstuck, but I don't think that's going to affect his position at number one. It's really coming down to the last scores for Rio and Connor.
Connor O'Leary's last 5.4, so improved barely. So then Rio then needed a 6.51 on his last wave.
Got to be it.
Easy.
Surely.
For me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looked great.
I loved
the
it.
Flow down the
Commitment,
line.
speed, power, flow. Tick the criteria boxes. Tink, tink, tink.
Yeah.
Hammered it.
Yeah.
That was beautiful surfing, especially when you're in third. To stay confident and connected. Sammy Pupo waiting for his last as well.
Great variety on Rio's wave too, huh? Wasn't just the same stuff over and over again. It had a mix of everything. It's really good. I still said, don't you think? It's flares of Danny Wills.
Yeah.
In Rio's style.
Yeah. He's got a little wider stance than Danny, but like he's got that wrap like Danny Wills, huh?
Really
like
similar.
a whoosh.
Had some flashes of Michelle Perez in him as well.
Wow, hang on a minute.
Scores coming through, so it needs a 6.51.
He didn't get it.
And it comes in at a 6.23.
Wow. What do we know?
Nothing.
Well, you'd actually agree with the 6.8. There's one judge that was right there with you, Snake.
Well, I just thought he ticked all the boxes for me, but you know, I think they might have been comparing it to Connor O'Leary's 7.4 and went, well,
yeah.
Where does it sit with that?
Yeah, and that's what we have to do. We have to make sure that we're comparing against the scale that is set by the other rides, the other highest scoring rides in the heat.
Yeah, it's a good point. For judges, you can't just be in the moment of one wave. You're always remembering what happened before, always remembering the best waves for your comparisons. So on that one, Rio comes up just short in a very close decision. Connor O'Leary and Sammy Pupo take the top 2 spots and will be reseeded into the round of 32. And we have another heat to finish up the opening round. Liam O'Brien, Leonardo Fioravanti, and Miguel Pupo, and we'll continue the conversation with Jake the Snake Patterson. We'll be right back.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Tourism Western Australia, official tourism partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. By Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By Rusty, official apparel of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. And by Shiseido, official sunscreen partner of the World Surf League.
Opening round continues here at main break of Margaret River. Liam O'Brien taking on Leonardo Fioravanti and Miguel Pupo. Top 2 reseeded in the round of 32, and third place is in the elimination round. We've had some big scores throughout the day today. Sammy Pupo, Miguel's younger brother, just won with a 14.56 combined total. Both starting in stop number 5 in a similar part of the rankings, as things already got started with the Italian taking on the main break, right, Rich?
Yeah, Leo getting a good first re-entry on that opening ride here, just cutting back. You can see the face a little bit bumpier, harder to for the surfers to really dig those rail turns in. And outside, Miggy Pupo just going to town on the backhand. Wow, and another big hit on the inside. He's not done yet, he's got one more. Finishes strong, so a great way to open up for Miggy Pupo.
Could have lost some fins. We've seen many a fin lost on that little inside ledge.
Yeah, Snake, how do you prepare for the bricks? You know, because it's such a big moment to get a huge reward if you drill it in the right place, but you could also really break yourself.
Yeah.
How do you handle it?
It's this size wave, Joe, right now. It's because all the waves kind of go into there, but when it's a little bit bigger, it'll close out a little bit further out. So you can't prepare. It's just how much you're dedicated to your craft. You know, you've got to throw everything at it, and you know, trying to milk every little bit out of these waves. And everyone, you know, we've seen everyone try and do it today. The other guys the other day were doing turns on that thing because the tide was so high you could ride over it, but right now it's kind of like deadly.
Pupo with a 7. Leo with a 4.83 on the first 2 rides. What does the bricks feel like? What's it made up of?
It's actually not too bad. It's pretty flat. Like, it's got kelp on it as well, but obviously it's hard. Underneath the kelp bed there's like solid rock, so but it could be worse. It's not coral or anything. It's not going to rip you to shreds, but it's like pretty hard. Kind of like Bells. It's kind of like that same kind of inside fluffy kind of rocks.
Have you been breakdancing on that thing your whole career?
Yeah, I've lost fins on it before in heats and stuff, having to come in. It's the worst thing ever because it's such a long way out. having to come to the keyhole to get a spare board is just horrible.
Yeah. Richie, you did a snorkel down at the Bustleton Jetty the other day. You might have to take your mask out to the bricks, find some fins.
Have a little look, put a couple of sets together.
Yeah. How was that trip down to the Bustleton Jetty?
Oh, man, it was amazing. There's an underwater observatory. You go right down, all the sort of rubble from the old pier that was sort of destroyed, I think, back in the early 70s. The cyclone came through and totally wiped it out. They rebuilt it and made it much longer because there's bigger ships that needed to come in, and they've built just an amazing facility out there, and great view. And you go down, check out the pylons, of fish swimming around everywhere. There's all these big underwater sculptures there, and you can snorkel around and check it out. So yeah, great experience. Another thing to do when you come over to the west.
Have you ever done that before, Snake?
No.
What? We got to show you around
spoiled.
sometimes.
Yeah, I'm spoiled. I've got lots of other things to do. I've got boat, fishing, golf.
Fishing.
You're pretty busy.
Yeah, I am.
With all your favorites.
Yeah.
Yeah, golf is obviously high on the list. For us, not from Australia, that's where you see a lot of the kangaroos on the golf course, even locally here at the Margaret River Golf Course, as we've got a couple little waves on the way here. Priorities with Liam O'Brien, but this is the Brazilian Miguel Pupo on the wind-up. Quick snap, throwing the fins out the back. Always so smooth, one of the best, coolest, calmest styles on tour. Qualifying with Medina and John back in 2011. One of the leaders of the Brazilian Storm when he beat Tanner Gudauskas in a close decision at Lower Trestles. We saw the round of 16 at that QS that day, and 12 of them were representing his country of Brazil. That was that big turning point. As we look at Miguel once again here, Rich, what'd you see?
Yeah, another okay wave here, just really getting that tail release off the first turn, cutting back, staying with the energy, and then that wave starts to lay down. So Miguel just gets out of there, but like Sammy, looking really energetic, light and limber, really frisk on his feet.
Some big wins here for Brazil in the past, just going to last year with Gabriel Medina. Adriano de Souza, when he won, he came in, the first thing he said was, I just beat the best surfer in the world. That was John Florence, runner-up in the final that day. What about the older days of Neko Padarats? I mean, he had a connection here to Main Break, Steak.
Yeah, I was in that final that he won. That was pretty heavy.
What happened?
Oh, he just seemed to have a lot more energy than anyone else. It was, you know, we had to surf back in the day like 4 times on the last day. So, you know, I don't know.
Sorry to bring that one up.
I was pretty eggy.
Oh, yeah. Still a little bit?
Nah.
You're all right?
I got one win.
98?
98, yeah, good year.
Gosh, and it was good for Australia at the time. 98, Snake won. Taj the year before. Then it went to Louis Egan, 99, as we see the snap off the top from Miguel Pupo. Back to the lip again. Looking casual towards the end of that ride. He'll step off and see if he can improve on his 4-point ride.
What's your take on this, Jake, when if you're coaching your surfers, do you tell them to get waves under their priority, or are they better off waiting until the priority order shifts and they kind of move up the ladder?
No, that wave that he just got was definitely worth going because he got 2 major maneuvers, but the first one I would have said no. This is, I don't know why Leo or Liam wasn't on this thing. This wave actually looked pretty good.
Yeah,
see,
nice two-turn combination, huh?
Like it looked pretty good off the takeoff, so it's good for a 3rd priority.
And they would have been a little deeper, so they would have been coming around that section there.
I think Leo could have chipped into that. But like really hard out here in 3rd priority to get a scoring wave, so we'll see where this one is. Probably the high 5, maybe 6 if he's lucky. Like, have a look. Leo's having a good look at it.
He is having a look.
Liam just didn't even want anything to do with it. Interesting.
So Miguel said thank you very much and does improve to a 4.6. Here comes Lobby.
Dry hair.
Yeah, just getting started. Liam kind of pacing his way through his opener here. Comes down with a kind of a crumbly, awkward lip line. But warm-up's out of the way. Working closely with J. Bottle Thompson for many years. Bottle's here on site, coaching a lot of the crew like Georgie Pitar. Lobby doing great in his first call-ups to the main stage, even as a wild card in West Oz out at Wanjamup or Rottnest Island, where he turned in a finals day appearance. Ruffled some feathers for the veterans on tour that year and ended up getting a 3rd place. Huge. Just when you don't have any CT experience, you show the world that you're ready for this stage.
Didn't him and Morg have a semi-final together? I
think they did,
Morg
yeah.
got second to Gabby, I know, but I think that was the semi.
It was, you're right. Strickland Bay.
Yeah. Strickos.
That's right. Two good friends doing battle. That was Morgan's year where he finished in the top 5 of the world, and we just got to see Siblick again. Wow, brought a quarterfinal finish back at Bells.
Yeah, he did really well, back in form. Definitely had a little hiatus, and the form dipped a little bit, but he's found something again. Looked really good at Bells, and you could see he really wants to get his position back on the championship tour.
He's only just missed out the last 2 years and getting back on. It's pretty tough gig. I mean, Morgan finished 5th in the world and then dropped off the next year, and then been trying obviously to get back on to the main tour, but he's just fallen short twice. So I reckon this year he's going to be back.
Snake, you spend so much time on both tours, now passing on your knowledge as we get to Miguel Pupo, the heat leader.
Oh,
there's that fin throw that he's able to accomplish. Throws down the snap and then hits it through the whitewater again, creates a little space. There's that late climb snap. That was awkward. And he's down. Fioravanti throws down the front side wrap. The Italian just set up work here. Pushing down the line and throws down a snap. He's had some great moments here, some tough moments. As Liam's on the next one. Running down the line and just frames up a nice clean finish. His opener was a 5.5, which had to feel good because you could tell he's got a lot of room to move with what he's capable of. To get a 5.5 where I felt like he was just kind of feeling his points down the line, he's in a great space now.
Yeah, on the first wave, you never really felt like he was kind of right up the top of the gearbox there in 5th or 6th gear, but he's picked it up a bit on that one. Let's have a look at the replay of all these waves here. So Miguel just gets the first wave of the set, just tags that opening section, gets a lot of fin drift, backs it up with a couple of clean snaps here, and then the third one just got caught a little bit late. The wave just punched him down, and this was Leo outside. Really critical turn to open things up, showing that commitment. Nice wraps through the inside, and then comes through for a finish.
It's one of the biggest waves we've seen for a while as well. So
definitely.
That's just scored pretty well. And here goes Liam for the 3-wave set. Oh. Wow, that was a nice opening wrap. They're going to love that. Nice lip hit there. And it finishes really strong here. So this is game on this heat.
He just seems to be finding really easy speed. Doesn't look like he's working hard, Liam, to get that board driving and accelerating. Just looks kind of effortless, really nice.
Looks similar to the outline of the board he rode at Winky Pop in the heat with Ethan Ewing. It's a little shorter, got so much glide, and his carves are just insane on that little board. 5.5 was his start, so I'm feeling a big difference on his second effort, especially with that opening connection on that wave. Winner of the last heat, Miguel Pupo's younger brother, Sammy, is with Stace.
Thanks, Joe. Sammy, 25th in the ratings. All the white jerseys are doing it today, mate.
Yeah, the boys are ripping under pressure. Happy to make this heat, really. It's nice to get over the elimination round. So it was a good heat. Yeah, in the last few minutes, the boys were ripping, so I had to keep surfing too to make my heat. So stoked to make it. I've been in this position for the last 2 years, so yes, I'm a little bit used to it. I don't know if that's good. I wish I wasn't, but you just gotta play with what you have, I guess.
You jumped on JS's this time last year. Your equipment's looking amazing today, but tell us a little bit more about that board in particular.
Yeah, I've been with JS since Snapper last year, the Challenger, and it's been such a good relationship with Jason, and he's got all the support for me. And coming to this comp was actually the first comp that I felt like my boards wasn't that magic as the other comps, and I got one of Miggy's board off his quiver, and it's nice to have a brother on tour.
Absolutely, and a father who's a shaper, who I'm sure is watching. Did you want to say good morning to everyone back in Brazil?
Bom dia para todo mundo. Bom dia, deve ter madrugada aí, né? Mas para quem for acordado e assistiu, obrigado por assistir. feliz em avançar, mandar beijo para minha família, para minha namorada, para todo mundo que está no Brasil assistindo. Eu queria fazer um anúncio aqui para vocês, né? Que já tá faz um tempo, mas a família Pupo está com a JS no Brasil e muito feliz de ter essa parceria com o JS. A gente já está há 1 ano juntos e ele deu essa oportunidade para a gente de produzir a JS. E se você quiser uma prancha mágica, que nem a minha, é só encomendar lá. Então, obrigado pela torcida e tamo junto.
Hold on, Sammy.
Next day, Sammy Pupo looking to move up inside the top 22. Fallen off tour last year, went to the Challenger Series, won snapper, and then it was kind of dramatic for a few events where he struggled to make a heat, had to go all the way to Sakurama, the season finale, to ensure his spot in the top 10 to get back on tour. So he's been here before, looking comfortable there. 14.56 combined total. I think the jump to JS Surfboards last year was a really solid move for both Pupo brothers.
Yeah, looking really good. The boards are looking great. I think back to Bells as well, and he had that the carbon technology that the boys have been working on. That board looked really good. And as a surfer, I felt if I didn't have a good board under my feet, I didn't feel confident going into heats. You always need to feel like whatever board you're on that you've waxed up, put your leggy on, paddled out on, is the one that's just, you don't have to think about it. It just reacts to you, to what you want to do. You don't want to have that noise between your head just going, oh, I'm not sure what this board's going to do. I'm not connected with it.
Yeah, but nice having your brother where your quiver gets a lot bigger if you can ride similar dimensions. Watching Leo Fioravanti carve, hit the lip line, winding up for a big whip off the top again. Solid power surfing from the Italian. And he'll create some space for one more snap and a celebration for number 46, Snake.
A really important wave there for Leo. Needed a 5.84. And I'm not going to go out on the limb because last week we were totally wrong. But
please do, please.
Yeah, that third turn was magical. Like, that's what I want to see from Leo. Like, he's a big, powerful kid, and it looks like his board might be a tiny bit small. He's nursing it a little bit. Like we saw Liam open up and turn really hard. So I want to see Leo turn hard. He's a big kid. Use your power.
Yeah.
Liam O'Brien did get the 833. Another look at Leo's wave from this angle, Rich.
Yeah, great looking start to the wave. Big carve, second up into the lip. And then this turn here really flares that tail out. So a great 3-turn combo, brings it all the way through to the inside. Geez, a bumpy section to navigate through there. And the fist pump, he knows that this thing stood up outside. That opening carve straight up into the snap. And then this thing here, Jake, watch the fins just pop out the back. Whenever you get that tail drift, that degree of difficulty starts to rise. You actually disconnected from the wave for a millisecond there. When your board re-engages, the fins re-engage, you have to keep control of that board under your feet. These guys make it look so easy.
And well rewarded, 8 points. There he goes. Goes straight to the lead.
Look at
third
that.
to first.
Fioravanti, an 8-point ride. Liam O'Brien has an 833. It's been raining 8s today in this opening round. A lot of big combined totals. There's the judge's reaction. One judge went as high as an 8.5 on that. And now 12 minutes to go. Fioravanti in the lead, O'Brien to second, Miguel Pupo down to third now, needing a 6.84 to make a comeback here in heat number 12. We're going to take a short break, but we've got the elimination round coming up next. Must-win situation for Sally Fitzgibbons. We'll be right back. Opening round heat number 12 continues. Leo Fioravanti out in front, but a lot of things happening behind the scenes. As we know, the Margaret River Pro has long been a staple in Western Australia's calendar of major events. And on this past Saturday, Kaipo caught up with a very important guest with a very special announcement.
We're here with Western Australia Premier, the Honourable Roger Cook. And Roger, we got some big news.
Oh, we sure do. But isn't it exciting to be here at Margaret River for this leg of the World Surf League? It's so exciting to have all the surfers here and to have World Surf League here again. We want to do it again. So today we're announcing that for another 4 years, we've reached agreement to bring Margaret River Pro to this area until 2028.
We are excited as well. We're going to continue on the championship tour to enjoy the beautiful landscape, the crystal clear water, the abundant waves here in Western Australia through 2028. We're going to keep on walking on a dream. Thank you, Roger.
Thanks for your time. It's great to be here.
What big news. We are so thrilled. Margaret River officially locked on the championship tour schedule through 2028. We're coming to Snake's house.
Ew. Puts a smile on my face, Joe.
We're having a good time.
I love having the boys here.
Wow.
Playing Dunsborough Lakes golf course with all the boys. It's really a pleasure to, hopefully take them out in the boat later on, get some fish, salmon around and stuff. I love it.
You guys are all so cool. Talking to Perry Hatchett the other day, he's offering skis on the lay days. Everyone wants you to have the best time ever, and it's cool. Like, you taught me how to hashtag walking on a dream, and West is best. You're like, put it up there, let the world know. It's cool to be proud of a place, but I think as a guest as well, you love being around that energy.
Yeah.
When the locals are like, how good is this? It's really infectious, Rich.
It really is, and we said it in the opening day. Just the energy down here, it's like nowhere else that we come to, and there's just so much to see and do. Uninterrupted coastline, places to explore, the winery region. There's hundreds of wineries in this area, and just so much to see and do. You feel connected to nature when you're here.
Yeah, you completely change, Rick. You're
I
so
do.
much different from Manly Rick. WA Rick, man.
He gets loose, huh?
He has a good time. Knows how to rip in and suck the marrow out of life. Enjoy the water and everything on hand here. Great news, man. We're coming back through 2028 guaranteed. What was that place, Snake, we went to last year? And after Medina, Griff were in the final. You can actually golf.
Oh, yeah.
And hit
one of
balls.
the breweries.
Yeah, there's so many choices
Margaret's
around.
there, yeah. We've got a couple of boutique breweries around the region. Here goes Liam.
Liam O'Brien snapped a start on that first section. Beautiful bottom turn, laying into that lip. What timing for the Australian from the East Coast. Burleigh Heads looking real cool, calm and collected. Looking to better a 5.5. I went to the beer farm the other night. They premiered a surf movie. It was packed.
Wow, cool.
Everyone's celebrating surfing, and it's kind of cool around here. You got to drive a little bit. There's some time in between all these cool spots. A lot of open space, beautiful trees and forests. Back to Liam's wave.
Yeah, great wave here for Liam. Just this second turn. That layback jam in the pocket. Another wrapping cut back to finish off. So Liam trying to better that 5.5. First turn, clicks it, doesn't over-rotate because this second section was looming up here. Just watch him just throw the Larry layback. Gets a little bit of tail release, but perfect control through the whole thing. Did really well to navigate through that tricky section as it cupped out under his board. Geez, he's one of those guys, there are surfers that are just easy on the eye. They've got that style and flow that you could just watch all day long. Liam O'Brien has it.
Snake, I start stressing out when time's running out with heats with you. I've got so many things I want to talk to you about, but let's just go to WA and put this place more on the map, especially in surfing. Your personal heroes from this state, when you were growing up, who would they be?
I grew up in Cottesloe in Perth, so Stuart Bedford-Brown he came from Cottesloe, the same hometown. And then I've got guys like Matt Branson, Josh Palmetier, Twiggo, it's like our photographer. The guys called Richard Kelly, we've got guys from Cottesloe.
Big Mitch Dawson?
Yeah, Mitch was a bit older, and Dave and stuff were a little bit older from my thing. They were already pro surfers, but like the guys coming through that I was going, these guys are kind of like hometown hero kind of things, like Josh and Matt,
Sick.
Yeah, Matt Branson, Todd Branson, like all, my brother even,
For your brother who's on the water patrol, doing a great job. Were you guys very competitive growing up? Or?
Yeah, well, I was. I think that's why, I mean, I still reckon he surfs way better than me, so I think he just didn't have that competitive edge. Oh, not competitive, is that, well, competitive savviness that, you know, I was ready to chew my own arm off to win a heat, you know, and he was kind of like pretty mellow and you know, went down he did a chef apprenticeship, so kind of lost that window that I had, you know, competing back in the day. So
I remember when we were all pretty new on tour and you started talking about Taj and you started going, hey, there's this kid from home that is mind-blowing. You wait till you see him. We're going, who is this kid? And then, you know, within a couple of years, Taj was everywhere.
Yeah.
Love that. 4:30 on the clock. Rolling in is Liam O'Brien with that chip from the whitewater and throws down one of those cool-looking carves, all rail, leaning back, fluid with that tail slide off the coping and right into a wrapping cutback.
Well, I tell you what, interesting decision from Miguel there, netting a 7.17, but that wave looked pretty good to me, and he passed it up.
Yeah, it was one of those ones where he was obviously thinking, oh, it's not, the canvas isn't enough for me to drop that 7. But Liam just goes, I'll have it.
Well, I think he goes to the lead here.
Beautiful looking wave here. Liam just slicing that first turn with so much power. The second one bangs it again. Just loses the fins. Total control though. Just really connected with this wave.
And then this angle on that opener snake.
Savage.
Look at this turn here from the back. Look, fins out.
Oh, so much power in that hack. Just putting every ounce of energy. Looking so good on this board. You know when someone's just feeling it, when they're putting every bit of power in and they're nailing it.
Well done for Liam O'Brien. 3:10 on the clock. Let's check in with Kaipo at the Bailey Ladders leaderboard.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah, I'm here on my trusty P150 model. This one happens to be in the hybrid construction, but enough about ladders. Let's talk about the leaderboard. I'm down on the bottom rung right here because we're talking about the women's elimination round coming up. Joanne DeFay, Sally Fitzgibbons, Bronte McCauley. Heat number 1, Brisa Hennessy, Luana Silva, India Robinson. Heat number 2, important note, must win heat for Sally Fitzgibbons and India Robinson. They need to make it out of this heat to keep their hopes alive to continue on the championship tour, of course. This is stop number 5. This is when surfers get cut. So that's the news from the Bailey Ladder leaderboard. Thank you to Bailey Ladder, Australia's #1 ladder.
Good man, Kaipo. He's going to go to that top rung once we get to finals day as we have 2:15 on the clock. And Miguel Pupo needs a big score to move on. He's been hanging the fins out to dry almost on every opener that he's had, and he shuts this one down quite well. Now moving on to the next one, we've got Fioravanti throwing down that quick little redirect on the open face, a little under the lip on the lean back, draws some water off the top again, hacking in a ton of different maneuvers, and he will shut it down. So Miguel needing a 7.88, and Leo trying to protect that second spot with 1:40 to go.
Interesting. I don't know whether Leo's going to improve on the 6.87. The first couple of turns seemed like they were done sort of 3/4 of the way up the wave. Snake's looking at me going, you're tripping. I think you liked it.
I know.
Liked it?
Okay, so I reckon he's put on a little show here for the judges. It was an incredible wave, but let's have a look at this one first. He's going hard at this wave. This is not what Leo did. He didn't go as hard as what Miguel has done here. So this is, I swear, Leo just tried to fake this wave. Like, it was such a good wave. Look how smooth it is. And he kind of like, he didn't turn as hard. This is what I wanted to saying before. I want to see Leo turn hard. That was really nice. But then these turns here is like all put theirs, I think.
Yeah, just going, kind of feel like he's going through the motions and not attacking the wave, not trying to destroy it.
That's a bad angle for us, looking at away from it like that, I think. We were wrong, I swear, because of Rio's last wave, because of that angle we're looking at.
Hey, don't he surfed that wave well. Don't get us wrong here. You know, he's obviously trying to protect that second place.
Well, it looks like Miguel's going to fall short a little bit anyway.
That didn't feel like it was almost had to be excellent. 7.88 was the score he was after.
And here goes Liam O'Brien, maybe his last wave with 24 seconds, rips into that opening section. driving into a kind of a late reverse attempt. His situation won't change, but Leo's did. Miguel up again, and he needs it still. Third now, but needing a 9.06. Hits it hard, stomps it, puts both arms up. He's going, come on. Put me closer to what I need. A 9.06 for the Brazilian is what he needs. Leo's wave, an 8.57. Took him to first. Miguel's last was the 7.3.
Wow, some big numbers. Interesting moments to finish off this heat.
Big heat totals. Have a look at that.
Massive numbers.
Losing with a 14.3 total.
That's kind of been
Still
the day.
a winner score to come.
Yeah, there's been a lot of this happening.
All day. It's been 7+. It's 8s or lates on this opening round day of competition at main break. Pupo ripping. I'm loving how he's ditching fins on that first section. And I think that's what you've been really loving, Snake, the commitment to that first turn. Really seeing someone put it all out there instead of playing it safer and building towards the end of the wave. Let's watch this again.
Oh, geez, he came off square off the bottom there, straight up into the lip, and again, gets that tail drift. Throws the hands in the air. He likes it.
I wonder if he had have done that if he had have known he needed a 9.
Well, trying to sell it to the judges, no doubt. But a great performance.
Miguel Pupo behind the cut, so an important event for him. The Brazilian veteran. He's got one of the smoothest backhand attacks on tour, chasing a 9.06. Snake, you think it's enough?
No, I think it's going to be his best score, but I think it's going to be a bit short. It was 2 big, nice, powerful turns, but there it is, an 8.07, just short.
8.07. Wow, what a heat. 15.37 total. And a worthy claim, Miguel, because you were ripping in that heat, throwing away some 7s. A lot of big numbers throughout the opening round for the men as that wraps it up. The winner of that heat, Leo Fioravanti, already with the fans on the sand. He's had some tough moments out here with his dislocation of his shoulder. He had his first early wins on the CT when he was a wild card and beat Kelly in the early rounds. He's done a lot, even pushed John in a couple key heats in his career. Now into the round of 32, as we always enjoy our time with Jake the Snake Patterson. First, thanks for having us in WA, and thanks for your company, my friend.
Thanks for having me.
Can we take a look at that tattoo you got on your arm?
Oh, Twiggy.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah,
yeah, there it is. You're getting stronger and stronger, my friend. Looking forward to more conversations with you, Snake. Always appreciate your time. Great job coaching today, as we will take a break and continue with the elimination round of competition. Ronnie Blakey, Felicity Palmatier, and Waxhead to break it all down, and Sally in a must-win situation.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By BioGland, official vitamin partner of the WSL Australia. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. and by Shire of Augusta Margaret River. Proud to support the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, which celebrates the epic local surfing culture of this region. Welcome back, a beautiful afternoon here as we move into the dreaded elimination round. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Felicity Parmentier and Matt Janaski. And Matt, this is going to be your first time being around when the cut is about to unfold. It's brutal, mate. Obviously, you've watched on from home and seen it, but you can feel that energy, can't you?
Yeah, I think all the competitors are used to it now, but they're super light-hearted at the beginning of the event. But today there is some tension. Surfers walking down for their heat. You could feel it, and it's all coming down to it. This is where their whole season is on the line for Sally right now.
Yeah, Sally, it's a must-win heat for her. Felicity, a surfer, one of the most winning surfers on the tour, 12 CT victories. But in this heat, you'd have to say that she is probably, you know, up against it. Joanne Defay's been in incredible form, and Bronte, no easy beat out here.
Yeah, this is a really tough situation for Sal. I think Bronte obviously coming in here, she won the trials, but she's no stranger to this wave as we see Joanne up and riding.
Yeah, Joanne Defay with a big float here. She's going to step off, eject out of that one. But yeah, this is the big one. Joanne's had a magic run so far this season, been really in form. And, you know, I think with Steph and Carissa stepping away from the tour this year, Joanne's taken her rightful place at the top end of the order.
Oh, 100%. We'll get back to that as we see Sal.
Wants to get off to a good start here, Fitzgibbons. A must-win situation for her. She winds through a couple of turns, just chipping away, now hoping this wave stands up for a big finish. Clean little roundhouse there. But yeah, don't know if there was the kind of fireworks that's going to take that score into the excellent range. So be a mid-range score there.
I just look at the scores from that last heat. I mean, there were some big numbers that went down. When we had heat totals of 16 and above. I mean, Miguel, you know, obviously didn't make it through, but still had a heat total of 15 as we break this one down, Matt.
Yeah, so one heat on, one heat off in terms of the sets today. So Sally just pulling the trigger on this. She got a lot done. Didn't offer anything of those critical sections, but really manufacturing a score to be the most considerable number of the heats so far. But as I said, this could go flat. It could get small. She needs to start to build that house and get her way back into this heat. And she's good for a fifth, a third, or a victory out here, as we know.
Oh, Bronte McCauley, late drop there. And just can't regain her balance. And she falls, just gifting that priority back to Joanne Defay on the outside, who's having a look at one now, has a think about it. Opts to keep that priority, something big standing up on the outside. That energy continues to fill in here at main break. This one's going to catch Joanne out. Heroic duck dive.
Wow. You get pummeled by these sets out here. Main break's one of those waves. Doesn't matter how far out you sit, there'll always be that one set that'll just catch you. And obviously today it's just picking up ever so slightly throughout the day. So that one just catching the girls out. But
and that was Sally after that 4.67, still paddling out, caught the inside of that one. And typically, we haven't had to see at this event yet, but a lot of the surfers are very exhausted after a heat here. A lot of paddling, a lot of turbulence on the inside, using that jet ski assist. So that might be something we have to take into consideration this afternoon.
Well, different stories for Sally Fitzgibbons and Joanne Defay this year. Joanne hasn't missed the final series at an event yet this season. Had a victory in Portugal, second at Bells, and a couple of quarters. Sally hasn't been into the final series. And you know, Sally had that amazing record, 40+ consecutive quarterfinal heats that she surfed as a championship tour competitor. And yeah, those quarterfinal places have been few and far between in recent years. So Fitzgibbons needing to go a long way through the draw. She's the most winning surfer out there, though. I mentioned those 12 CT wins. Bronte hasn't had a victory on the championship tour, but the surfing has always been worthy of a victory, and probably couldn't think of a better place for her to do it than right here at home.
Oh, definitely. I think we've seen some of the best surfing from Bronte in a jersey here at Main Break. You know, she's had a semi-final finish out here. She's had some big victories over some big names. She looks very obviously at home, as she is, but on the rights, I mean, you've got to say that Bronte's strength is her backhand. And yeah, she won the trials here this year. She's got a spot back in this event. I feel like she can do some serious damage. This isn't an easy heat for Sal. We obviously know Sally's got so much experience out here, but I mean, with the form that Joanne's got this year, hasn't missed a final series, and then coming up against someone like Bronte here, this is a hard heat draw.
Yeah, Bronte did compete well on the Challenger Series last year. Didn't break through to graduate back to the elite ranks, but she'll be a major contender on the Challenger Series, you'd think. And you know, even if she wasn't having a run at the Challengers, this would still be a massive opportunity to break through for that first CT win. But she can use it as a real confidence-building platform before she heads over to the Gold Coast for that first Challenger Series stop, which is just around the corner.
Yeah, and as you said, Flick, backside's one of her favourite types of surfing, coming around the section. She's really good for one of those hooks every single event. Doesn't matter where we are, there's a right. You know, Bronte's going to be able to send it vertical and really get over a board, much like her dad did as well when he was on the World Tour. But the barrels, we've seen Bronte surf up north, and imagine what she'd be capable of if she was going to Cloudbreak or Chopu. Being able to take off deep and really just knife those big tubes. I saw it last night in one of the surf film premieres with one of her sponsors, and she's capable lefts, right. So there'd be a hunger burning inside of her now, knowing where that tour is heading after this. But hey, don't leave me out. She's going to be trying to win this victory and be a spoiler.
Yeah, I think for me, Bronte McCauley won the 2020 season, the cancelled season. She, during the pandemic, was up and down the West Coast. She was banking better clips than anyone.
Yeah.
And yeah, she was getting more barrel than probably any other woman on earth, I think.
Yeah, I could say
maybe other
that.
than Kira Pinkerton, who was over in Indo getting soul-arching pits at HTs. But yeah, Bronte's surfing went to another level. It was really weird though when she came back. It wasn't reflected in her competition results, but she, you know, has shown that she can match it with the very best at this level.
Yeah, she has, and they were definitely on a good wicket there. They had their plan figured out, and yeah, during that COVID year, they were just doing these big strike missions up north and hardly any crew in the water. It's sort of what you dream of, you know, big, long left-handers, hardly anyone out, and just getting so barreled. But yeah, she's not scared at all. I mean, we have a few heavier reef breaks around here, up and down the coast, a couple where Bronte's from in Gracetown, and she's not afraid. Like, she has packed some serious pits. But yeah, I'm stoked to see Bronte in the jersey out here, and hoping that, yeah, she can do some damage along the way. She's definitely got all the right tools to do it.
I mean, you talk about pushing yourself and deeper ocean waves. Hawaii, you're no stranger to that, Flick. But it'd be cool to see Bronte do a season pipeline and match it. We know she's got waves similar here, but just to match it over there. And in your opinion, is there any reason to go over to Hawaii, knowing what you have here along this coast?
Oh, 100%. I mean, I leave here all the time for Hawaii. Northern Hemisphere winter's amazing, as we see Sal.
Fitzgibbons, a 4.67. Puts herself up in the second spot, but unable to complete that move. And that's going to open the door for a bit of a shift up in the order of things here as Joanne Defay goes after one of these top two spots. Nice big hit there from the surfer representing France. And she'll just finish this one right off on the inside. That one big turn in that ride, though, is going to help her turn in a pretty good score here.
Yeah, I liked what I saw. I spoke to Joanne the other day, it was a couple of mornings ago, and just wondering, who are you working with here? And she told me that she's working with Andrew Sheridan, so local. As we know, Shero over the years has always worked with Carissa. Carissa taking a year off this year, and yeah,
miss you, Riss.
Yeah, we do miss you. We miss you a lot.
Just her surfing at this venue in particular, but Shero, really keen surfer, great surfing family that he's from, a freak out of the box, but has such a good read on main break.
Yeah, he does. He's got a really good read on main break, especially those right-handers. I know every time I go out in the free surf, I'm like, where are you sitting, Shero? I might just go buddy on up next to you. I know I'm going to be catching a lot of waves. But yeah, he's definitely got it figured out, so really good person. And how is that hack? That was a sick turn.
Yeah.
Love that. Just back arm in the face of the wave. From this angle, it was hard to tell from that angle behind when you're watching just how critical it was. That was a really, really well-placed turn. Sick layback.
Drove through it. Joanne Defay, she won the completion of this event in 2018. So it was on a bit of a roll through the contest, but it was at Uluwatu that she sealed the deal with a victory with her amazing backhand. But I just feel like Joanne Defay at any reef break, rock or coral, she's going to always be a threat. Here goes Sally Fitzgibbons in this must-win heat. Just hasn't been able to really put it together on a wave just yet. So the rhythm not on her side. Can she fight it and get it back? We're going to see. 22 minutes to go here.
Yeah, for me, I think just maybe a little bit of a wave selection thing. You could just see the face of her wave just look a little bit bumpy there. That one tapered off a bit. Sort of didn't really have that steepness or really offering that one critical section. Back to Joanne's waves and Bronte's wave. I mean, Bronte's last wave came through at a 6.33, so the judges obviously rewarding that really nice two-turn combo from Bronte. But yeah, Sal's at the moment just struggling to find those sort of waves that Bronte and Joanne have found.
So much talk around that last venue, Bells Beach. I think just with obviously it being one of the longest running contests, or the longest running contest on the CT schedule, just about the honour roll and the history at that venue. But here at Margaret River, at the Pro, the CT history is something worth celebrating. Many of the greats breaking through for victories here at the Championship Tour level. Wendy Botha, the great WA power surfer and sunset, just absolute dominator. Jodie Cooper getting a win here in 92. It's a pretty impressive list, Felicity. A lot of your surfing heroes on that one.
Oh, so many surfing heroes on this list. I think a couple of names that come to mind straight away. Pam Burridge. I mean, how could I go past her? Absolute Aussie icon.
Fellow goof.
Fellow, yeah. But then more recent years, good friend of mine, Courtney Conolog, always done so well out here as we look at Sal.
Yeah, Sally on that list already. In the more recent history, a victory here for her in 2017.
And I go back to even when it was a qualifying series event, Melanie Redmond-Carr.
Yeah.
Absolute icon of this zone here in the southwest.
Got to surf with Mel on the first day we were here. That was cool.
Very cool. Shredding, I heard.
She was. Yeah, Maddie Janaski, you had a bit of time in the water with Mel Redmond-Carr as well.
Yeah, just the day before the contest as well. She was picking off those lefts, and just the ability, same with Pam Burridge, the ability for those goofy footers to be able to, I don't know, maybe garnering a lot of their skills in really poor competitive waves back then, and then when they are on quality waves, seeing how well they can react to sections. And I talk it like, it's like swiveling the hips back through the section, back up and over. They can read the tricky fat waves so well. Rob Bain does a really good job at Avalon to this day, and I think a lot of those goofy footers from the 80s and 90s and the 2000s had such a dynamic repertoire, and they're able to adapt to poor and good waves as well.
Oh, Bronte McCauley putting it on the line, body and board on that final section and getting absolutely slammed, but she appears to be okay back on her board. Wow, heavy wipeout, but you got to love the commitment.
Yeah, commitment level was totally there. Commitment was a 10. But she's doing a really good job at finding those smooth face waves. You can just see it as soon as she knows what she's looking for out there. She took off, really smooth face. She made that last turn. She was on her way to a very good score. Super critical, out the back now.
Would have been one of the biggest finishes we've seen on that end section as Joanne Defay looks to get rid of a 2 here to go after the #1 position. Just been a very smart, composed competitor this year. Sally Fitzgibbons up on the outside. Winds through that first carve. Steeper section here. Punches through the pocket of the wave and now goes to the rail, but just loses it riding out of that final turn. That was a bit more like it for Sal, though, fighting to get the rhythm back on her side here.
Well, you see the judges going a 4.10 for Bronte's wave, even with the fall off at the end, really appreciating that commitment, and that wave walled up, really starting to see that end section have some drama, and we know how well the judges reward completions with that drama at the end. Sally's tapered off a little bit, so this is that replay. So Bronte lining this one up and digging in there, so a nice opening arc there, and you see this wave really rearing itself up, just pumping down the line, and she goes up inverted there, and she comes down with it. Full commitment, actually lands on her board and is unable to ride out. Super shallow there. But commitment there for Bronte. Had she have completed that, you'd gonna say that's gonna go excellent.
Joanne out the back behind her. So Joanne trying to drop that 2-point ride with that 2-turn combo. I'd say she's definitely well and truly done that. And this was Sal out the back behind Joanne. In my opinion, Sally's looking like things are flowing a bit better on this wave. She's looking a bit more connected. Gets up into the lip for that second turn. Another carving maneuver there, but just a little bit of the wobbly boot on.
Oh, man, that wave was wobbly.
Yes.
And she did so well to grind a 5.33 out of it, as we see Joanne now. Nice first section, gets that combination completed. Manages to get back out in front of it, but this wave is just about done its business.
Wow, so many waves.
A lot of waves being ridden. Sally Fitzgibbons mixing things up here. Really look like she has clicked back into rhythm now. As she gets the combination piece together. She was in third spot, looking for a 5.11.
Things are clicking for Sal. You can see it, I think. Looking a bit more connected. I think that last wave too, probably one of the cleaner waves that she sort of picked off. First few waves for Sal have just been a bit of lump and bump. But I think things are starting to flow for her, and this heat's getting tighter and tighter. You know, Joanne's got a 6.9, Bronte's dropped a 6.33 as we break down this one.
Yeah, so landing into that turn there and projecting up onto the lip line. So Joanne finding those critical sections, really able to capitalize on it. So wave selection definitely in Joanne's favor. Sally picking those ones that run off a little bit more. This one was a little bit more like it. This turn here, a bit of variety, dropping that backhand. And this one still running along the reef, a little bit more drama than her first wave. So the judges still locking that in. They'll be comparing that 5.33, but live action with Bronte.
Bronte just works her way around the bottom of the bowl of the wave here to set up those critical hits on the pocket. Bronte, you know, she was on her way to an excellent number earlier. Took probably the heaviest wipeout that we've seen in the event, just attempting a big end section hit. So she's kind of seems to be trying to recover from that at the moment.
Dry docked right now.
She's got time, 15 minutes to go, but hasn't really been able to shut Sally Fitzgibbons out just yet. Sally's looking dangerous, starting to look a little ominous out here for Bronte. She's building while Bronte's kind of lost a bit of that rhythm that she had earlier on.
Yeah, it sort of seems that way, but this heat's pulsed. From the very beginning, we've sort of seen non-stop waves, so kind of wondering if that, you know, it's kind of been like that all day today. There's been a rhythm, sort of has pulsed. You know, you're thinking about 20 minutes on, 20 minutes off. I've heard guys around the contest at the athlete zone saying, you know, oh, there's one heat on, one heat off, that old story. But this one's been very consistent. And Sal, like you said, Ron, is sort of just gaining that momentum as she's going in this heat.
Well, she's getting reps as a result of these consistent set waves pulsing in. Big numbers in that last heat. All three surfers with big scores, but none bigger than Leonardo Fioravanti. He's with Stace.
Leonardo, what an amazing battle. You must be stoked to get the win.
Yeah, that was an amazing battle. Liam and Miggy were both on fire. I didn't start very well. Miggy started with a 7, so he looked like he was going to, you know, kind of not take over, but of course get a good start. And I just wanted to make sure that I waited for good waves, because there was really good waves, and I'm happy that my next 3 scores were each one was better. So
India Robinson run down the stairs and sort of asked what wave's the best in the set. They're all pretty good at the moment.
Yeah, India's like a little sister, and just said, look, if the wave looks good, go, open up, big turns, and that's what pays off usually out here, and that's what I tried to do.
And you've had some amazing performances here at Margaret River and some heartbreak. How are you feeling this event?
Yeah, you know, I love this wave. It's a pretty special wave. I love this place. We've had such a good week. Even when it's flat, you have a good, you know, good couple days off, lots of sports, Masters, UFC, one of the craziest cards. So honestly, even though we haven't had waves, it's been a good time. We played some golf as well over at Snakes, Dunsborough Lakes Golf Club. So West is best, as they say, and I feel like I surfed this wave pretty well. So I'm excited to be on, you know, into the men on men, and we'll see what happens.
Lots of Italian support down here on the Broadwalk and online watching. I'm sure you want to say hello.
Always here in Margaret River, there's so many Italians. There's a couple of Italian places. They always come and support, waving the Italian flag. But also in Italy, ciao a tutti, buongiorno innanzitutto, grazie per il tifo, e un abbraccio forte, ci siamo, dai.
Seafood gnocchi at the tuck shop. It's a favourite. Thanks, Leo.
Just over 12 minutes to go out in the lineup. Joanne Defay does have the lead. Sally Fitzgibbons in second. And the winner of the trials, Bronte McCauley, after a 4.77. And sizing this one up, it is going to be Sally Fitzgibbons opting to go here. Trying to improve on a 5.33. Has a lot of speed. Sally always working on her airs, and she's going to fail to stick this one. Just under 12 minutes to go. Fitzgibbons still going to be in that second spot, but Bronte McCauley is not too far behind. 11.5 minutes to go. We'll take a quick break. Back with more elimination round action right after this. Welcome back. We're having a look at the epic rankings here, the live rankings, and those results are changing with each heat, but we're having a look at who is below the cut line coming into this fifth stop. Sally Fitzgibbons with a lot of work to do, must win heat for her, or she must progress at least to keep her hopes of being on the CT alive. Luana Silva, she's in a very precarious position at the moment on the epic live rankings, sitting in 10th spot. She is in the next heat, so she'll want to maintain a good run through this contest to stay safe. But it's intense. We know that. We've seen the emotion. Sally Fitzgibbons out there is hanging on to second spot at this point in time, and we'll see if she can stay there. Bronte McCauley only after a 4.77. You think about Sally, just how strong she's been over the years, but she's shown us that she really wants to be here in recent times. Emotional after graduating back to the CT ranks with a strong performance on the Challenger Series last year. Here's a replay of a wave of Joanne's during the break. That one didn't factor in for her, 6.23, so she's still in front, but she's put herself on the bottom end of the priority order here. Big set on the outside.
Yeah, it's really pulsing. I think this swell sort of arrived a little later than expected. I think this morning when we rocked up, we were maybe thinking we'd see waves this size, but right now it's still so contestable, really light winds. It looks really rippable and fun out there.
It does, Maddie. Really different looking lineup from what we saw earlier on with a bit of texture. It just seems like all three of these competitors are kind of having a hard time setting that rail through that first turn. As a result, we've got some pretty compressed scores. Sally Fitzgibbons went to the air earlier on. She's got a big section here to deal with. And she's going to hang on, is she not? Yes!
Unreal.
What a move from Fitzgibbons. Completely unpredictable. I mean, the air, it showed some progression, something that Sally's constantly working on. But if you look back on her career, moments like that, she's been short on them. A completely unpredictable power move there from Sally, and it's something different. It's going to score well, you'd think.
That shocked me. Got me up, perked me up, got me sitting up a bit straighter. I was very impressed by that. It was so committed. It was radical. Wasn't expecting it, and that was the first really clean wave we've seen Sally on.
Love it. Just let me put my eyeballs back in my head. Here goes Bronte McCauley now. She's going to need a much bigger number, you'd think, as this one steps out and she takes a fall. But, you know, we talked about this event, you know, when people are up against the ropes, coming out swinging, and Sally's just throwing a haymaker on that last ride. And we're waiting on the scores to come through as Joanne DeFay just lays down a little float right over the top of one of the competitors. I can't wait to see the replay of this turn from Sally.
And after so many off days, to come back and have some consistency today, to see that end section really starting to show itself. And if there was any critique of Sally earlier getting those smaller waves, she's defied it now. Look at this, leaning into this turn and snapping it back. So the fin's drifting. She goes into that layback and she pulls it on one of the meatiest section of the day. All power and controlled slide there from Sally. Hits the lip line. Wow, inverted. She's got it all there. Drama. I think the judge is going to eat this one up. This was a fantastic wave there for Sally. One of the greatest ambassadors for Australian women's surfing. In fact, women's surfing of all time, and she still has it.
They've eaten it up. They've polished it off. They've licked the plate. They're giving it the big chef's kiss. Sally Fitzgibbons going excellent with that turn. 8.17. Joanne DeFay floating right in the face of Bronte McCauley there. But yeah, that was awesome. I was loving the slow-mo replay. You know, she was hanging on to that move. There was so much desperation to stay on this tour. All displayed in that one maneuver. Just a thrilling turn. Just toenails digging into the wax there. The core fully activated.
Oh, and Sal is one of the fittest women on tour. There's no doubt about it. She has been for so many years. She knows what she needs to do in this event to stay alive and keep the dream alive. And with surfing like that, she's well and truly on her way. 8.17, one maneuver, putting it all on the line. Here she goes again.
Well, let's see what else she can throw at us now that her confidence is just going to be flying high. 8.17 on her last ride. Good section here. Digging in. Yeah. Well, one of the most winning surfers on the CT, showing us that she's still got more to give in the jersey. As Bronte McCauley now looks to overtake Joanne DeFay now. She's after a 7.37, Bronte. 4.5 minutes to go. Joanne's got another good score on the board. She only needs a 7.05 to get herself back up ahead of Sally Fitzgibbons. That last ride going to fall just a little short of that requirement though. 6.83 for DeFay. Sally's still safe in the #1 position at the moment.
Well, one of the fittest surfers we've ever seen on the women's side. We know her workout routine outside of competition is phenomenal, and this is a replay of that wave, and this is that the wave just after that 8.17. So nice opening wrap there, and snaps that one up in the lip. So a lot of drama, and she's really in that flow state right now. She's connecting the dots. She started a little sleepy and behind the ball, and Bronte on the answer back. So nice first turn, and starting to line this one up. But the turbulence out there, it's lifted up a notch. A little more period in the swell. The size getting a bit bigger. But being able to do turns like this is what scored that 8.17 for Sally. Incredible turn. I mean, she should have fallen off 2 or 3 different times in that maneuver. Being able to be centered over that board and ride out with control. Phenomenal surfing. Excellent surfing there for Sally Fitzgibbons.
I mean, pushed it to the point. You know, Sally Fitzgibbons, she's always got impeccable technique, but she's pushed it to the point of losing control. And just had the strength to hang on to it. It almost looked a little awkward at one point, but I just love how raw it was, that turn. You know, Sally, she does everything so well. She's, you know, just a perfectionist when it comes to, you know, perfecting her turns. But, you know, probably the thing that sort of held her back from title contention is that her title rivals have had bigger turns than her. and those bigger turns have outpointed Sally at different stages, but that was undeniable. This is going to be a tricky situation.
This is not good.
Yeah, Joanne had priority, and just Bronte had no idea on the inside.
Not even a look over the shoulder. Just, I'm going. Oh, no.
Down in third, chasing a 7.4. They both know. Joanne knew.
Oh, yeah.
Joanne saw her. Bronte definitely did not.
So it's not going to help the cause there for Bronte, but a set on the outside.
I'll tell you who it does work for, Sally Fitzgibbons.
Yeah.
2 minutes to go here.
And when you think of Sally too, traditionally that name's not someone you'd accustomed with that single turn excellent range score, but she's proving us wrong here at the in the highlight years of her career.
Well, have a look at this one too for Sal. Another quality wave. She'd already put a 7.37 on the board, and this one might be better than that. Fitzgibbons struggling for rhythm early on. She certainly took a lot of rides to find it. That was wave number 11 for Sally Fitzgibbons, but we do have a priority interference, and that has been called, not showing up on the scoreboard just yet, but I believe it's white on red. As we see Sal just making her way in after an amazing performance here in the elimination round. When the pressure was on in a heat that she had to survive, she's gotten the job done and done it convincingly.
I'm so impressed. Coming into this heat on paper, I was a bit worried for Sal. I was like, you know what, this is stacked. You know, Joanne's obviously number 2 in the world. Bronte with so much experience out here, but I mean, I'm definitely eating my words because she has surfed her way into this heat and just looking amazing. She's looking connected, got great flow, and just the progression. I'm so blown away.
Really awesome. Bronte McCauley, she suffered an interference, so she's going to lose her second score. That's showing up now. So Joanne Defay and Sally Fitzgibbons are moving on in the event. Bronte McCauley's run as the winner of the trials is going to come to an early end here. But Sally Fitzgibbons actually has improved on a heat score total to 8.1 with that last ride. I think there was nerves early, but she shook them off in a big way.
Most certainly. Stomping through now. Look at this set.
Bombing, and there's Joanne about to cop that last one on the head.
Cannot wait for that post-heat interview.
Yeah. 11 waves. Look how many waves surfed in this heat. Nearly 30 waves, and half of those in the good range.
Bravo, Sally Fitzgibbons. I was waiting for that smile. It's rare to see that face without that huge smile on it, and it is beaming right now.
Yeah.
Lighting up the keyhole here at Surfers Point. This former winner at this venue has shown us that she could be a major threat here, even when all the pressure is on her shoulders. 2 excellent numbers, a very healthy heat score total to get the jump on one of the form surfers at the moment, Joanne Defay. And bad luck there to Bronte McCauley. We're going to take a quick break. One more elimination round heat to come for the women. Brisa Hennessy, Luana Silva and India Robinson out next. The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of WSL Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. And by Hydrolite, official oral hydration partner of WSL Australia. Welcome back to the show. We're just gathering ourselves after an amazing performance from Sally Fitzgibbons up against the ropes going into that elimination round heat, and she has saved a spot in the third round, and now we get set for another big duel here. Brisa Hennessy out there in the red jersey, Luana Silva, who was sitting in that 10th spot on the ladder coming into this contest. She's out there in the blue, and India Robinson, who needs to go on a mad tear through this contest. She's out there in the white. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Felicity Parmentier, Matt Janaski, and awesome, that last heat. And so many waves ridden.
So many, nearly 30 waves, and this is a replay of Brisa's wave, so nice opening turn there for Brisa. Came in at a 6.5 and attacks that lip line, so really different conditions to what we started off this morning with that end section really starting to show itself, Flick, and this is India's wave.
Yeah, India's opening wave, big trademark hack there. We know her forehand, her strength, backs it up with another little jab in the lip, and she's out of there. So 2-turn combo for India and 2-turn combo for Brisa. Brisa just ever so slightly getting the jump.
Yeah, you know, a pretty similar story to that last heat. Brisa Hennessy just been on an amazing run so far this season. Obviously a couple of semi-final finishes for her, well situated at the top end of the ranks, has already shored up her place, much like Joanne Fay in that last exchange. Luana, you know, has work to do. Really just sitting in that dangerous spot. False sense of security, really. I know she's not feeling safe though.
It's so strange to me, and you know, it's because the women's tour is smaller than the men, obviously, but it's crazy to think. I mean, you look at the results she's had this year. Lulu's had 2 fifths and 2 ninths, and she's still not safe. For me, I just sit here and I'm like, wow. I mean, on the men's side, you sit with 2 fifths and 2 ninths, and you're like, yep, okay, sweet, I've got this. But on the women's side, it's just that so much more difficult, and you've really got to be making semi-finals onwards if you're thinking about making the cup. It's
brutal.
It's brutal. It is. It's brutal, and it's kind of heartbreaking.
I haven't lost anyone from below the cut line just yet, because it was Bronte McCauley falling out of the mix in the first elimination round heat. It is going to happen at some point though, but Luana Silva, India Robinson, they're the surfers in that dodgy spot at the moment. Obviously Luana progressing can really put some or take away one of those threats from below the cut line if Brisa was to advance as well. But India Robinson, I think about main break Margaret River, and I kind of like her chances here. Big, powerful front side that she's got.
Yeah, definitely. She looks like she's running a slightly longer board today as well, which will suit the conditions, the changing conditions. We said before, a lot more period. We saw Sally coming in the back of the ski earlier too. So a very different lineup to what we had this morning, and this will fall right into India's playbook right now. Big frontside hook with an end section re-entry. That's going to be enough to get you in the excellent range if it's a set.
So we have a look here. This is Lulu's opening wave. Gets up into the lip there for that first turn, but really late for that second one. And you kind of tell just by her body language, she's a bit disinterested after that. And yeah, just got up there a little bit late. That first score coming through, 4.5 for Lulu.
Luana's got to get to the quarters just to start building. Even if she fell out of the mix with the 9, she's only equaling her throwaway result. So she's got to get herself into the final series of this event. India Robinson, even with a victory, is actually relying on other people tripping up.
Wow.
Ahead of her to crack the top 10. So she's, you know, got to go all out and needs some stars to align to stay on the CT.
That's tough. That is really, really, really tough. But I like what you were saying, Ron. I think that she has a really good chance here. Any wave with power, where she can match power for power, I think she's a sure. It's a good bet. You know, she does really well in waves of power. Her trademark is her hack, her big, powerful forehand hack. But I mean, she's coming up against a really informed Brisa Hennessy right now. Brisa's had an amazing start to the year. I mean, the only result that she's dropping at the moment is that 17th, where in Portugal, she had that burst eardrum. And, I mean, other than that, I mean, a semi-final finish at every other event is pretty amazing.
Yeah, India too won the Challenger Series last year. Big victory on the Gold Coast, and on a road to that victory, overcame Stephanie Gilmore in the event. So, you know, she proved last year that she can get it done over that incredibly stacked Challenger Series field. So that'll be in the back of her mind. It's like, you know, give yourself over to the moment.
Yeah.
Go big here at Margaret River, but have faith that if you end up on the Challenger Series, you can break through for victories there and maintain your spot at the top. Here goes Luana Silva. Bigger looking wave stacking up here for Luana, who'll love drawing some comparisons between main break Margaret River and Sunset, where she performed so well. 4.5 on her first wave. Never really laid into anything on that one.
I think she was just a bit late into it, and out at main break, I feel like a lot of the way that the wave gets set up is just so much, it's got to do with the entry into the wave. And just there, to me, she was just so late. I think on the first wave she took off on 2, just a bit late, and the rest of the wave just kind of wasn't flowing from there. She went up into that first turn and she was just a bit late, and the rest of the wave kind of followed the same suit. Yeah, as you see Lulu's results on screen, 2 5ths and 2 9ths. So yeah, like you said, Ron, she needs to quarterfinal or better.
Whew. Coming into this event in 9th place, Luana Silva already, just with that live ladder doing its thing. The live rankings, you can check them out at worldsurfleague.com/rankings. The live ladder, she's actually been pushed back to 10th spot.
Wow.
Hopefully she's not thinking about that at the moment. As we see India get things going here. Had a 6 on her first wave. Nice little sequence of moves here on the inside, and a bit of flair on that final move, moving some water there. It'll be a nice little backup to go with the first.
They're surfing confident, India. She's looking good. Good wave selection there. We saw Brisa take off momentarily for just a 0.23. But this is that replay. Luana's last wave, 4.83. So just a bank off the top there. And here really needed to hit that cleanly. It was a little off tilt, but waited for this end section and couldn't ride out of that one. So there was an extra half a point in that end section. And the replay of India, so lining this one up, trying to pick a clean line, that onshore wind creating some havoc, but able to arc into that turn and stayed really busy through the end section. Nothing major, but nice flow and connecting those maneuvers and a bit of spray, a bit of flair on the end, as you said, Ronnie. And just trying to pick that clean line, and it's really suiting her style. Her legs quite close together. She really uses her upper body like a pendulum, swings through the turn, very unique. You see, get really low on that turn here and then twist that upper body. The legs almost go straight for a moment. And that is her personal style, and you love to see it. You love to see the characters come out in these surfers, the unique style, and the judges giving it 5.83.
Yeah, 5.83, a lot of moves. Felicity, where can she find the extra points here?
Look, if I be hypercritical, I almost feel like that first turn was really well done, big carving manoeuvre. Those second and third manoeuvres, it seemed like she kind of just pulled them short a little bit. Sort of going for like the quantity of turns as over quality. Easy for me to sit here and say that. It is tricky out there today when there's so much lump and bump. But if I think back to that last heat where those excellent scores were coming, the kind of surfing Sally was doing on those waves, clean face, committed turns, and it feels like if she wants to crack it up into that excellent range, she's going to need to just look for those single big sections.
Yeah. I agree with that.
Well?
I think judges, I think you picked it apart beautifully. I think the judges are kind of letting India know that she's got to deepen those bottom turns and get right through those moves. You know, she's got the power to, at different stages, move that water without a complete redirection. But the judges weren't kind of picking up what she was putting down. But when India's at her best, it's a more rounded approach. You know, that she's not pivoting on the tail of that board. She's pushing that rail through that chop. And, you know, sometimes in lumpy conditions like this, you'll see certain people like pivot and fit their turns in between. But it was the great Mark Occhilupo who was telling me at Bells Beach, he goes, you can you can carve through that chop if
That's
you're
right.
committed. If you're not committed, that chop will get you. It'll bump you off. You'll bog down on it. But if you have the speed and you are fully committed to the turn, you can rip through all those bumps. And I think India's got that power.
Yeah, agreed.
Look at the ribs in the face now. That's something we haven't seen all day, that wind really coming up. So as we said, India was trying to pick that clean line, trying to find that spot to be able to swing into that turn. But exactly as you said, Ronnie, if you can find a section like we saw Sally do and just send it, you will get rewarded.
Let's see how Sal's feeling as she makes her way up the stairs here. She'll pass her own name. There she is.
I told the boss, I was like, the first three didn't work out, sections like that, and I was like, really not going to go another one like that.
No, I'm glad you kept busy.
It was so fun to make that stuff.
Yeah.
I've been dreaming that I've...
Well, if we're going to go out, you might as well go out. So, yeah. And
nearly made the air.
Oh, the air attempt was so close.
It's just on the roof, I couldn't get through the roof. So, anyway. There's waves, those days, and then they got in, and I was like, oh. Damn it, I was feeling for bronze. I was like, damn. Like, you don't want to lose.
She said, I thought she wasn't going.
Yeah. Oh, it's so fun.
Yeah.
So many waves.
Could you contain the adrenaline?
Nah. Half those waves I didn't make.
Good on you, Sally Fitzgibbons there, chatting with her dad, Martin. Sure, Mum Mary's watching on as well. Big shout out to her. And yeah, that was just a magic performance. Likely going to feature, I'd say, in the WSL post show, that one.
100%. That big hangout, 817, one turn, doesn't get any better.
That could be one of the highlights of the year, that single turn as well, you know, be up there, because just the gravity of the situation in terms of it's the cut.
Yeah.
She needed to get through that. She needed to do that. At that point in the heat, she was down in third. She needed something big, and she went from third to first, and it was going to be something like that to do it. She did it. She tried the air, nearly landed it, went back out. Instead of the tail between the legs, she really...
I think that is, you know, is perfect. I think Sally, often when she's in trouble, she starts thinking, I'll get progressive, I'll go to that air reverse, which she works on so much, and that's what made that such an unpredictable turn. You know, threw everything at it. It was almost like the section of the wave.
Yeah.
Kind of forced her to release that tail, and she hung onto it. So really well executed out there in the lineup at the moment. Brisa Hennessy, you know, without really kind of even connecting with the best wave out here just yet. It just feels like Brisa's on this magic run. She's hit a real purple patch confidence-wise. And yeah, she just keeps finding scores, and it's sort of effortless for her at the moment. Not the kind of numbers that can assure you up a position in the next round, but pretty good start to the heat.
Oh, great start to the heat. I mean, a pair of sixes, you'll take that any day with 20 minutes still on the clock. I mean, it's a great start. That last heat had so many waves in it. I'm just wondering if someone's turned the tap off. Kind of looks like it at the moment.
Well, while we wait for that next set to roll on in, let's feel the bars. There was a big moment for Sally there, Stacey, and she delivered.
Absolutely, Ron. Sal, what a moment in a very crucial time in your career.
Oh, this is so fun. That's the stuff like you dream up the last 20 years. Like, that gets me out of bed. Like, the process to get to now has been like, yeah, over 20 years. And you just think like, oh, I just want to try this stuff in pressure moments. And yeah, I just felt really calm once I got through the first part of that thing. I was just going so fast that I was like, all right, now done the hard part, now just hang on and get into a ball and hopefully not hit the ledge. So just so much adrenaline, and yeah, they're the moments. That's why I keep playing the game and just keep fighting for my surfing, because if I fight for another opportunity, then hopefully I can show a little bit more.
And then talk to us about the wave that followed. I reckon there was another 20% in that as well.
Oh, like you said, it's a bit contagious. Like, that feeling felt so fun, and I've been working with Glenn Pang and the TC crew to really dial in boards that fit my surfing now. I feel like I've added a few different lines, and sometimes my older boards I was like, oh, it just doesn't hang in there. So it's kudos to Glenny just for hanging in like right at that's crucial when you go on your fastest. I felt like I had enough grip and really trusted it. So a big part of that is the equipment, and yeah, and your surfing coming together.
lot of support here. Sal, and at home, did you want to say g'day?
Oh, for sure. Just running down the boardwalk, all the Grommies are cheering, everyone on the beach. Yeah, as I said, that's why I keep coming back. It's the biggest joy of my life, and everyone that supports me over all these years, you know who you are. And yeah, just waking up knowing they're there riding every wave, and just say keep fighting for another opportunity. And so that's what I keep doing. So big love back to Giroa. Love you guys.
On you, Sal. Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you, Stace. Yeah, I kind of go back to that interview with Sal after she'd confirmed her place with a strong run on the Challenger Series, and she was just talking about that support, and she just burst into tears. And it was such a cool moment, because here's a surfer who's challenged for world titles, finished runner-up a number of times, 12 CT victories all over the world. She won her 4th ISA medal, gold medal this year. She's so accomplished, but she still cares, and she still feels like she's got a lot to give. So big moment for her today.
Really big moment. I think it was really cool how she just noted about the equipment with Glen Pang, how she's really been working on that, and how and we even got a little insight when she was debriefing with her dad Martin on the steps, just about how it felt finally so good to showcase that sort of surfing. Like I've been working so hard for those moments, to finally have it all click together in a heat just felt so good. And Martin's like, oh, how are you dealing with the adrenaline? She's like, oh, I wasn't. It was just so exciting. I just wanted to keep riding waves. And I love seeing Sal fired up like that. And I mean, she needs it. She needs a big result here. And with surfing like that, she's well and truly on her way.
Yeah, big shout out to Glen Pang and the Pang Ohana. I miss the barbecues. The Pangs are always put on big barbecues over there at the start of the Hawaiian winter, and you never knew who you were going to run into. I went there one time and half the band from Metallica was at the barbecue.
No way.
I was psyching.
Unreal.
Rob Trujillo was on hand, but doing great jobs. A great job with Sally's boards, obviously. Here goes Luana Silva. She has a couple of mid-range 4s. She's in that spot where she's fighting for her position on the tour as well. So giving it everything there. She's after a 7. And we'll see where that number falls, but she'd be happy just to get a lower requirement going into the back half of this heat, as India Robinson finds a nice one here. Whips through that first carve. Solid combo there. Really nice timing.
I liked it. 2-turn combo. She lent a bit more into that first turn, gave it a little bit more. She kept the board on rail a little bit more.
Sorry, Felicity, go.
No, you take it away, Rod Dog.
I was going to say, she seems to me like she is still kind of measured. She doesn't want to oversurf at the moment and risk falling. So she's kind of working her way into a position with her scoreline where she can actually, afford herself the opportunity to throw some risk at it.
For sure. Definitely seems like that. And out the back, Brisa looks like she's about to stroke on into a bomb.
Well, let's see what Brisa can do here. She's already built the house. Now she wants to put another level on it.
Wow.
And there's a couple of nice turns to get started. Just patient, standing back and sizing up her opportunities down the line. Opts out of that one.
First turn. Ooh, I loved what I saw on her first turn here. As we look at India's one, her last wave. Carving manoeuvre there. She kept the board a little bit on rail, a bit longer than the last one, straight up into that snap into the lip.
Oh, things are shifting up on the scoreboard. Here's a replay of Luana's wave. This one actually dropped as a 7.
Yeah, this big score for Lulu. Highest score of the heat so far. Pretty
I think
well
they like
timed.
that.
Yeah, they did. They liked the critical nature of that, but this manoeuvre got me really excited. This one here, she just kept the board on rail for so long and straight up into the lip there. But that's what I've been wanting to sort of see sort of from India, just her being able to keep the board really on rail, and that was really beautifully done from Brisa. You could just see, I mean, her wave sort of catered to that though. She could, didn't run off down the line, so she could afford to put the board more on rail. But yeah, it was just that one single manoeuvre from Brisa. I really enjoyed that.
So Luana Silva jumped up in a second spot for a hot second, but India Robinson, with that big combo on a bigger set wave, has turned in a 7.67 to get herself up into the lead. Brisa Hennessy in second spot now. Luana Silva doesn't need a whole lot here, 5.6. But we are waiting on scores to come through for Brisa that could change that situation. We're going to take a bonsai brew break. Still 13.5 minutes remaining in this heat before we move into the elimination round for the man. John Florence making his way down.
Board shorts.
Still 12 minutes remaining here in the second elimination heat, waiting for the next set waves to roll in. But let's check in with our boy, our man on the ground, Kaipo.
Hey, I'm at your favorite place, my favorite place, Oakberry, and we're gonna put together the famous Oakberry Asahi Cup. So we got some granola, some honey, toasted oats. Of course, you need the coconut. My assistant here, we're gonna put another layer of that delicious purple acai. And to that, we're gonna garnish with some bananas, couple strawberries, and then what I'd like to do is put in some of the delicious magic that we call the oak berry peanut butter. This is delicious.
That was really well done. Really well done. And yeah, we smashed one of those earlier on. Felicity, perfect kind of morning tea snack.
Oh, sensational. Hot chips followed by an acai, followed by lunch, gourmet lunch. Doesn't get any better in WA. I'm rolling home tonight.
Perfect. 10.5 minutes remaining here. India Robinson fighting hard to keep a place in the CT. And she needs it. She needs that big result. Got to get the victory to really even have a chance. You look at where she's sitting on the rankings, way down the bottom end, and she's turning up in a big way here. A 6 and a 7.67. Brisa Hennessy's hanging on to that second spot. Her last wave, it improved her heat score total. She had a 6.77, and that means Luana Silva, representing Brazil, she's after a 6.27 to jump up into a qualifying position.
Yeah, it's tricky out there to get that mid-6, and you just thought Brisa not pushing as hard as what India did. Some beautiful moments in her turns also on the Glen Pang, like we saw Sally. But perhaps if any of those surfers saw what Sally did, they're going to be able to think, all right, I need a mid-6. How am I going to break out of that? Because if you're going to take off on a wave and try and hunt down a mid-6, chances are if you're thinking too much about it, you're not going to get it. The judges want to see some intuitive surfing, some creativity on the wave. The onshores come up. We're not going to see clean combos. We might coming up in the men's. We'll have to wait and see. But I think at this point in time, with 10 minutes to go, both Brisa and Luana need to really look for something radical. It could be a single turn, but they got to go big.
Yeah, I actually think too that probably Luana and India are thinking, you know what, I don't need to go that much bigger actually to get myself an excellent score, because Luana Silva's got much bigger turns and she returned in a 7, and India Robinson, not to critique the way she surfed that last wave, but there was still some restraint in the way she approached it. So an 8-point ride might be very achievable here. And it's probably more a little bit of a guessing game for Brisa. She might be thinking, hang on, now I know I'm in second spot, but These two surfers have 7.
Yeah.
She might be in more danger of oversurfing, but it's such an interesting heat. We know that the pressure's on. The way the results are sitting here at the moment, this is a dire situation for Luana Silva, because even though she's sitting in 10th on that live rankings, she won't stay there if she falls out of the mix here.
Oh, no, she definitely is not going to stay there, because we've already been talking about it. I mean, she needs to have a quarterfinal finish or better if she's looking to improve on the results she's already got. And I've got to agree with what you said, Ron. I think 8 is so achievable out here right now. I think India, I mean, we just know what she's capable of, and she's already dropping 7.67s with the surfing she's doing now. I know she's got more in the tank, and I feel like it's also slightly the waves that she's had on offer too. Like, there just haven't been those, if I think back to that last heat, Sal's excellent waves. I mean, that one big turn, but they were really clean face waves, which just looked really beautiful and visually captivating, I guess. So I feel like, yeah, an 8 is definitely not out of the question. I feel like it's completely within India's wheelhouse.
Well, just the way that those sets were just throbbing into it, it might make you not value your priority like you should in the final stages, but like you said earlier, maybe the tap's been turned off a little bit. That was a crazy flurry of set waves through the back of the last heat and also into the opening stages of this heat.
Well, at this point in the last heat where we saw that flurry happen, Sally with 3 waves within 5 minutes to get her up into that first spot. But yeah, all these serves, I mean, I personally don't think if I was India's coach right now, I wouldn't be that confident that you're going to take the victory right now, because Luana and Brisa, as we said, both of them are posting, mid-6s, and Luana with the 7 on, as far as their surfing goes, like pretty average waves. So I feel like, yeah, there's going to be a lot more left. 6 minutes 30. It's going to be exciting.
No, you're spot on, I think. I think Jay Thompson's saying, okay, stay sharp, use your priority wisely, build on your, drop that 6. That 6, like, could be the seaweed in your leg rope at the end of this heat, just dragging you back. She's got to build on that. Brisa Hennessy and Luana Silva, they've had better form through the opening stages of this season. They've surfed better than India up until this point. But right now, India setting the pace in this heat. Looking forward to getting into those elimination round heats for the men. They're just around the corner. And the first lineup, exceptional. John Florence, Callum Robson, and the Grom, the winner of the trials, Otis North, will be out there. John opting for boardies.
Board short alert. So it is a beautiful day out here today in Western Australia. I mean, this whole week's shaping up to be a beautiful week. We're going to see that temperature get up into the 30s, but yeah, I was pretty shocked to see John rocking the boardies. It's a beautiful day, but the water still has a slight chill to it. Great for a swim, but a heat.
And he's back on the round tail as well. He's on the Ghost. So he's gone from the square tail earlier. Now he's back on his famous Ghost model. So some power surfing.
Hang on, Old Faithful.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, I came down yesterday and had a swim down in the tidal pools, and it was pretty bearable for 30 to 40 minutes before the wind kind of chill factor kicked in. But we'll see. He'll be freed up, John Florence, that's for sure. As we dive into a bit of a recap of what's unfolded here, just under 5 minutes remaining in this heat, and so far, India Robinson's found the bigger, cleaner wall to work with.
Yeah, India's sort of paced herself really well in this heat. She started off with that 6-point ride, and it was this one here that she posted this 7.67. Big turn here, timed it well for that late hit, and she's out in the lead, but it was this woman here, Lulu. She's got a 4.83, and she's also dropped a 7-point ride. So she's sitting out there. She's in 3rd, but she doesn't need much to jump up into that advancing position. So I think it's actually nervous times for Brisa, if I do so say myself. Brisa out there, not confident in that 2nd position. I wouldn't be either.
Yeah, just surfing great. She's throwing away a 6.1. She's got a 6.77, a 6.5, but just hasn't really capitalized on any of those big end sections yet. I think, as we said, we've got 4 minutes left. We're going to see another flurry before the end of it, or we hope we do. But we know what these surfers are capable of. But the pressure on Luana. But similar to Juan in that last heat, Brisa comes into this heat as the favourite. But Luana needing a 6.27 to save her year.
Yeah, she'll still maintain that position. It'll be the surfers below her that'll have work to do, but you know that on the women's tour, things shift with just a single progression very quickly. The points are pretty compressed around the back end of the top 10 at the moment, and especially those surfers just on the other side of the bubble, trying to pop it and get in there. So. Yeah, Luana would be really nervous. I think she's had that situation before here where she's watching the event unfold in danger of falling off tour.
You want to be in control of your own destiny. You don't want to be getting in that position where you're coming down here or you're not coming down here and watching heats and hoping that people lose so that you still have your spot on tour. That's not how you want to see it go down. So I think right now chasing this 6.27. She really needs to drop that 4.83. She's sitting out there. She got second priority. She looks like she's having a look at this one.
Having a look. It's a bumpy takeoff for Luana Silva. Wants to get around this section and up into the pocket pretty soon. This wave doesn't do much for her. Just over 2 minutes to go.
First wave of the set. Only one that had come through. Super bumpy wave face. Just not going to get the score on that one.
The entry into this wave, it's so important, isn't it? It's even in that strong offshore, which we saw this morning, it can catch you out of position, but even with the onshore blowing, sometimes it kind of backs off and steps out a little bit.
You can't be affording to take off late here. I mean, you know, sometimes it can work in your favour, very rarely. So much of this wave happens before you even stand up. It's your positioning in the lineup. It's the entry into the wave. Here you can just see, I mean, she was just a little bit late here. She gets a little bit hung up. But, I mean, the wave itself and the quality of the wave itself just let her down. Just such a bumpy wave face there. You can tell by her body language she's disinterested. I mean, she obviously wanted to have a roll of the dice, 1:30 on the clock, and it's looking almost flat as a tack out there now.
Yeah. That was an ugly wave. I do think even if she got into it earlier, it was just too chopped up to make anything of that first section. Just over a minute to go here. Pressure building. Luana Silva in third position here, sitting 10th on the live ladder. Brisa Hennessy. She'll move in. She'll cover Luana here. She has to, for her own self-interest, because Brisa, she had an injury in Portugal which stopped her run through the event. So she'd be thinking about that as really her throwaway result. Yeah. And she'll want to maintain a position toward the top end of the rankings here. Luana on the inside, finds a bit of room to move. 40 seconds to go, chasing a 6.27. Wave flattens out for that first turn. Swings that tail around, hangs on for the finish. That will likely be her last shot at it. 30 seconds remaining. She looked at the clock. She wasn't really in celebration mode there.
Yeah, body language. She almost knew that was probably not going to be the score, but she went complete. It's what she had to do, and she think back to that bumpy wave. She kind of had to take it. If she had just sat there, it would have been a what if. So leaving nothing left in this heat, but Luana looks like she's going to come in third. And
yeah, she looks obviously frustrated there. That wave came in at a 3.83. And she's really aware of her situation on the rankings. And yeah, she's now going to have to sit back and wait and see what unfolds. But you know, I think she's pretty aware that, you know, it's going to be difficult to maintain her position on the CT ranks. Brisa Hennessy hangs on with a couple of mid-range sixes. India Robinson, a very strong performance from her under pressure. She has got to go all the way as we gear up to get into the elimination round of the men's event here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Stay with us. More action coming your way this afternoon. The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Healthway, strategic partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. By Eventbrite, proud sponsor of women's surfing on the WSL Championship Tour. By Epic Safety, official eyewear partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. And by WeatherGuard, official portable storage of WSL Australia.
Elimination round begins for the men here in Main Break. For stop number 5 of the season, the best at Main Break in the water now. John Florence taking on Callum Robson, and a wild card named Otis North coming out of the trials and getting into the main event at just 17 years of age. Thanks for being with us, Joe Turpel with Richie Lovett here for the call. The ER is always a scary round, but it's the scariest when you're here in Western Australia.
Yeah, it's gnarly. Elimination round is never fun, but when that cut is looming, and it is looming, it is just a horror story for these surfers in this heat. So we've got John Florence. He's been in incredible form in this event. You know, he is the new benchmark for how to surf Margaret River over the last sort of half dozen years, and he'll be up against it with Callum Robson, who surfed well earlier today. Be looking to continue that performance and maybe lift the level, and then the youngster Otis North. What an amazing opportunity for him to have a crack at his heroes.
As we did get started, John getting an opener during the break.
Yeah, John just, you can see that wind is right up again, and John just manhandling these sections. First wave of the set, so plenty of bump, takes to the air, gets the rotation, and unfortunately just sinks on that final section, had no more juice left in it.
So now rolling in again, John Florence, 2-time event champ at the CT level, lays into that first section. Open face hook on the second turn. Now tracking down the line for a full roundhouse cut back, sinking on the rebound, but wanted to stay active quickly. John not trying to be too patient, which was his complete strategy in his opening round heat earlier this morning. John winning twice, been in a series of finals, runner-up to De Souza back in 2015, winning the QS. Always loves trips to the West. A lot of his movie parts come from this stretch. The big airs, big barrels, the slabs. I wouldn't be surprised if John retires here one day.
Well, there's worse places you could settle down. West is best. And it's certainly been treating us to some pretty special performances today. Let's watch the replay here. John just cuts through the top half of that wave. You can see this board just really sitting down on the open face. Regardless of all this bump, John just carving and arcing through it. Just coming a little unstuck on that final section, just losing the tail perhaps in the turbulent whitewash behind him. But just so powerful still. Oh, just wrapping these turns around with so much authority. This is that trademark layback hack that John has gone to so many times over the last couple of years. And the very narrow tail of that Pizel Ghost model just knifing through these turns. It allows John to really just set the tail of the board, get it biting into the wave face, and at the moment it's all about fitting in between these chops and the bumps on the wave, picking that moment, carving through them. So quick start for Florence.
Scores come in at a 3.83 to a 5.67. All the pressure in the world on Callum Robson in this heat, in a must-win situation. If he's in third and loses, he's back to the Challenger Series. He knows that, he feels it, he knows he's behind the cut coming into stop number 5. An incredible rookie season, finaling at Bells. That just hard-working surf hero where he had some other jobs even before he qualified. Had an apprenticeship, he was actually working at the high performance centers. Not many sports have stories like that, and we celebrate those in surfing. Callum then just had to focus on the World Tour because of some big results, got some sponsor backing, and it felt like his career is just getting started, but the first time he's really felt the pressure of this cut in his career.
Yeah, it's a tough one for Callum Robson as we see some of the bigger sets of the afternoon starting to roll in. And this swell has been steadily building throughout the day. But yeah, Callum, you know, we've seen some incredible highlight moments from him over the last few years. You know, that 10 at Portugal, some crazy waves at Pipeline as well. I think back to Bells, he put some really nice performance, that big carve, power carve that he put on display. And even over here at Margaret River in the last few years, it's been very, very hard to beat.
And then you add to the pressure of having a guy regarded as the best ever at main break sitting next to you in the elimination round. John's world number 3 coming into this contest. Speaking of the top 10, we've got a few more top 10 surfers in this ER round. Baron Mamiya, world number 6. Cole Hausman, world number 8. Dealing with the pressure of the ER in this round. For them, they're happy the top 10's made the cut. But every heat counts in the title race, and you're reminded of that in Margaret River when you look at wildcard names like Otis North. Remember when Jay Davies represented the West, took out Gabriel Medina at the box, then Mick Fanning at the box. That was 2015.
That's right.
Remember how close those two were to the world title. It was De Souza's world title year and his event title year. At this event, big punt. No landing for John, but I like where his head's at. There's the wrap from Otis North, the 17-year-old from Yallingup. Fighting through that windy section, and you could hear the local crew getting right behind young Otis North now, representing the West in the main event. Important wave for Callum Robson as he gets started. Knifes the lip through this breeze into a wrapping cutback. And the Australian will step off of his opening ride in the heat. Otis a little bit ahead of him to regain priority.
Yeah, that was a good exchange, and that would feel good for Otis North, the youngster. The wild card entry into the event, put together a nice wave. It's an intimidating thing in his position coming up against the best here at Margaret River, but he seems to have settled his nerves as we watch the replay. Drives hard off the bottom, nice big swooping cut off the top. Quite wide stance as he comes through this middle section, clicks with that lip there, brings it all the way through to the closeout section. Gets a bit of a layback hammer to finish off, so that'll feel good getting the completion. The rusty team rider, all the crew down here helping him out. And then this was Callum Robson. Beautiful opening turn there, aggressive snap under the lip, drives around, gets high up in the pocket on the second one. And just carves for that third, gets a little caught up, Joe, so the judges will be not paying that one off as a completed manoeuvre. And this was John earlier. You saw the intention. He wanted to take to the air, gets the full rotation, but just doesn't quite get the landing. You feel like John, he's just going to build through this heat, perhaps wearing the board shorts or the trunks just to keep him moving around.
You see his big numbers recently have been about the rail work, his ability in the barrel early in his career. We're reminded of how often he went above the lip, and you know, a lot of injuries happened since then, but those early wins for John in his career, full rotation backside punt to beat Joel Parkinson when he was a rookie on tour. John's first few CT wins were in the beach breaks of the tour, and even has won in Brazil twice. He's won in Portugal. He had his big 10-point ride at Karamas, doing a huge alley-oop. Full rotation frontside punt and high tide rincon at Bells. So yep. He was just maxing out the scale, often using that ability above the lip. But when you think of main break and all the 9s and the 44 excellent range scores he has, it's all about that precision rail work. And
yeah,
sometimes it's even hard to articulate what he's doing. It's the modern day version of power surfing and connectivity on rail in big surf.
Yeah, and I think it's an incredible marriage between sort of John and his surfboard, and the way that John Pizell and John have been able to work on that craft that really is tailor-made for big Margarets. And John just has been doing incredible things, power surfing at its best, as you said.
Kaipo Guerrero, best seat in the house, back in the water for this elimination round heat. All about John Florence, just 2 scores so far, but always the guy to beat at main break.
Yeah, I mean, he's the guy out here, right? And he made the mistake, a little bit too patient in that first heat. That's how he found his way into this elimination round. Caught up with John in the car park. His younger brother Nathan showed up for support. They're joking around. They're having a good time. I think he's very lighthearted in this elimination round, to tell you the truth. On the other side of the coin, Callum, you know, this is a must win. He must advance, I should say, out of this heat if he wants to keep his championship tour dreams alive and not get relegated to the Challenger Series. So a little contrast in personalities right now, Joe, and a contrast in the waves as well. It's a little more bumpy than last time I was out here, but the consistency and the swell is showing.
Yeah, it's true. And just speaking of the brother relationship, Kaipo, John, Nathan, you add Ivan to that, but even with Nathan kind of winning the peer poll on Stab Magazine of everyone's favorite surfer, John being who he is as a multiple-time world champion, they're really pushing the sport of surfing in more ways than one.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ways, right, that we can bring surf fans surfing. And Nathan and guys like Nathan, as well as Mason, have kind of tapped into that YouTube kind of channel and showing us the free surf side of things. There's the competition side of things, and sometimes we get a combination of the two, which is an absolute dream.
It really is. 21:50 on the clock. We've got a rider up. This is Callum Robson. Important heat for him. Laying down that rail, clean connection there. Getting out in front with some speed. Nice punch off the lip. Caltex rips one in the pocket again. Putting together some great reads. Nice ripping in this small wave format here at the main break of Margaret River. 617 on his opener, and that should get him the lead.
It's a good decision there. It's a pressure relieving wave for Callum Robson as he just snuck that one under priority of both John and Otis. Inside wall, came right from behind the peak. Put together some nice turns, so that'll be another good mid-range score for Callum, and that'll he can start to build from here. So he was the deepest on the peak here. Comes streaking around this first section. Just carve off the top. The second one, a little bit more power and emphasis into that turn. The angle a little bit more acute. And then gets that third finishing turn. So yeah, a mid-range score in my mind, Joe.
Callum Robson representing Evans Head, taking advantage of the high performance setters. I love that about the country of Australia, how many resources they have, how much they back their pro surfing athletes on the championship tour to world titles, but also in the Olympic Games. Some incredibly talented humans coaching the crew, like Pete Durbridge, who will be the Olympic coach, one of the most consistent athletes on the championship tour. As we look at the score from Callum, 6.67. Takes the lead off Florence. John is second with some waves on the horizon. John's got priority. The wild card Otis North. We'll have to see what John wants to do here. Paddle over the first one. Otis, his opener, a 5.43. He's feeling what the judges are reacting to him on the championship tour. These are CT judges scoring Otis for the first time, so Otis will start feeling some confidence if he could get himself up to at least closer to the excellent range on the CT scale. That would be a big moment for him.
Yeah, it's huge. And I remember my first couple of years on the CT, I was trying to get scores and I was, you know, thinking, oh, that could be a 7, and then you'd get a 6 and you'd be like, wow, this is harder than what you thought it was going to be. Bigger turns, everything's bigger, faster on the championship tour. But, you know, he'd be thinking right now, I've got my 5.43. You know, it's almost matched John Florence's best wave at the moment, so I'm sort of still there. I'm still in it.
Yeah, it's cool to get those early comparisons. Start seeing how you're acting against the best in the world, and if you could be responsible for creating an upset, your profile builds. I mean, John Florence hasn't lost in the elimination round since 2018 on the Gold Coast when he went down to a wild card named Mikey Wright. Mikey Wright was in devastating form coming out of the season opener. And John at the time was the reigning world champ 2 straight seasons in a row. But it hasn't happened since.
No, it's funny how sort of pro surfing plays out, isn't it? Over the years, over the entirety of a season, and then even through the events, you know, surfers get on different roles, and they You know, you can just see when competitors click into gear, some are under pressure and they thrive under that pressure, others crumble. And this is why we love it so much. We just always just lean into the drama of what's going on.
That's right. India Robinson giving us a great example of handling all that pressure so well. Big heat win for India, hanging out with Stace.
Thanks, Joe. Indeed it was. India, a shaky start to today. You must be stoked to get that win under your belt.
Yeah, it feels good to get a win for sure. Gives me a little confidence boost. Yeah, I feel like this wave suits me and I just want to give myself opportunity and just do my best surfing in the heat.
Obviously lots of drama going around you and other competitors in the draw. Your result here needs to be pretty clear cut. A big result will make it happen.
Yeah, I definitely know that I need a huge result, but at the same time, I'm just going to appreciate every moment. And yeah, I know what it's like to fall off, and I've been through it before. And the first time's definitely always the hardest, but I know I can bounce back. So yeah, I'm just going to enjoy the moment. These moments don't come around too often, so I'm just grateful to be here. And yeah, I just want to do my best surfing in the jersey.
Do you feel like you can do it here at this break?
I do. I'm glad it's at this event. I feel like it suits me. I feel like the pressure kind of got to me at my home break at Bells, so coming into this one, I kind of just let it all go, do my best surfing, and yeah, it suits me, so yeah.
Speaking of home, I'm sure everyone's watching. Did you want to say good afternoon?
Yeah, hello to my family back at home. I brought half the family with me here, but the other half still at home, so thanks for tuning in, and let's keep it going.
Well done, India.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Stace. I'm loving the positivity from India Robinson in a pressure situation, and I bet it does help that she's been here before. It doesn't have that crazy, really scary feeling like it did back when the cut was introduced a few years ago. And she's been through a lot. She's recovered from injuries and looks like she's back in herself. She's really got to be in a final to have a shot to make the rest of the season happen and survive the cut. And even if she makes the final, a couple of things have to go her way. So a final would be a personal best, a career best for India if she can do that this year at Margaret River Main Break. Florence snapping it under the hood real quick. Just stretching this one out, passing some lumpy sections. Just kind of a fill-in move and nothing left for the two-time world champ.
Yeah, that wave just disappeared on him, didn't it? Towards the end, didn't offer up any end section there. John, he's looking good though. Looks poised and ready to attack if the right wave does present itself. Promising signs as more sets roll through. Definitely bigger than it was this morning. I'd say, you know, probably twice the size on the sets for sure.
Yeah, we showed up this morning. It was pretty small. I ran into local legend Mitch Thorson. He's like, yeah, it's such an interesting wave to forecast, because you'll look at your local forecasting sites and they'll say 2 to 3, maybe 3 to 4 all the time, but sometimes there's these little things in the buoys and the intervals where you'll see a spike and the waves will be a lot bigger than what was predicted in the morning. So having that local knowledge and insight really pays off, and I think that's why he's been a common resource for a lot of the world's best to know how to prepare for a big day of competition.
Yeah, it's that interval that we is so important when we're talking about the forecast, and it is that period between the swell lines, and obviously the bigger that period means the bigger the swell and the longer distance that it's traveled and more established the swell is and the distance it's come. So the swell did spike up in the period today, went up to about 14, 15 seconds, I think. And then we should be greeted with some good waves tomorrow too, I think.
Totally. Let's just wrap that all into the Oakberry surf conditions report today. Looking like this angle from the southwest really providing some fun surf. 5 to 7 feet on the face. Got this wind from the south about 15 miles an hour and a dropping tide. Oh, really fun and rippable. And what I think, without having a calculator in front of me, one of the highest scoring days of the season, especially in the opening round for the men today.
Yeah, some really good numbers today, and just about every heat, all the surfers were in double digits and had some almost excellent scores or excellent scores, and that's what we want to see. Everyone having ample opportunity. We are going to get some action right now.
Mr. Florence tracking down here at the right of main break, and cool little dagger in the open face, hits that rib kind of even before the lip line to project off of, and finding a flow and a finishing move, getting creative on his maneuvers down the stretch, needing a 717 to catch up to Caltex.
Staying busy, isn't he? Just keeping things moving here. Getting these inside waves under priority. There's no... why wouldn't you, really? You get all these opportunities to try and better the score. He's probably thinking, if I keep doing the reps, might get one of these little air sections down the end, really start to rip in. But what he did do so well on this, Joe, was just fit the turns in between the chops, hacks that first one, stabs it back into the whitewash, and again, that little pocket presented itself, and John just annihilated it. Does a little wiggle work to get through to the inside section, pounds that final foam, little hit, and yeah, another good scoring wave for John.
5.7. What makes John's technique so different from the rest of the tour?
He really has the ability to cut into the wave like not many do. And I think the equipment plays a big role as well. He's got this ability to jam that back foot down on the board so hard, and his direction changes are so acute at times that we saw on that last wave, but then he also has this ability to hold the rail as long as he wants when it gets bigger. The other thing that I do like is the twist from his upper and lower body. He's got this really interesting way of kind of contorting and redirecting his lower body, and then the upper body stays sort of pointing down the line still. If we get a better wave and we see him really open up, I'll explain it once he presents it.
It's pretty cool,
yeah.
Really different to break down, and one of the best that we've ever seen on the championship tour. Florence last score 5-7. The leader still Callum Robson, who needs this win so badly to keep his spot on the top 34 in the world. Baron Mamiya looking at the horizon, coming up next against Pupo and Reef Hazelwood. WSL teamed up on a coastal restoration project with Nature Conservation, Margaret River Region, and their Youth Marine Steward program to work together in healing the landscape to prevent erosion and to learn more about this incredible ocean ecosystem. We planted local native coastal plants and laid brush, and always want to know what you guys are doing to protect the ocean out there. Post on your social media with the hashtag WSL1Ocean. It was a great experience just down the coast over by Gas Bay and Grunters, and a big turnout from the local community. This place looks incredible and everyone protects it. It's one of the cleanest areas I've ever been on. When I go to the beaches, it's just perfectly clean. You can tell the locals really take a lot of pride in where they come from, and there's always so much respect to the Wadandi people. Being on Wadandi Buja, which means Buja, their country. Wadandi, saltwater people. And that opening ceremony is just breathtaking. They host us so well. They have time for us, which is my favorite part. And I think I really enjoy the openness to ask questions to all of our good friends in the Webb family from right here in Wadandi Buja. Injabundi surfer Simon Zuvich, who was born and raised in this region on Wadandi Buja. And gosh, it's an open book. You can ask questions, you can learn about it. You don't have to be afraid of not knowing the right terminology or where to go and where not to go. It's really cool, and I love where we're at today in 2024. them really helping us out a lot at this event.
Yeah, it's a pretty special place, and it's a very inclusive sort of energy, and you can't help but get swept up in it and want to know more about the places that you're visiting. So much history here, and we really do need to look after it. It's pristine, as you said, Joe, and you know, you can take a walk along the beach, and you know, if you do see some rubbish, pick it up, keep the beaches clean. But yeah, it's a magical place. Can't say it enough. Get over here, come and visit. There's so much to do and see, whether you're surfing or just visiting, checking out the vineyards, and so much to do.
So much to do. Kaya is an easy word to learn. It's got more meanings than hello, which kind of reminds me of aloha, meaning a lot of different things. Their language has a lot of that. It has a lot of depth to their language. It wasn't a written language, and it's really cool talking to the teachers that are passing it on to the next generation. Walking softly on land and enjoying this ocean. Callum Robson still out front with priority. 6.67 and a 6.17. Feeling the pressure of the midseason cut. Had some tough heats, even a elimination round loss at Bells, which really stung. One of the more painful losses of Callum's career. Snap to start for Otis North. You think of Yallingup, you think of Taj Burrow, and his impact on the world of surfing, not just on tour, which he was an absolute weapon, winning so many different events from pipe to lowers and beyond, and runner-up in the world title race. But his movie parts, he was an absolute maniac at dropping just the best movies every year while he was on tour at the same time, from Sabotage. We could go on and on there, Rich.
Yeah, no, Taj's movies really did spur on a generation. Incredible surfer, still is, over in Fiji at the moment.
Oh, that's where he went.
Yeah, he dipped out, chased the swell up there. As we see, Otis North, just a couple of little mistakes there in terms of wave choice. This is the thing, as a rookie, you can feel like you need to ride waves. You've got to maintain your patience, especially up against the likes of John and Callum Robson. If you want to beat these guys, you're going to need to get the best waves.
Had some good wild card performances, maybe the best at the last couple events as far as results go. João Duru getting the quarterfinals. Great to see him again in Portugal. Morgan Siblick making finals day back at Bells Beach. As we now look at the wind-up, we'll chip off the lip from Otis North and shutting it down there. And he'll hop out of there. It was a really exciting finals in the trials, getting the win over Finn Cox.
Yeah, a couple of exciting maneuvers there. He's got some explosiveness to him. On the forehand, let's have a look at the replay. He's got quite that wide stance, that front foot way up the board. Slams that first turn, and then the second one just does the big layback hammer. But just a two-turn combination on a smaller wave, so the judges will show some restraint on that score.
It's cool when you kind of check out Otis North and his support crew. Like, wow, are they missing school? Did they get dropped off here? Or just grommets? And they're probably just going, we're on the steps. We got passes to the event. And our buddies in the main event competing against all of their heroes.
I think it's actually school holiday time. I know it is over east and over in New South Wales, Queensland, school holidays at the moment. So I think it is over here in the west as well, which is great because we love getting all the crowds down here at Margaret River.
Yeah, I thought they went back to school today. But yeah, I mean, event like this is on, you're allowed to come watch the comp, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's pupil free day right there.
Otis North, 4.4 on his 5th try in this matchup. John with a 5.7 as he's building, but it's still Callum with a 6.17 and a 6.67 in the must-win situation. Start off with 34 men on tour, and after Margaret River, we'll go down to the top 22 and then compete for 5 spots to surf for a world title in September.
Yeah, that'll be exciting. We'll head back to lowers. Famous Trestles, peak, right and left-hander, equal playing field in the home of performance surfing.
place that you love dearly.
I certainly do, Joe. Love it. Had some success there, which felt good. Yeah, it's a really fun wave, super rippable. Just look at some of the names who have come out of there in recent years.
The Aussie streak you guys had.
Yeah, we had a little streak there. Luke Egan won it, and then I won it, and then Joel Parkinson straight after that. Little Aussie trio.
What a run.
Yeah, it was a good run. Good party.
2:45 left in this one. Otis North back of the line for priority, needing a 5.94. It's critical for the world title race for John. Just thinking about the run for Jay Davies when he beat Mick Fanning and Medina at the box, and they both ended up missing out in the world title race that year. Sometimes it's hard to remember what happened in the early events of the season, but it all makes an impact. It one throwaway through the first 5 events, and everything counts after that. But even just one throwaway for the entire season, where you're counting all your points from Pipeline all the way through to Fiji this year. Fiji, the final stop before Trestles, as we see some activity now, passing the GWN 2-minute warning. Priority with Callum.
Yeah, Callum Robson in the box seat here, and another decent looking set. This one might actually break out too far. It's breaking on the outside peak, so everyone out of position.
Less time on the clock, 90 seconds. And Callum, certainly in the most pressure situation of his career, his rookie season, he started off really strong at Pipeline, even with not a ton of experience on that wave. Showed his grit, showed his ability to charge. Saw him make the final at Bells, and so he was entering Margaret River just feeling great. You know, everyone else was dealing with that pressure, and he knew he already had a completed season. Same thing happened last year, got the 10 in Portugal in some pumping conditions, better results, but now feeling it. And Otis North's got to step off. John had a higher priority. First turn in the pocket, second one, bit more water off the rail. John throws the tail, lays back, and does not recover. Next wave will catch up with Callum Robson. Section, put that board off the top, and now finding a lip section there. Passing John, and he kicks out, leaving Otis with priority. Otis uses it quickly. Throws down a snap, and the boy from Yallingup snapped a slide again. Throws one back in the pocket, and representing the Rusty crew and West Oz quite well. Andrew Sheridan, always a happy face that you run into in these parts, working with a lot of great surfers for years, and more specifically, Carissa Moore through a lot of her titles at this event.
Yeah, Carissa leaned in. A lot of knowledge there. Andrew Sheridan, and obviously part of this crew down here, helping young Otis North there. So he was the one after a score. John with that critical fall on the end of his wave, but got some great turns the opening part of that wave. So he may better at 5.67 and increase the requirement. But just thinking back to the replay of Otis's wave, I don't think it's going to be the score, Joe. Just the intensity of the moves just weren't quite there.
But a great effort and a great experience for this 17-year-old Otis North, getting to battle against John and Callum Robson in the elimination round.
Yeah, so he was a little late to that first turn. The second one was better, a bit more open face to work with. Gets the layback slide for the third one, and then finishes off the wave.
So now just getting word in from the commissioner's office that this will be, and was, the last heat of the day.
Oh, okay.
So just like that, making a decision to call it off. So Baron Mamiya, Miguel Pupo, Reef Hazelwood that were on deck will pack up and show back up tomorrow morning to continue to run through the action at main break. Otis North on the Red Bull ski will be talking about this experience for a while, and hopefully it fires him up competitively for the rest of 2024.
Yeah, nothing like a little taste of the big leagues just to get the juices flowing. There's a shot of there, John Florence. We're still waiting on scores here. This is not done. It's not official. There's a great look at that Pizel Ghost model. Look at the narrow pintail. It allows John to really knife those turns. So the youngster looking for a score. So John didn't better his score, Joe. Came in at a 5.13. So 5.94 is still the number.
And judges taking their time with this one. So for Callum, he's waiting on his last number as well. Was very efficient with his wave selection. 617, 667. We'll see if the judges see improvement there. And for Otis, he had a 5.43 earlier. That was his best, is actually his opener. And so he's left chasing a 5.94 since John did not improve. And so they'll take their time with their comparisons. They've got a lot of time now that the rest of the day's been called off. But Perry Hatchett and the crew doing a great job. John talking things over with Brandon Wasserman and Ross Williams. And that's always a sketchy situation when it's taken this long. John wondering if he'll be able to go for a third event title at the CT level. Scores now locking in for Otis North. Chasing a 5.94. It's a 5.3. Tense moments. But a proud moment it should be for young Otis, pushing a couple of the best surfers on the planet for a very close decision. John moving on along with Callum Robson. But not the easiest day for what Florence is known for here at Mainbreak.
Yeah, John's normally breezing through these early rounds without any issues whatsoever. But he got the job done. And when I think back to John's waves and how he performed on them, it was definitely more authority in his turns. You know, the rail was deeper, there was more spray. And, you know, that man there, Callum Robson, well, he just went about his business in a really meticulous manner. Got the job done, picked two of the best waves, solid surfing.
Well, just like that, we've wrapped up a big day of competition. Elimination round heat number 2 will be on deck for first thing in the morning, and also the round of 16 for the women. Up next, it's the WSL post show. Ronnie Blakey, yourself, Rich?
Yeah, I'm going to hang in here.
That's right, and Felicity Palmatier to break down a lot of the action. Wow, a lot of high-scoring heats today from first to third, as Mainbreak really came to life. Saw some big combinations. Looking forward to seeing them all on the WSL Post Show coming up next.
Welcome to the WSL Post Show. An intense day here, an intense Monday at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Plenty to break down as we got through the opening round for the men and through those dreaded 2 elimination round heats for the women. Ronnie Blakey joined here on set with Richie Lovett, Felicity Parmentier. Rich, beautiful morning once again and clean conditions to kick things off for the opening round for the men.
Yeah, super contestable waves, and it actually started to light up. And the other thing that lit up with the surfers, scores just dropping out of the air, 8s and 9s. So it was an incredible day of competition. Everyone was fired up.
Yeah, we saw some great performances, but Felicity, the energy changed a bit once we moved into the elimination round for the women.
Oh, completely. I feel like the energy shifted this morning. I was down in the athlete zone and there wasn't too many smiles appearing on people's faces. I was like, oh, I'm getting out of here. But yeah, the wave showed up throughout the day and it was consistent and we saw some great scores go down.
Yeah, the conditions kind of held strong, didn't they? It was nice and clean in the morning, offshore breeze. Once the wind kind of swung around a bit and it got a little bit of texture on that surface, the energy came up a lot. So we saw plenty of waves ridden.
Yeah. The swell really started to fill in, which was on the charts. We knew it was going to. But yeah, the performances kept lifting. Our surfers adapted. The wind did a full 180 on us. And I think that was eventually why we ended up calling it off, because the wind just got a little bit too strong, started breaking the waves up too much.
Yeah, it did. We saw some clutch performers by surfers below the cut line looking for big finishes. Here at stop number 5, Stace, the man you're about to speak to, was really strong this afternoon.
Yeah, Ron, he was strong this afternoon and strong this morning. Cal, how do you reset after losing such a great scoring heat in round 1?
Yeah, well, I think for me, I'm just happy to start putting some heats together and just put a performance together. So for me, I wasn't so bummed this morning. I was more just like pumped and stoked to kind of just build momentum, and I knew the waves were still going to be fun this afternoon, so yeah, I didn't take it too hard at all.
Yeah, it certainly showed then. You looked relaxed and got the job done. Good time to get a win in the elimination round.
Yeah, for sure. That round sucks, and I found myself in it a bit this year, so it feels nice to get in front of the glass and finally get a win. It's been a bit of a tough year, but it's just one heat at a time and just keep marching forward.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Thanks for your time, and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you, Stace. Yeah, Callum Robson, you heard him say it. The elimination round sucks. He doesn't want to be there.
He was being kind.
Has found himself there, though, a few times this year, Rich. Surprised to see him sitting there where he is on the rankings at the moment. Just been so consistent in the past couple of seasons.
You look at his surfing and you go, there's no way he should be down there. And this is what happens when you get on the tour. You can sometimes get in these little ruts where you are getting good point scores. You are dropping big heat totals, but you're just not getting through heats. So maybe this is the start of a new rhythm.
Yeah, 14 points plus in a heat that sent him to the elimination round. So there was a lot of good numbers falling today, and we were able to call some exceptional performances and see people, I think, just showing what they're capable of with their back against the wall. It felt like at Bell's, Felicity, there were still some people kind of thinking, well, I've got a chance to alleviate some pressure, but they still hadn't kind of stepped up to do their best surfing.
Yeah, definitely. I think today, well and truly on the women's side, we definitely saw, Sally comes to mind, big one. She needed to get through that heat to keep this dream alive. India Robinson, Lulu, she still can keep this dream alive, but it's sort of up to a few other people now. But yeah, we saw people rise to the occasion, and Sally for me was a standout.
Let's have a look at that heat. Sally Fitzgibbons, has been such a strong competitor, Rich, for such a long period of time now. So many event victories, 12 in total, 4 ISA gold medals, and she finds herself up against it coming into stop number 5. And she had a really tough draw too.
Yeah, she did. Joanne Defay, she's just been in such good form. The last couple of events, she's had a win. She's been making finals consistently. And Sally, in contrast, has been a little inconsistent, been finding it hard to get a rhythm, but that turn there was just amazing. Oh my gosh, that was so critical, the way she held on to that. And that is really when you see Sally Fitzgibbons rise to the occasion. When she's under pressure, she just gets the job done.
Yeah, it was so incredible to see, and we heard it in her post-heat interview. She was just like, her post-heat debrief with her dad, she was like, it just felt so good to finally get a bit of rhythm, a bit of momentum, get that adrenaline going in the heat, and stick a couple of turns that she's been working so hard on like that. 817 for that single manoeuvre. So sick to see. Stoked for Sal.
Big moment today for Sally Fitzgibbons, and You know, she's worked on that progressive approach, Rich, but that was truly unpredictable from her. I just didn't see it coming. It was awesome.
Yeah, I just had this feeling that she was going to get the win here before this heat, and a tough heat against the local, Bronte McCauley, who knows this break better than anyone, and obviously an informed Joanne Defay, but Sally, she's just risen to the occasion. This could be the start of the role that we've been waiting for.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a good one. Sal's got to make up some serious ground, but yeah. That was a step in the right direction for sure. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, I did too. And I liked, she was very active in that heat. It took her a while. I think she called it like 11 or 12 waves. But yeah, that momentum just kept building on every score. And eventually things just started to click. She found those cleaner faced waves. And yeah, we saw some amazing momentum. Let's see if she can keep it going.
As good as that heat was, it wasn't our Boost Mobile heat of the day. That belonged to Ethan Ewing. He achieved excellence. As did Cade Matson. Reef Hazelwood also out in the lineup for this one, Rich, but Ethan just looking deadly.
This was when the swell just started to fill in. Ethan Ewing getting a couple of these smooth right-handers and just a power display beyond belief, really. This guy is on some sort of roll at the moment, just the power surfing. He's really starting to get into that John conversation of power surfers out at Margaret River. Cade Matson, he picked up a couple of good waves too, had a board change, creased his favourite board and came in and got the sparey and picked it up well.
Wow, I mean, give Ethan Ewing a clean face wave and watch the damage be done. It's just so beautiful to watch. The limited transition between turns too, it's just silky smooth surfing. Just got to echo what you said, Rich. I feel like he is in that conversation now with John when you talk about waves like Margaret River. It's just, that surfing was incredible. Obviously working with Jake, Cade was too. So really good day in the office for old Jake the Snake.
Old serpent.
Scaly old devil. He did well. And both Cade and Ethan, exceptional performances. Reef Hazelwood was...
Did pretty good too.
He was this close, Rich. Just a hair in completing a big rotation on the left as well that would have got him right in the mix and maybe threatened for second spot. But I absolutely love that. Really fun to watch, and can't wait to see more from Ethan here. And yeah, just as he continues this magic run of form, Bells was a funny one for him because we've seen him down there before where he's on this magic run form-wise and then just got wave-starved in that event. And it was a kind of a bummer to see him not get that opportunity to go back-to-back down there.
Yeah, it was a shame, but, it's a new event here, and away we go again, But he really is, for me, probably the most efficient surfer on the tour at the moment in terms of just his technique, power output. He's just so pretty to watch as well. I think if you asked majority of the surfers on tour, they'd say he'd be one of the favourites in terms of style and finesse. It's kind of his to lose almost.
Yeah. They had the run of it, the cleaner conditions too, those surfing. So it did kind of lend itself to his beautiful clean rail surfing, and we'll see if he can deal with main break and everything it dishes up throughout the rest of this window. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how we slice it and dice it for the rest of the week, I think. But maybe a little bit more opportunity tomorrow, I think, and clean conditions in the morning, similar to today, but... Look, Margaret River region always delivers. The back end of the waiting period's looking pretty promising too.
Let's have a look at the Surfline forecast and find out what's coming our way to Moz and also through the rest of the event window here, Rich.
Sure. Well, we've this new clean swell that turned up this morning. It's built all through the day, and we knew it was going to build overnight. It's going to keep building into tomorrow, and then it'll start to taper off through Friday, through Thursday, Friday. But then we have another swell that kind of clicks into gear towards the weekend. So we've got options. I think tomorrow's probably looking like one of the better days. And you can see here we go, Tuesday through to Friday. We've got consistent waves in the sort of 5 to 7 foot faces. So good, shoulder to head high conditions. We saw sets today that were kind of a couple of double overhead sets in terms of height. This wind, we're going to have to just manage our way through that. It'll be offshore every morning and then it'll swing around like it did in the afternoon today.
Sounds good.
Happy with that?
Yeah. A lot of positives to take from the Surfline forecast. Enjoyed that, and also, like we said before, enjoyed watching the world's best, the men in particular, get the best of the conditions properly in the opening round for them. Big numbers dropped right across the board, even those surfers that were relegated to the elimination round.
Yeah, I think today was probably the collectively the best scoring day of surfing we've had on the tour this year when you sort of throw everything into a bucket and shake it around. There was just good scores all day long, which was great to see. A bunch of crew stepped up that needed to, which is great. I love seeing how competitors react under that pressure. Can't wait to do more of it tomorrow, actually.
Let's pull the best moments out of that bucket right now. Let's get stuck into the BioGlen Daily Dose, the top 5 moments from today, and we will kick things off with an absolute masterclass from Gabriel Medina. His first wave in his defence of the title that he took out here last year was an 8.5.
Yeah, go Flick, take it away.
Just beautiful textbook backhand surfing, and come out of the gates absolutely firing. First 2 waves, 8.5, but just so beautiful to watch in his backhand. I also got to watch him in some of the free surfs, and I was like, oh, he had a job ahead of him, but he's looking so on point. He's looking on fire. Obviously, David Silva coming up against that fellow countryman there, but here we go.
Impressive. Coming in at number 4, Italo Ferreira. He was very strong today. 2 excellent numbers for him. He looks so focused and fired up heading out into the lineup.
2 pocket 8.5s, 4 turns is all it took. Each wave had 2 solid hangers on it on the backhand. You can see Italo back in fine form. That energy that he normally competes with, you could feel it again. He was super focused, but he sent in the postie that he was having a lot of fun and starting to feel it.
India Robinson way down the back end of the rankings at the moment, coming into top 5. Needs a victory to get herself to the end, but she's got to surf it 1 heat at a time, and she was strong in the opening round.
Yeah,
in the elimination round, I should say.
Super strong, really, really good surfing. This wave here, this was her 7.67, big carving manoeuvre, timed this last belt really well. But in my eyes, I feel like she's got more in the tank. I feel like she's ready to drop an 8-point ride. This wave seems to suit her surfing, and yeah, she's keeping her dream alive.
She'll be building confidence for sure. This man, we already saw some highlights from his heat. Let's have a look at them again. An incredible 2-wave total of 17 points. Great pocket work, great rail work, Rich, but it was the opening move on the 9.5 that really stood out.
Oh, it was just incredible. Perfect rail approach, just jams the pocket so hard. And kids, if you want to emulate someone, have a look at this guy. Just try and do what he does. This is just perfect surfing, really. Board just looks so magical underneath his feet. It was pretty much in perfect control from start to finish. Cade Matson, he had a couple of great waves. But yeah, off form today, he's the man to beat.
Coming in at number 1, though, no surprises here. Sally Fitzgibbons, one of the veterans on the championship tour, fighting back with this.
Yeah, major hack. Super critical, really late.
Man, and through those
8.17 for that 1 turn. Really beautiful by Sal. And I mean, going into this heat on paper, I was a bit worried for Sal coming up against Bronte, wildcard, Brisa, who's obviously really in form. But yeah, no match for Sal. 2 8s and also keeping her dream alive. So really well done. Good to see smiles from Sal, and let's see if she can continue this momentum.
Yeah, avoids that elimination round. There was some surprises today. Surprising to see John Florence in the elimination round, but just saving himself in the elimination round to progress through to that 3rd round. You just don't see him surely you don't see him putting 3 back-to-back heats here together like that. He's going to click at some point, right?
Yeah.
It's main break Margaret's.
I know. Well, we're so used to seeing him dropping excellent rides every single time he stands up on the board that we're just sort of a little put off by a bit of the disjointed nature of the first couple of heats he's had. So anyway, he'll click back into gear. Perhaps if we get another smooth morning tomorrow morning, he'll be back out there and show us what he's really made of.
Obviously, Kelly Slater always a big focus, and particularly with where he's sitting on the rankings at the moment. Felicity, what did you make of his performance today?
Oh, I saw a couple of moments of brilliance for sure, and I think okay, it's not over yet. He's coming up. If we continue with this elimination round, he could be first heat tomorrow morning. We'll see how that fares for him. We know he might not like an early morning, but yeah, it's not over yet.
You better get used to them. There's going to be a lot of them coming up for Kelly, but he has been relegated to the elimination round, and he's going to be in that. It'll be 2nd heat of the morning. He's in heat 3 at the moment. Cole Houshman, Yago Dora in that battle. That's a really tough draw. The elimination round, he had some real talent in it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a big one for sure. He's going to be up against the 2 powerful goofy footers. I thought the equipment choice was interesting today. The fin configuration, a little different to what everyone else did. this is what he does. He keeps us guessing, and let's see what he brings tomorrow. Can't wait.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. We will be down here nice and early having a look at the conditions and first light. 7:15, we will make a call and possibly get things underway at 7:30 a.m. Right now, though, it's time for more highlights. Hope you enjoyed the show, and we'll see you tomorrow.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.